images. One is the image, one is the photograph, and one is the sketch. Tell us more details, please. What all are we picking about these terrorists?
See, as we know that they are the Pakistani terrorists who have infiltrated into this very rich. They had come from the IB, the international sector of Jammu, and they infiltrated into the Anantnag through the Kishtwar. They entered into Anantnag through Kishtwar Ridge. This is the latest that we are getting. Apart from this, what we were told about the identity of the terrorists, we have been told that these terrorists, one of the terrorists had a study built with both ears pierced, while the other had only one ear pierced. Both wore small circular earrings. 4 of them were dressed in army camouflage uniforms, while the others were in black uniform. They all spoke Manji. A Manji is a dialect usually spoken in Pakistan that confirms the identity of the terrorists who carried this gruesome attack. And the people who have seen them on the basis of their memories, when they recalled those scenes, on the basis of that, the sketches were prepared by the artists. So these are the sketches, the identity, they have been identified by those who were there at the time when this attack took place. It was revealed, the characters, the sketch was revealed by them to the artists who performed their art, and described the look of those who carried this attack. Although all these terrorists who have been identified as Pakistani terrorists, because they had come from one of the grassland which is just few meters away from this Bison Park. They have entered through that grassland and indiscriminately fired upon the tourists who had come to be with the nature, because these are the meadows, one of the beautiful meadows of the Pahalgam, where...
Hi, I'm Apurva Jha, final year student of MBA Aviation Management from School of Business, UPES, Dehradun. I have been placed with Accenture, which is a consultancy firm in the department Aerodynamics and Defense. My experience with UPS has been great. Faculties here have industry experience, which makes classroom learning informative. To get hands-on experience, we have been to many industrial visits, internships, and had visits by industry experts in the classroom. In my curriculum, I have studied subjects like airport operations, airline economics, aerodrome, which has added up to my resume and helped me in securing the placement. My experience with UPS has been great so far. Here, I got the opportunity to work in club, which has helped me how to work with people and made me a confident person. I would like to thank all my faculty for the learning, my peers for the support, and UPS for this great opportunity.
The Pakistani terrorists have in Kashmir, that link needs to be dismantled, because we have seen in all these years that multiple operations in the form of neutralizing the terrorists, attaching the properties.
Right, my colleague Gursimran, in fact, just stay on with us, Zeenat. We also have Gursimran from Jammu who's getting us multiple inputs now. Gursimran, tell us what you have. What are you picking up more?
See, the name of these 3 terrorists that have been identified, the names have been Asif Fauji, Suleiman and Abu Talha. That has been confirmed. And important to mention that this group is not a new group that has infiltrated into the Indian territory. This is a group that has been active in the areas of Pir Panjal and South Kashmir for last more than 1.5 years. This group has infiltrated from the Pir Panjal. That is what we are picking up. It was earlier active in the Pir Panjal region and then has crossed over to the Kashmir Valley. That is what we are getting to know from our sources in the establishment, that this group is an old group, and the photos that we have accessed, these photos are their old photographs that have been recovered after a successful operation that the security forces have carried out in the South Kashmir. So now this Pandora box is opening, that who they are, from where these terrorists have come from. All the details are now with agencies and they are looking forward, but there lies a probability that since this group has spent more than a year's time in the South Kashmir and Pir Panjal, they are well aware of the hideouts as well as the locations where they can go and hide, and that's why intensified operations are being witnessed. We can confirm that at least police from the 5 districts of Kashmir as well as Jammu, they are working round the clock to neutralize this group of terrorists. See how these terrorists were operating.
Gursimran, we have been talking about the Pir Panjal. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
You
go
mentioned
ahead.
the Pir Panjal, from where they have infiltrated into the Indian territory. When they infiltrated, they first had their base in the Pir Panjal, the twin districts of Pir Panjal. They were in the border area, and then they crossed over to the South Kashmir. That is what the confirmation we are getting based on the sketches. These are the confirmations we are getting, and now the photographs of these terrorists, they are also here. In a short while from now, we are hopeful that we will be fetching the photographs of remaining 2 terrorists as well. Those sketches have been released by the agencies, those who have been working around the clock since yesterday when this attack has taken place. And now as we speak, the operations are intensified to look at these terrorists, because see, these terrorists are well aware of the area. They have roamed through the dense forest of the Pir Panjal to the forest of South Kashmir. So they know that from where to sneak out and where to sneak in, so that they can be away from the eyes of the security forces. Though the security forces have got a major breakthrough when they got a successful operation in South Kashmir, and from that the Pandora box opened, that who these terrorists are, how they are operating, their modus operandi. So the forces have many things with them with regards to these terrorists that were involved in the Pahalgam attack that was carried out yesterday, and now the manhunt is underway. Rakshita.
Yes, Gursimran, we also have breaking developments. In fact, the Home Minister Amit Shah has once again posted on social media platform X after his visit to the victims' families and also the terror attack site. He has written, and I quote, "With a heavy heart, paid last respects to the deceased of the Pahalgam terror attack. Bharat will not bend to terror. The culprits of this dastardly terror attack will not be spared," unquote. So that's what the Home Minister has right now posted on X handle. And of course, the important part when he says that Bharat will not bend to terror, the culprits of this dastardly terror attack will not be spared. So the Home Minister, of course, has had a sense of what has gone on ground, what has happened last night. He was here just last evening. And we have Wing Commander Praful Bakshi also joining us. Wing Commander, we of course have the Home Minister vowing to retaliate, vowing that those behind this will be paying for this. But the information that we're getting very significantly points to the role of Rawalpindi once again, and we are also understanding the role of how these terrorists had in fact infiltrated via Pir Panjal. Pir Panjal is the same area we had been speaking about when there was a lot of terror attacks in Jammu as well, sir. And in fact, before I go across to our defense expert, we have some more pictures of the terrorists that we are right now breaking exclusive on Republic TV, viewers. We are getting in more visuals of the terrorists one by one. We are getting in more eyewitness accounts that are helping in this investigation as well. And these are the pictures also on your screens, viewers. Pictures coming in of those 4 terrorists. At least 4 of them you can see posing there in that camouflage equipment as well. Some wearing the black tops as well. These 4 coward men. Just look at them very closely, viewers. This is the photograph that everybody should know, that Pakistan should know, that we are watching, that we have seen them, we have exposed them, and we will be exposing you very soon. This is for Asim Munni, this is for Rawalpindi, this is for Islamabad to see, this is for the world to see that India will be hitting back, as the Home Minister has just visited the terror attack site and vowed that there will be retaliation, that there will be those behind this, the perpetrators will be brought to book. And these are those people, 4 terrorists, infiltrators. Aishwarya Kapoor, Executive Editor of Politics, Aishwarya Kapoor joins us. Aishwarya, Republic TV is getting those 4 cowardly terrorists who opened fire at innocent Indians.
Well, absolutely. These are the visuals which we are getting from our sources within the intelligence agency. What we are being told, that one, which is on the extreme left, is said to be one of the terrorists who was a part of it. It is said that it is his group which was active in the Pahalgam area, and the agencies were trying to keep a tab on this very group. The sketch which have been made after the inputs from the eyewitnesses absolutely holds the same picture, which you can see on the extreme left of your screen, the man who's keeping a hand of a fellow terrorist. That is the man whose picture completely stands alike to that of the sketches which have been made after the details from the eyewitnesses. And that is why this is the full group of terrorists which was active in that group. The agencies were trying to keep a tab on him for the longest period of time. But at this point of time, that's the detail that we are getting in, and the Home Minister just reacted to it as well, that India is not going to budge down. Yes, we are just zooming into that visual, and these are the 4 terrorists of whose group was active in the Pahalgam area. What we are being told that they had tried to infiltrate from the Pir Panjal range. So all of those details are now coming out. So the agencies had a visual, the agencies had a picture, the agencies knew that there is a group of 4 terrorists which was active. Whether all 4 of them were involved in this dastardly attack, in this terror attack or not, that is still to be confirmed. But this is the group of terrorists which was active in that area, in the Pahalgam area, out of which one has been identified by the eyewitnesses, which is being termed as as the 3rd terrorist in this group. And that's why the agencies are now looking out for the other 3 terrorists who were a part of this 4-group terror module, which was active, which was basically active in this area. Back to you, Rakshita. But the Home Minister also categorically stated that India is not going to bow down.
Thank you so much for joining us. Yes, absolutely. That's the big message that has been sent from New Delhi. Thanks so much, Ashwarya, for joining us with those details. Of course, right from the Prime Minister to the Home Minister, the message is loud and clear. And our forces, of course, are on the ground to get them the answer that they deserve, the befitting reply, to give them the befitting reply. These cowardly terrorists deserve. Praful Bakshi, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi continues to be with us. Wing Commander Bakshi, we have the photograph of those 4 cowardly terrorists. We have names of 3 of them. And as my colleague Zenat was telling us, that the dialect they speak in is traced to Pakistan. The equipment and also the digital footprints, they all can be traced to Pakistan. What next do we expect? How long will we keep reviewing? We will keep holding meetings.
Please.
How and when we should act?
Picture.
That's right. Thank you, Rakshita. You have asked a very, very pertinent question. The question is, India knows very well that they are from Pakistan, and Pakistan Army knows that this is not a secret information. They are from the Punjab area. Their dialect is there. From Pakistan, Punjab area, they are there. But the question is, what does Pakistan expect? Pakistan is expecting us to hit them hard. And we also want to hit them hard. But hit them hard where? The question is not, why should it be only POK? Why not Sindh? Why not other places where it pinches Pakistan? Why are we all, following tit for tat, that he has done this, so we'll only do this? It should be now, we should be aggressive. We should now hit Pakistan, not only one place, 2 or 3 places if we can. We have sufficient forces in the southwestern sector. We can hit there. Below Jaisalmer, we can hit in so many places. Also here, the question is, we have to keep the Pakistanis on run. And that is why. And Pir Panjal, as you are talking of, Pir Panjal, once you come south of it, you can break into Jammu, we can break into so many places. We know very well where they're coming from. And the attack on Pahalgam and Amarnath is, for the last 40 years, it is going on. It is not a very new phenomena. Problem is, we have to take a very firm action against Pakistan. There is no doubt about it. I will not only say hit a few places. No, we'll have to take a very firm action, but also we'll have to take a very firm steps in finding out our weaknesses. Every Thanedar knows where these terrorists are hiding at the moment. The local Thanedar knows it. But question is, who? Because there is no coordination. The command and control system of Pakistan in Jammu and Kashmir is not proper. There should be one commander and he should.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Shri Ramnath Kovind ji, Honorable 14th President of India.
I'm really delighted to be among all of you today at this convocation ceremony of the Asian Education.
Exactly what you will do. What is your problem? You have a political opposition, then you sit down and discuss all those things. They all laugh about it. We have to now get out of it. This is an extraordinary situation. We'll have to break the SOPs. We'll have to get across them. That's what we have to do. So one thing is one command and control, I've told you, and then Let us start straight away. Actually, when it was happening 2-3 years back,
Breaking news
I
coming
had
in.
given the statement.
With your permission,
that-
sir. With your permission, I have some breaking news coming in. We have the names of the terrorists, the monsters who carried out the attack. I want to stay only on those pictures because all you have to do, if you're watching the broadcast, is go full frame to the pictures of all 4 of them. The 4 terrorists who carried out the attack in Pahalgam yesterday, 2 p.m., lasted roughly about 5 to 10 minutes. Asif Fauji, Suleiman Shah, Abu Talha. On your screen, the group of Pakistani terrorists who have been active in Pahalgam for the last 1 month. And they are the ones who carried out the Baisaran attack in Pahalgam. Each of those sketches matching the photo that you are seeing right now, the faces of the Pakistani terrorists sent by Pakistan to target Indians in Pahalgam. This is the only picture you need to look at right now, because for the last almost 20 hours we have been talking about the aftermath, talking about what happened there moments after the attack, talking about everything else. But these are the 4 monsters sent by Pakistan to carry out the attack. And all 4 of them have been active in Pahalgam for the last 1 month, confirmed by agencies. We have picked up more intel details right now. And these 4 Pakistani cowards are the one who carried out the Baisaran attack in Pahalgam. This is a confirmation that we have right now, and all the 4 sketches are matching. Kritat is also with me in the studio right now. Kritat, while we stay on this picture, if you can tell us a little bit more about what you have learned so far about the 4 terrorists.
Indeed, and the moment as we see the pictures on air right now, the 3 names that are revealed by the intelligence sources at the moment is that Asif Fauji, Suleimani Shah and Abu Talha. These are the 3 people who are on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, who have believed to have infiltrated through the international border. Then they made their way through Pahalgam, where in Baisaran is where in the meadows this dastardly terrorist attack was taking place about 12 hours to 24 hours ago.
Okay, live pictures coming in of live pictures of Amit Shah, the Home Minister at GMC. Let me go across to Arawat, GMC Pahalgam. He's at GMC Pahalgam. Over to Arawat.
Any moment now, Home Minister Amit Shah is expected to reach at GMC in Pahalgam, now Anantnag, beg your pardon, where at the Government Medical College, Home Minister Amit Shah is set to meet the victims and the kin of the family members who were injured in the Pahalgam terror attack. Republic has been reporting continuously live in the last 24 hours from Anantnag Government Medical College. We have seen visuals coming there. My colleague Arawat will be joining us shortly live from GMC Anantnag, where Home Minister Amit Shah, after the wreath-laying ceremony that was taking place earlier this morning, will be arriving at the GMC.
Arawat, over to you.
These are live visuals coming in from Anantnag Government Medical College, as for the first time ever on Republic, the images of the 4 terrorists who were behind this attack have been revealed and unmasked. These are the 3 terrorists on your screen, all 4 of them in fact, who were behind the attack that took place yesterday in Pahalgam. And any moment now, Home Minister Amit Shah is soon expected to meet the victims and the family members of the injured who were admitted at GMC Anantnag. These are the breaking updates that we are tracking for you at the moment. Republic exclusively showing you the faces of Asif Fauji, Suleimani Shah and Abu Talha, the 3 Pakistani terrorists of the TRF-backed Lashkar-e-Toiba-backed TRF, who are these Pakistani-based terrorists who are trained in POK through launch pads. There is a deep nexus of terror funding that sprouts from the entire Pakistani establishment. Alleged training directly by the Pakistani army at attack bases, same drills, same modus operandi, with US-made M4 carbine rifles, the same rifles that were left behind by the United States in Afghanistan, which have made their way through Pakistan, and now all major terrorist organizations in Pakistan are using the same M4 rifle, which is also used by the Pakistan army, with the same training drills, and this dastardly attack was executed in Pahalgam. Those are the big breaking updates. The faces of the terrorists unmasked, first time for the world to see. These are the 4 Pakistani terrorists who carried out the attack in Pahalgam.
What we will also do is we will now identify the sketches that came in, the 3 sketches matching with the pictures of the 4 terrorists as well. So we will put on the left side the sketch, right side the picture of the terrorist. Of all these 4 terrorists, we have that match that we have made. Look at that, look at that. Look at each one of them. The faces of Pakistan's cowardice, the terrorists who struck in Pahalgam. They're not warriors, they're not any heroes. They are cowards sent by Pakistan, masked murderers. Aramat is live.
जैसे हमने देखा पहले कल रात जैसे ही होम मिनिस्टर यहाँ कश्मीर घाटी में लैंड हुए, सबसे पहले उन्होंने मीटिंग ली। मीटिंग के तुरंत बाद वो सुबह कुछ वहाँ पर पेशेंट से मिले जो कल घायल हुए थे इस आतंकी गतिविधि पे, और उसके बाद वहाँ पर वो चले सुबह जहाँ पर ये आतंकी गतिविधि को अंजाम दिया था आतंकियों ने। हालांकि स्केच भी रिलीज़ किए हुए हैं और उनमें साफ तौर से दिख रहा है किस तरह से लोकल हैंड भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, क्योंकि सुरक्षा एजेंसीज का ऐसा कहना है, ऐसा मानना है कि विदाउट रैकी जो है इस तरह के आतंकी गतिविधि को अंजाम नहीं दिया जा सकता है। लेकिन पहलगाम में होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह का दौरा, लेकिन उसके साथ वहाँ से वो अभी कुछ टाइम में आपका ये जो पहला कैवलकेड जो है यहाँ पर आपको नज़र आ रहा होगा किस तरह से वो मेडिकल कॉलेज यहाँ पर अनंतनाग में पहुँच रहे हैं। मेरे विजय फिरदौस आपको दिखा रहे हैं विजुअल्स किस तरह से काफ़ी फोर्सेस की डिप्लॉयमेंट जो है यहाँ पर है जीएमसी के बाहर अनंतनाग में, जहां कल कुछ घायल लोगों को जो है यहां पर शिफ्ट किया गया था। फिर यहां से जो ज़्यादा क्रिटिकल थे उनको एयर लेफ्ट श्रीनगर आर्मी हॉस्पिटल भी यहां से शिफ्ट किया गया था। और लगातार जो ऑपरेशन की अगर हम बात करें, ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। खाली वहां पर ऑपरेशन जारी नहीं है जहां पर अटैक हुआ, बल्कि और भी कुछ ऐसे एरियाज़ है बाकी डिस्ट्रिक्ट से, चाहे नॉर्थ कश्मीर की बात करें, साउथ कश्मीर की बात करें या सेंट्रल कश्मीर की बात करें, जहाँ पर अभी भी काफ़ी एंटी टेरर ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क ने आपको कुछ टाइम पहले तस्वीरें भी दिखाई जो आतंकी इस वारदात में मौजूद थे। उनकी सिकेट से यही पता लगता है कि किस तरह से एक ही सीरीज़ के साथ साथ करीबन 50 राउंड जो है वहाँ पर फायर किए हुए हैं। हालांकि उसके साथ अगर हम बात करें नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी की टीम भी जो है जो कि वहाँ पर पहुँची है ग्राउंड पर और वह भी एक्सेस कर रहे हैं सिचुएशंस को। हालांकि इसमें ऐसा भी बताया जा सकता है कि इस अटैक को ऐसे ही नहीं किया जा सकता था, इससे पहले उन्होंने इस पर वर्क किया होगा, रैकी किया होगा, इस पूरे एरिया के इसकी डेमोग्राफी को पहले जान लिया होगा, देन उसके बाद यहाँ पर इस तरह के जो आतंकी है अटैक है इसको अंजाम दिया गया है। हालांकि लगातार मेरे वीडियो आपको दिखा सकते हैं विजुअल्स किस तरह से लगातार यहाँ पर रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पर जो है आप विजुअल्स देख रहे हैं। लगातार कुछ ही टाइम के बाद जो है होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं और यहाँ पर वो कुछ ऐसे लोगों से मुलाकात करेंगे और किस तरह से यहाँ पर लगातार आपको विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर महिला पुलिस को भी डिप्लॉय किया हुआ था और लगातार पूरे इस एरिया को है सुरक्षा बलों ने जो है वो सीज ऑफ किया है और लगातार जितने भी यहाँ के एंट्री और एग्जिट पॉइंट्स हैं उनको सील कर दिया गया है। जितने भी आईपीएस रैंक के ऑफिसर से वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। अभी से कुछ टाइम के बाद जो यहाँ पर है लगातार आप देख रहे हैं कैवलकेड जो कि होम मिनिस्टर का जो है लगातार उनके मूवमेंट जो है यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है और कुछ ही मिनट्स के बाद यहाँ पे पूरा एक फाइनल अलर्ट होगा जब होम मिनिस्टर यहाँ पर पहुँच जाएंगे। सायरन का आवाज़ आपको सुनाई दे रहा होगा किस तरह से अभी सायरन यहाँ पर चल रहा है और लगातार इसकी कुछ ही मिनट्स के बाद जो है यहाँ पर होम मिनिस्टर यहाँ पहुँचेंगे और वो यहाँ पर मुलाकात करेंगे ऐसे घायल लोगों से जो कल यहाँ पर उनको शिफ्ट किया गया था। और लगातार आप देख सकते हो किस तरह से विजुअल्स में लगातार हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, चाहे पहलगाम की बात करें, ये पहला कैवलकेड आ रहा है। लगातार आप देख सकते हो विजुअल्स में किस तरह से होम मिनिस्टर का कैवलकेड जो है मेडिकल कॉलेज में पहुंच चुका है। ये रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क आपको एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर कैवलकेड जो है मेडिकल कॉलेज के अंदर आपको देखने को मिलेगा। और भी सीनियर अफसर है जो होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह के साथ लगातार यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं। यहाँ पर जो इंजर्ड है उनसे मुलाकात होगी, उसके बाद यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर इनसे बातचीत करेंगे, मुलाकात करेंगे, वो बताएंगे क्या कल कुछ हुआ, ग्राउंड सिचुएशन को एक्सेस करेंगे, किस तरह से कल हैपनिंग हुआ, क्या कुछ हुआ। होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह खुद इंजर्ड लोग से जो कल घायल हुए थे उनसे बातचीत करेंगे, उनसे कहेंगे कैसे ये हुआ। हालांकि हमने देखा किस तरह से अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी चल रही है, लेकिन बताया जा रहा है कि 3 से 4 आतंकी हैं जो कि इस आतंकी गतिविधि में मुलव्वस थे। हालांकि एक काफिला हमने देखा कैवलकेड का होम मिनिस्टर का जो कि अंदर चला गया, लेकिन अभी और भी कुछ गाड़ियां हैं जो कि लगातार जी
Okay, staying with those pictures there. Staying with the pictures that are coming in from the Anantnag Government Medical College, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who was in Srinagar, then moved to Pahalgam, getting a first-hand detailed briefing at the attack site in Pahalgam from security forces, and the NIA team, which is already on site, has moved to the PMC in Srinagar, and he's being briefed next here by security officers, and in a short while from now, hearing that he will return to Delhi, where the Cabinet Committee on Security will then take place. Okay, and as we stay with these pictures, I'd like to also go across to Major Tur, who continues to be with us over these pictures. We'll stay over the live pictures and the live updates. Major Tur saw the pictures. They had local support, and we have details of the local terrorist as well. They're calling him a local terrorist, but for all practical purposes, he's a Pakistani-backed terrorist. Now, the local terrorist is a term that Pakistan and some in India, including political parties, will want us to use. But they had local support from terrorists in Kashmir. Now, we are hearing, I'm only repeating one line that I got, that these 4 terrorists were active in Pahalgam for the last 1 month. Their identities seem to match exactly with the sketches that we had a few minutes back.
See, as one of the senior members also said, that why was there no presence of JKP at such a tourist hustling, bustling location? Where was the JK police? Not a single government official was present on site. Why? Number 2, the conspiracy. That yes, there has been local support to these foreign terrorists, and yes, there could be one odd local terrorist or a militant, as you may call him. But majority of them were, they are FTs, foreign terrorists, Pakistanis. So it is basically a matter of time where they are going to be hunted down, matter of 72 hours or maybe 48 hours. So the main modus operandi is for 1 month. If now the intelligence agencies are saying that they were active in that area, means they had done recce, they had done surveillance, they had timed everything, that in case they carry out an attack, what will be the reaction time? The first reaction time, which force will come there? How long will it take for them to go back into the forest? And from there, they will leave, the decoy and deceptive telltale signs, and which actual route would they have gone back to? And, they have taken a route which is inhabited, which is very difficult. So it is, the basic thing of the art of war, that you take a route which is difficult and which is not encountered by the, forces of the other person.
Indeed, Major
So
Tur, and I also
these
have,
are the basic things that have been done. So what about the surveillance? What about the local intelligence? What about the IB, RAW? What about military intelligence? It is a system failure. It is a systematic intelligence failure. Now we can't, make noise about it, that everything is ticky boo. They suddenly appeared and everything happened. So we have to hold Omar Abdullah responsible. We have to hold JKP responsible. We have to hold the intelligence structure responsible. It is a whole network of people who has to now reply that why and where did things go wrong?
Yeah, Kurtat.
Indeed, and Major Samatur, we also have Major General V.K. Datta joining us live here in the studio. And Major General, sir, it is a very critical period. We are also on the hunt of the terrorists who are behind this attack. But at the same time, the CCS is set to meet today, and there will be tactical options also into consideration. So what kind of a tactical response are we looking at, and what's the priority at the moment of the security forces? Is it first tracking down these terrorists and dealing with them and then looking at other tactical options, or are we going to look at something that is going to happen simultaneously? What is the protocol, or what's the mindset that is right now in the military tables right now, who are the main decision makers at the moment?
Okay, now I actually do not know from where to start and where to finish. India has been at war with Pakistan since 1947, since the inception of Pakistan and since the time Pakistan came into existence, based on the two-nation theory as propagated by Asif Munir a few days back. That man, a rabid son of a mullah, who is now head of the Pakistan army, and that is what he is spreading radicalism. Now, as far as we are concerned, the Pakistan army has been constantly trying to target the Indian J&K, Indian Kashmir, starting from 1947-48, and when our forces were trying to push back the militants who had entered then in 1947-48, our Prime Minister had gone to the United Nations seeking for a ceasefire. Otherwise, there would have been no POK, J&K would have been totally Indian, and this issue would have not been there. The Pakistan Army, to survive in Pakistan, to remain in power, continuously have played the Indian card that India is going to attack, India is going to attack. India had no intentions of attacking Pakistan other than resolving the J&K issue. Now, what is happening in Pakistan today, Balochistan, Sindh, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, POK agitation, the Pakistan has lost, and the Pakistan Army has lost its relevance within Pakistan. The people of Pakistan are today actually throwing stones on the Pakistan Army. ये जो दहशतगर्दी है उसके पीछे वर्दी है. Now to divert the attention of that, what is happening in Pakistan, the Pakistan Army has now thought of targeting J&K again, and to see the places where in J&K there is harmony, there is development, there is economy vibrating, there is tourism. So they have been infiltrating and trying to infiltrate terrorists from the line of control, from the IB sector, from the Kathua sector, and they have these people waiting in the wings to be given an order to carry out a strike. So as far as we are concerned in India, what is our aim? How do we deal with Pakistan? Are we going to carry out a tactical strike and then forget about it? Are we going to sort out Pakistan once and for all? And this is the ideal time when they are being attacked in the west by Baloch, when they're being attacked by the northwest by the TTP, while Sindh is burning, POK is agitating. Now you activate the eastern border with Pakistan. Make the Pakistani army bleed, break down in pieces. This is our time. We should not lose it now. There's no question of tactical operation, kill 2 terrorists here, 4 terrorists there. We have to strike the base and the base of the tree, and that is the Pakistan army. The Pakistani chief, the Pakistan ISI, the Pakistani Punjabi-based Pakistan Army. Now is the time. We have to now select our aim and strike a strategic blow to Pakistan. There's no question of now negotiations, no question of returning 93,500 PWs and without sorting out J&K. Just imagine what have we done. Blunder after blunder. 1947, running to the United Nations. 71, you have 93,000 PWs. You hand them over to Pakistan without resolving the J&K issue. You have Kargil, you say we won't cross the line of control. And now, this continued terrorism in J&K. So you have to understand that J&K, we are at war with Pakistan. There are no local terrorists. It is the Pakistan Army, the ISI, the jihadis being trained in Pakistan from their madrasas being sent across into India to carry out terrorist attacks. So what are we looking for? Hunting 1 or 2 terrorists here? Bullshit. We have to strike that root, cut that tree, which is the Pakistan Army today. Let the Awam of Pakistan rise against the Pakistan Army. Let Pakistan develop as a nation in the economy, in the well-being of the people of Pakistan. What are they doing?
Yes, sir.
It is the people of Pakistan we have to wake up. They have to wake up and throw that Pakistan army out of chair and have a true democracy in Pakistan. And as far as we are concerned, we should not have any interference from the judiciary, from the human rights activists, from various kinds. We are at war. We are at war in J&K. There's no question of a ceasefire. It should be a relentless offensive day and night till the time we achieve total recapture of POK, and only then we have to talk with Pakistan for the future. We should not stop. And Asif Munir said that J&K is the juggler. Cut his juggler now. This is the time. He has given you the opportunity. Why are you waiting for it? We should cut it now. And that is my take. I can continue ranting for the whole day.
A lot of anger, Major General Datta there, but it is an anger that is resonating across India as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to chair a key CCS meeting later today. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned to Republic TV as we'll be right back after the short break. Live and breaking coverage continues.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have Pallavi on with us on the phone line. She lost her husband Manjunath. We spoke about Manjunath just a while back. Pallavi, my deepest condolences on your loss. Can you please tell me, Pallavi, where are you right now? And
right now I'm in Pahalgam Mountain Villa Hotel. Pahalgam Mount Hotel. All tourists we are here.
And I just want you to tell me what happened, if you can share with us at that point of time what they said.
My husband, myself, and my son have went to Kashmir trip on 19th. 3 days, everything was very nice. Today we came to Pahalgam.
Yes.
Hello. Today we came to Pahalgam, and we were in that mini Switzerland point is there now. So we went there. Just within 5 minutes, we could hear some these bullets firing sound. We thought it was army's some words.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking, and these are the visuals of the 4 terrorists from Pahalgam who have been identified by the forces. These are the 4 Pakistani-backed terrorists who have now been unmasked, and the forces are on their hunt. At the moment, we are standing by and waiting for Home Minister Amit Shah to arrive at the GMC hospital in Anantnag, where he is set to meet the families of the 20 injured victims of this dastardly terror attack that took place in Pahalgam. I also have with me on the broadcast live Wing Commander Major General V.K. Datta, who is also Major General V.K. Datta, who continues to remain with me in the studio. I also have retired Wing Commander Praful Bakshi also joining me live on the broadcast, as these are the live visuals that we are tracking from Anantnag's Government Medical College, where the security has been tightened as Home Minister Amit Shah is expected to arrive any moment. Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, sir, I would like to come to you for a question on this critical juncture in the initial hours right before the CCS meeting, which is set to happen in the national capital. What are the options that we are discussing at the moment, as we were talking earlier about? We have seen in the past, after Uri, it took us 10 days to retaliate with the surgical strike. In the case of Pulwama, it was after 12 days when the Balakot airstrikes initially took place, and the Air Force played a very critical role in that tactical operation. The entire Pakistani army is on high alert. They are anticipating maybe something on the land or from the air. At such a time when there is clear anticipation, has India already lost the element of surprise, or what kind of retaliation can India expect in these critical hours ahead of the CCS meeting? What are the options that will be put on the table, sir?
Thank you very much for asking me, and I answered this question earlier, and later on it was reiterated by General Datta. Let me tell you one thing, that the time of where the strike took place, okay, it's surgical strike, what did we achieve? We broke 6-7 huts, killed 300 people. Then the huts came up in 3 days, the terrorists came back. What did we get? Nothing. Yes, we got some name, and we pretended that everybody knows that Pakistan is a terrorist country, which everybody knows. What are we trying to prove? Then, until and unless we decide ourselves what we are going to do now this meeting, I do not know who all will be there, whether the defense, whether the chiefs are there or not. This is an old debate which keeps going on. But we must once for all decide what is the doctrine for it now on. We have to decide. Everybody is saying that the people were there for 1 week, 1 month. They were all hanging about. Local Thanedar knows about it. But nobody can get it out of him. Why? because there is no single command and control in the whole area. There are 15 paramilitary forces. Everybody have a director general. Everybody flying a flag. Everybody says, yes, we are cooperating. There is no cooperation. If the army commander wants to move a paramilitary battalion, they tell him about Home Ministry and Defense Ministry. This is a fact which very few people will admit it. This is one thing. Second, sleeper cells. All sleeper cells are there. They are very much active. All the Kashmiri Pandit houses which have been occupied by the people, who are they? They are supporting it. We are hesitant in getting them out because they have all got political connection. So this is, once we change our system of administration, that one command and control, and then our POK, the border, all the formation, where the form of area is there, 8, 10, 12 kilometer within your medium artillery range, multi-barrel rocket launchers, attack helicopter. First, start destroying them and occupying them. I repeat, occupy. If you don't and you just come back, okay, you come back, you got a good photo opportunity, finish, matter ends. This is where the problem is. And then we don't have to bother about attacking POK. Why only POK? Why not Sindh? Why not other places where Pakistan gets real pain? We have Air Force, where we have a meeting, 3 chiefs are meeting. Yes, everybody has a role. Let's stop pretending that debate and dialogue can get things better and all. Nothing. Last 75 years, no dialogue, nothing has happened. The army chief has laughed at you. I won't say why you said this, because all converts have got that complex, inferiority complex. He knows he's a convert. So that's why he said about Hindus. You can't blame them. So they are there. But question is, we don't bother about these small things. And then let us not, we keep wasting time. This terrorist organization, that terrorist organization. Any terrorist organization on my border has to be killed by the same bullet. Whether it is Lashkar-e-Taiba or this Taiba or whatever. How are we interested? We keep wasting our time on this. Their father, their grandfather, everything. Let's not waste our energy. Let's concentrate on it. Let's write our security doctrine for J&K separately. All extraordinary situations require extraordinary action. Let us not go through SOPs and democratic process, etc. Then we'll only have a millstone around our neck. We'll just
Wing Commander Prophet Bakshi sir, sorry to interrupt you at this moment, but we are also getting a lot of live action coming in from Anantnag Government College right now, where my colleague Arawat continues to remain with us live. We are anticipating that Home Minister Amit Shah is set to arrive at any moment now. The security has been tightened and there is a lot of action in the frame. Arawat, if you can hear me, do tell us what's the latest at the moment, what's the status of the injured and the families who are at the moment present at the Anantnag Government Medical College. At the same time, what is the expected timeline of the arrival of Home Minister Amit Shah there?
Yeah, Home Minister Amit Shah is inside the medical college, Anantnag, and he met the families there and the injured persons there, and he is coming out and he will go straight to Srinagar and he will take a couple of the meetings there. Also, Republic will get you all the details from the various locations from across the Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आप मुझे बताइए क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट था। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गिदड़ो गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे, जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, एलजी साहब का। ये वादा है, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए तो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला का भी सब कुछ है। इनको जमीन दोज करेंगे हम। हमारी गवर्नमेंट, हमारी आज मीटिंग हो रही है, अमित शाह जी हमारे मीटिंग ले रही है, तुरंत हमें आना पड़ा। हम इनके साथ हैं। हमने कहा गुजरात से परेशान मत के। मैं बहुत ही यहाँ के जो हमारे स्टाफ है, जो नर्सिंग स्टाफ है, डॉक्टर्स है, आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू ऑल ऑफ यू, दे आर ट्रीटिंग वेरी वेल।
आप मुझे बताइए एक्चुअल क्या हुआ वहां पर, आप कितने लोग वहां पर मौजूद थे जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ?
मानसो तो बहुत है यार, बहुत मानसो है, थोड़ा मानसा नहीं है। वो गाड़ी है ना, गाड़ी, उसको से फायरिंग हुआ तो उसको से बाहर निकला।
Yes, we are here. We are here inside the GMC, and you can see here in the visuals, we have just seen that the Home Minister Amit Shah has just left from the premises of the medical college here in the Anantnag. Also, you can see the happenings here in the inside the medical college, and you can see the senior officers from the Jammu and Kashmir police are here, who was deployed here, and you can see here in the visuals that the Home Minister Amit Shah has met the family members and the injured persons here inside the medical college, and he has assured them that the revenge will be taken, and you can see that the Republic crew is on the ground, and Republic will get you all the updates from across the Jammu and Kashmir. We will be right back after a short break.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
मुझे पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो। अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भहीद साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। भाई तो करिए फोन दब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया है। ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help. Please
Okay, you.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pictures of all the terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam attack are out. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reaches terror attack site in Pahalgam. Union Home Minister Amit Shah issues stern warning to Pakistan, says Bharat will not bend to terror. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and EM Jaishankar and gets the report on Pahalgam terror attack. Protesters call for swift action against Pakistani terror in the valley. And ladies and gentlemen, as the hunt continues for the 4 terrorists who carried out the dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam, over now 250 people have been detained for questioning in South Kashmir. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking for you live from Jammu and Kashmir. About 250 people have been rounded up for questioning in South Kashmir by the security forces. They have been questioned about possible involvement in the terror nexus or helping the terrorists for their stay or providing resources. These are what the military officials officially call as on-ground or overground workers or part of sleeper cells who are operating inside Jammu and Kashmir by the Pakistani financed and backed terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba. Now over 250 people have been detained for detailed questioning in South Kashmir. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking for you as the faces of the 4 terrorists who carried out the terror attack in Pahalgam have been finally unmasked and the hunt for them continues 24 hours on. Amit Shah has just left the GMC hospital in Anantnag and is en route to Srinagar. Meanwhile, over 250 people have been detained by the police now and they are being questioned over the possible support given to these 4 terrorists on your screen who carried out the Pahalgam terror attack. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking for you live. I have my colleague Gursimran joining us live with more updates on this story. Gursimran, 250 people detained. Tell us what's the kind of questioning that they are undergoing and how critical is this interrogation at the moment to ascertain the entire modus operandi of the terrorist attack?
See, what we are picking up from the sources in the security establishment that over 250 people have been detained for the questioning in South Kashmir. In the 3 districts of Shopian, Kulgam and Anantnag, these detentions have been made so that they can be questioned with regards to their involvement in providing the logistic support as well as shelter to these terrorists and also providing them vehicles to operate in the area. Because, see, these terrorists would not have been successful without the local support. Though 2 of the terrorists are said to be local as per the reports that are flowing in, including Asif Sheikh and Adil Guru, that the details are flowing in. But important to mention that these terrorists too have taken some overground networks help, and that is what is being probed by the Jammu and Kashmir police. They are looking into that who could be the possible perpetrators who have helped them to carry out and to execute this kind of a massacre in the Kashmir Valley of the travelers, those who have come from the different states to enjoy the mini Switzerland,
where Rakshita continues to remain live with us. A lot of action happening on Lal Chowk since early this morning. Protests have been erupting there. And Rakshita, do tell us what's the latest update there. A lot of visuals coming in from Lal Chowk where protesters are now very angry. Rakshita.
It is 2005 and we are seeing this dastardly attack that has happened. There are people from all walks of life, especially the trade unions that are also condemning the cowardly attack on the industry. We see this picture, the heart-wrenching picture, which has touched the life of every Indian. आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? आप ये जमहूरियत पहले खत्म, आज तक पाकिस्तान यही देख रहा है। तो मरकज से सोचना पड़ेगा, जो इंटरेस्ट ने किया है उनको पे चढ़ाना है। हर कोई मजहब अमन चाहता है। हिंदू मजहब एक ही टाइम जैसा उस मजहब के टाइम जैसा कबीर साहब कत्ल हुआ।
Ladies and gentlemen, those are visuals coming in live from the protests at Lal Chowk. Heavy sloganeering and a lot of anger mounting in the people of Kashmir. I also have my colleague Zina joining us live from the exact spot where the terrorist attack took place in Pahalgam. Zina, you are at the exact spot where Home Minister Amit Shah was also taking stock of the entire situation in the manner in which the terrorist attack was executed. Do tell us more about it. Zeenat.
Incident took place, how the people were rushing for life. These are the articles that they have left while running for cover, lining for their life. You see multiple shoes that have been stuck here due to the mud, and this is a slippery area. They were rushing from this top towards that very bowl. It's a very tricky track where this incident has taken place, and you can see the kind of situation that these people have gone through when this terror incident incident had taken place. I'll ask my VJ Mubashir to show you the visuals of this very entry point where this incident has taken place. You can see the group of horses. This is usually the ponies that are used for the moment people walk on, or they use pony backs. Use it to transport, for the transportation or for the evacuation of the injured ones. So you see deployment of the joint forces here, the mud, the slug that is all around, and the articles that these victims or those who have been injured have left here. It only tells you about the story of the gruesome attack and the kind of horrific incident that was reported from here in Baisaran. The Baisaran, same place, same park where this incident had taken place. In fact, they have tried to get this motorbike also here, though it takes a lot of time, and seeing the cover of the mud all around, it is a cumbersome journey for anyone because of the evacuation which got delayed because of the road conditions. Definitely led to the loss of blood, with the result witnessed more casualties were witnessed on the ground. Some 26 casualties have come from Baisaran, Pahalgam. जी मैं आपको दिखा सकती हूँ कि यहाँ के विजुअल्स, ये बाइसरन का एंट्री पार्क है जहाँ पर ये वारदात कल हुई थी, जहाँ टेररिस्ट ने अंधाधुंध गोलियां चलाई थी। हालांकि यहाँ पर साइड में जो आप देख रहे हैं कि ये शॉपकीपर्स है, घोड़े वाले हैं, जिनका पूरा रोजी रोटी आज यहाँ ठप हो गया है, क्योंकि कल से जो टेररिस्ट का इंसिडेंट जिसमें करीब 26 यात्री और करीब 17 लोग इंजर्ड है, तब से यहाँ लगातार चप्पे चप्पे पर जो है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है देखने को मिल रहे हैं। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले अमित शाह होम मिनिस्टर भी इस स्पॉट पे आए थे, जहाँ मौके का जायजा लिया, और साथ ही साथ जो सिक्योरिटी के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स थे उन लोगों ने सिक्योरिटी के बारे में इनको ब्रीफ किया। सर, आप बता सकते थे क्या कौन बात करेगा आप में से? अंदर है, आप लोग आप बात करेंगे?
नहीं, हम कोई बात नहीं कर सकेंगे।
आप यहाँ काम करते हैं?
अभी हम नीचे रहते हैं, गुड़िया हमारी नीचे रहती है, हमारा प्रेसिडेंट अंदर है, प्रेसिडेंट बात कर सकेगा, हम ऐसे नहीं बोल सकेंगे।
So the security forces have covered this very park. They are not allowing people to go inside, but I can show you the visuals from here, the kind of deployment that is come from J&K police and the CRPF. This is the exact spot. ये वही इलाका है, वही स्पॉट है जहाँ पर कल ये इंसिडेंट हुआ, जिसमें करीब 26 के आसपास का जो टोल है, जो यात्री जो है जिनकी डेथ हुई, और साथ साथ जो करीब 17 लोग हैं जो इसमें इंजर्ड है। ये वो कैफेटेरिया है, यहाँ पर कई लोग जो थे अपने स्नैक्स एंजॉय कर रहे थे, कुछ लोग अपना कैंपिंग कर रहे थे, कुछ लोग यहाँ ट्रैकिंग भी कर रहे थे। और मैं विजय मुबशिर को कहूँगी कि वो उस फॉरेस्ट रिज जो आप देख रहे हैं, बिल्कुल इसी रिज से जो है टेररिस्ट ने एंट्री की थी इस बारे बोल में। तो जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का मानना है कि इस रिज से जो है टेररिस्ट अंदर आने के लिए आए थे, और उसके बाद जो है यहीं पर अंधाधुंध फायरिंग हुई थी। इनफैक्ट जो ट्रैम्पोलिन आप देख रहे हैं वहाँ पर, उस पर बच्चे खेल रहे थे, गोलियों की आवाज़ सुनाई दी। पहले लगा कि शायद पटाखे जल रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद जब गोलियों की आवाज़ बढ़ती रही तो पता चला कि टेररिस्ट ने अटैक कर दिया है। इसी साइड से जो है टेररिस्ट आए थे, जिन्होंने अंधाधुंध गोलियां बरसाई थी। हालांकि अभी यहाँ स्थानीय लोग हैं जो बात करने की स्थिति में नहीं है, लेकिन ये बहुत बड़ा झटका जो है, एक हिस्ट्री है जहाँ टेररिस्ट ने टूरिज़्म पे इतना बड़ा हमला किया है, टूरिस्ट पे इतना बड़ा हमला किया, जिसकी वजह से पूरी तरह से जो है कश्मीर में एक टाइप का आउटरीच भी है, जहाँ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज आज सड़क पे उतरी है, इसको कंडम कर रही है और कह रही है कि ये अटैक जो है टूरिस्ट पे नहीं है, बल्कि ये अटैक जो है कश्मीरियत पे है। क्योंकि कश्मीरियत का नारा बहुत टाइम से, कश्मीरियत, जमहूरियत, इंसानियत का नारा जो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने लगाया था, आज वही दोहराया जा रहा है कि आज का जो अटैक है वो कश्मीरियत के ऊपर अटैक है। वो भले टूरिस्ट पे ही नहीं बल्कि कश्मीरियत पे भी अटैक है। हालांकि जो 2 कश्मीरियों की इसमें मौत हुई है, उसमें से एक कश्मीरी जो है उसने गन छीनने की कोशिश की थी ताकि वो कुछ अपने यात्रीज को बचा सके, लेकिन उसकी मौत भी इस पूरी घटना में हो गई। आप देख सकते हैं कि इस तरह का एरिया है, बिल्कुल
and she's at the exact location. There's poor signal, poor connectivity in that particular area in Baisaran, in Pahalgam. Zeenat, if you can hear me, I request you to just move a little bit away. We had a stable signal when you were a little away from the scene, from the attack site. Maybe it's better that you step back a little bit so that we can get a stable signal with you while you bring that live report on both Republic Bharat and Republic TV. She is exactly at that location where the firing took place. I'm going back to Zeenat. Zeenat, we're coming back to you. Meanwhile, Gursimran is also...
See, Niranjan.
Yes, he's back.
Niranjan, you see the deployment. See the that has been a big. That is a big question for the security agencies. That when the incident took place, there was no deployment. But now we see, since this incident, there is a multiple layer deployment coming from the J&K police to CRP, SSB, ITBP. All the agencies have chipped in. Although there have been the forensic teams also on the ground who try to get the some details or to get certain items or some articles they have picked up from this place for their investigation. That we will see that more and more layers of will surface in the coming time, as NIA is also investigating, the state CID is investigating. In fact, the forces from north have chipped in south, those who have expertise as far as dealing with such kind of terror incidents is concerned. So this is the bowl, this is the forest ridge where you see the kind of atmosphere at present.
अगर मेरी आवाज आ रही है तो
Niranjan, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You're also live on Republic Bharat. I request you to speak in Hindi for our Republic Bharat audience as well, for our viewers, so that they can, get the full commentary as you give us a first-hand narration of what you're seeing there.
Okay. See, Niranjan, this is Baisaran. This is the picnic spot where this incident has taken place. और बिल्कुल
ये जो हिंदी में नरेशन दे सकते हैं,
इसके पीछे जो पाइन ट्रीज है, जो झाड़ियां हैं, बिल्कुल इधर से ही जो है टेररिस्ट जो है अंदर आए हैं, जो कि इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का कहना है, बिल्कुल अंदर आए हैं, चारों तरफ से घेरा है. एक आदमी उसमें से इस गेट के इस एंट्री पॉइंट पे खड़ा रहा ताकि कोई भी अंदर या कोई भी अंदर से बाहर ना निकले. तो एक तरह का जो है गेट उसने बंद कर दिया था, जो कि बताया जा रहा है. और उसके बाद जो है सेग्रीगेशन हुई थी. उसके बाद लोगों को अलग करके कई लोगों को पूछा गया कि इफ़ यू आर नॉट मुस्लिम, तो आप अगर आप मुस्लिम है तो कलिमा पढ़िए, अगर नहीं है तो फिर गोलियां, अंधाधुंध गोलियां चलाई गई. अभी जो है इस बोल का जो है इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है. कई चीज़ें हैं, कई सैंपल्स जो है फॉरेंसिक टीम्स ने अभी उठाए हैं. हालांकि CRPF J&K पुलिस जो है मॉनिटरिंग कर रही है ताकि क्राइम सीन जो है वो डिस्टर्ब ना हो. लेकिन जहाँ तक इस इंसिडेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, कल करीब 70 लोग जो थे वो यहाँ प्रेजेंट थे. यहाँ पर यहाँ एक मॉस्क भी देखने को आपको मिल रहा है. यहाँ ट्रैम्पोलिन है बच्चों के लिए, एक वो माउंटेन एयर का ट्रैकर्स के लिए ट्रैक बना हुआ है. तो कई तरह की एक्टिविटीज़ जो एक टूरिस्ट को चाहिए एक टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन पे, वो सब यहाँ मौजूद है. लेकिन सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन जो है कि ये टेररिस्ट इस तरह के ग्रासलैंड से, इस तरह के रिज से अंदर कैसे आए. जहाँ आप इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर की बात करेंगे, कई महीनों से, पिछले 1-1.5 साल से IB का सेक्टर जो है काफ़ी गर्म रहा. कई इन्फिल्ट्रेशन अटेम्प्ट्स हुए को, तो कहा जा रहा है कि एक IB से जो इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हुआ है वो आते आते किश्तवाड़ आ गया, किश्तवाड़ से वो अनंतनाग इस रिज पे पहुंचा. और अनंतनाग में आप देख रहे हैं कि जो गडोल का ऑपरेशन हुआ था 2023 में, जिसमें आर्मी के 4 सोल्जर्स और एक जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस का DSP की हत्या हुई थी. और उसके बाद जो है कि इस पूरे रिज में जो है एक्टिविटीज़ बढ़ती रही, क्योंकि कई जगह पर जो देखा गया कि ऑपरेशंस लॉन्च करने की कोशिश की लेकिन सक्सेस नहीं हो पाया. वो रीज़न यही है कि ये जो रिज है इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा थिक फॉलेज है और साथ साथ इसमें सिल्प है, जिसकी वजह से ऑपरेशंस जहाँ जहाँ कैरी हुए वो हैम्पर हुए, या जो पार्टीज़ थी उनको वापस लौट के आना पड़ा. तो टेररिस्ट ने एक एडवांटेज लिया इस तरह के रिज का. साथ साथ एक रेकी जो हुई है कि, और जो अभी बताया जा रहा है कि जो आइटनरी कई टूरिस्ट की है वो कहीं ना कहीं लीक हुई है, क्योंकि जहां आपके फॉरेन टूरिस्ट है वहीं आपका आईबी का ऑफिसर है, वहीं एक नेवल ऑफिसर भी है। तो कहीं ना कहीं इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज इस पर भी जोर लगा रही है कि क्या होटल से, क्या घोड़े वाले से, क्या ट्रांसपोर्टर से कोई ऐसी आइटनरी लीक हुई है, क्योंकि जो लोग यहाँ प्रेजेंट थे कुछ गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स भी थे। तो किस उस एक एंगल पे भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है, क्योंकि जो स्पॉट टेररिस्ट ने इस बार चूज़ किया है ये बिल्कुल अलग थलग स्पॉट है, जो पहलगाम मेन टाउन से बहुत दूर है। एक ट्रैकर्स का ट्रैक है जिसको अगर आप ट्रैकिंग करते हैं तो करीब 2 से 3 घंटे का ट्रैक है, मडी है और जिसमें कई जगह पर जो है पेड़ गिरे हुए हैं। तो आसान रास्ता नहीं है यहाँ तक पहुँचना। लोग घोड़ों पे आते हैं या पैदल आते, मोटराइज रोड नहीं है कि आप गाड़ी में चल दिए और यहाँ पहुँचे, ऐसा कोई पॉसिबिलिटी तो है नहीं। अगर आप पैदल भी चल रहे हो तो कम से कम 5 घंटे का जो है ट्रैक है, जहाँ अगर आपको यहाँ 22 सरन के इन मीडोज़ में आना है। तो टेररिस्ट ने एक एडवांटेज लिया, एक रेकी प्रॉपरली हुई है कि अगर इस तरह का अटैक होता है तो इवैक्यूएशन में कितना टाइम लगेगा, क्योंकि इवैक्यूएशन जहाँ डिले हुआ, जो इंजर्ड लोग थे उनका ब्लड काफ़ी लॉस हुआ। अगर इवैक्यूएशन जल्दी हो पाता या ये जगह कनेक्टेड होती मेन रोड से तो शायद कई लोगों की जान बच जाती, लेकिन रास्ता बहुत कठिन है, बहुत अलग है और साथ साथ यहाँ तक पहुँचने में बहुत टाइम लगता है। और इवैक्यूएशन के टाइम भी जो अटैक 3 बजे हुआ और 7 बजे के आसपास जो है इवैक्यूएशन ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ और जब तक वो नीचे आए कई लोग जो है अपनी जान इस पूरे इंसिडेंट में गंवा गए। और जहां कश्मीर के टूरिज़्म या टूरिस्ट पे अटैक की बात करेंगे तो मुझे लगभग यही याद है कि एक टूरिस्ट का अटैक जो हुआ था वो 2017 में जब अमरनाथ यात्रा जो चल रही थी, जब सोनमर्ग से यात्री आ रहे थे, बटिंगो के पास पहुंचे तो लश्कर के काफ़िले ने उन पे ऊपर हमला किया। हालांकि उस वक्त लश्कर के जो लोग हैं उनको न्यूट्रलाइज भी किया गया था, लेकिन वो एक बड़ा अटैक था हिस्ट्री में। उसके बाद जो है एक CRPF पे 2019 में हुआ, फरवरी के महीने में, जब CRPF पे जैश मोहम्मद ने अटैक किया, JEM ने CRPF के कॉन्वॉय पे अटैक किया जिसमें करीब 40 CRPF पर्सनल्स की डेथ हुई। और उसके बाद ये बड़ा अटैक है। हालांकि गुलमर्ग में एक अटैक हुआ, साथ में सोनमर्ग में जो टनल अभी रिसेंटली इनॉग्रेट की प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने, वहाँ पर अटैक हुआ जो कि 2024 अक्टूबर के एंड में हुआ था, एंड के दिनों में हुआ था। लेकिन ये एक चैलेंजिंग ऑपरेशन रहेगा, बल्कि जितना इंटेलिजेंस आप इतना इन्फ्यूज़ करेंगे उसमें और भी ज़्यादा लेयर्स मिलेंगे, क्योंकि टेररिस्ट यहाँ किस तरह से पहुँचे, कौन सा रास्ता लिया गया, कितना लोकल सपोर्ट मिला, क्या कोई आइटनरी लीक हुई थी, क्या किसी की आइडेंटिटी लीक हुई थी, कहाँ कितना एक्यूरेसी था इस अटैक में। और साथ साथ जो गेट को इन्होंने बंद किया ताकि कोई अंदर से बाहर ना निकले और बाहर का अंदर ना आए। जैसे कि बताया जा रहा है कि करीब 8 लोग थे, 4 काली यूनिफॉर्म में थे, कुछ 4 लोग आर्मी के फटीग में थे। ये एक एक्सरसाइज है जो लोगों को धोखा देने के लिए कि भाई शायद आर्मी के कमांडो है या आर्मी के लोग हैं तो डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं। लेकिन बाद में जब पता चला तो वो टेररिस्ट थे जिन्होंने अंधाधुंध गोलियाँ चलाई बच्चों और लड़कियों को, औरतों को अलग करके। लेकिन टारगेट जो रहा था वो मेल जो मेल थे उनके ऊपर टारगेट हुआ। कुछ लोगों पे सर के ऊपर गोली लगी, जिससे क्लियर है कि इंडिकेशंस और उनका मोटिव खाली यही था कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैजुअलिटी हो। जिनकी डेथ हुई है मेजॉरिटी ऑफ देम वर हिट ऑन हेड इंजरीज बहुत ज़्यादा है, और जो इंजर्ड है उनको या तो एब्डोमेन में लगी है, या तो थाई में लगी है, या तो आर्म में लगी है। कुछ लोगों को ब्रूसिस लगे हैं। कुछ लोग जो यहाँ से भागे हैं दलदल में कुछ लोग फंसे थे, क्योंकि कई लोगों के जूते हमने देखे, कई लोगों के सॉक्स हमने देखे, बैग गिरे हुए हैं। तो दैट मीन्स दे वर रनिंग फॉर देयर लाइफ। और उस सारे चीज़ में कई लोगों की जो है एक्सटर्नल इंजरीज भी हुई है जिनको ट्रीटमेंट किया जा रहा है। हालांकि JNK एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने ऑलरेडी एक्स ग्रेशिया अनाउंस किया है। जिनकी डेथ हुई है उनके किथन किन्स को 10 लाख, जिनकी इंजरीज है उनको 2 लाख, और जो कम छोटी इंजरीज में भी 1 लाख रुपए गवर्नमेंट ने अनाउंस किया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है कि पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट जहां कश्मीर एक पीस की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पे चल रहा है, वहीं अचानक जो है उस पीस में एक खलबली मच गई। उस पीस को ख़त्म कर दिया ग्राउंड पे, क्योंकि आज देखेंगे 2019 के बाद पहली बार कश्मीर में हड़ताल की कॉल देखने को मिली। पहले तो हड़ताल की कॉल जो है सेपरेटिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस देती थी, लेकिन आज पहली बार जो है पॉलिटिकल और सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने इस हड़ताल को सपोर्ट किया है। दुकानें बंद है, कारोबार ठप है। जिससे ये पता चलता है कि कहीं ना कहीं कश्मीरी भी इस वाक़े से शर्मिंदा है। ये इट इज़ अटैक ऑन द ह्यूमैनिटी और इट इज़ एन अटैक ऑन कश्मीरियत, क्योंकि कश्मीर में कश्मीरी लोग जो है टूरिस्ट को मेहमान मानते हैं, उनको घरों में रखते हैं। क्या है फ्लैश फ्लड्स का टाइम रहा, अमरनाथ यात्रा में जब क्लाउड बर्स्ट हुआ उस वक्त के आपको तस्वीरें अगर याद होंगी तो कई लोगों ने अपने घरों में ले जाकर टूरिस्ट को या यात्री को अपने घरों में रखा, उनका ध्यान रखा, उनको फूड प्रोवाइड किया। लेकिन वहीं आज देख रहे हैं कि एक कश्मीर में फिर से जो है कहीं किसी की गोद सुनी होगी, कहीं किसी का बच्चा चला गया, कहीं किसी का हस्बैंड चला गया, कहीं किसी का फादर चला गया। तो एक तरह का एक पेनफुल पिक्चर जो है कश्मीर से एक बार फिर से इमर्ज हुआ है। होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह कल शाम को यहाँ आए हुए थे, श्रीनगर में लैंडिंग हुई, उसके बाद राजभवन गए, वहाँ एक मीटिंग भी हुई ऑफिशियल्स को लेकर। क्वाइट क्लियर डायरेक्शंस थी कि न्यूट्रलाइज करो, जो भी थ्रेट आपको दिख रहा है, जो भी इनपुट्स मिल रहे हैं वो काम करिए और न्यूट्रलाइज करिए, क्योंकि जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इस तरह के टेररिज्म को कभी भी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। उसके बाद होम मिनिस्टर का जो विजिट था यहाँ था, होम मिनिस्टर इसी जगह आए, 22 सरन के इस पार्क में होम मिनिस्टर का विजिट हुआ, उनको उस स्पॉट पे लिया गया जहाँ पर इन लोगों ने जहाँ पर टेररिस्ट ने इस तरह का अटैक किया। हालांकि होम मिनिस्टर यहाँ से तो निकल गए, बट जब देखने वाला बात ये होगी कि इसके बाद व्हाट एक्शंस विल बी फॉलोड।
Zinat, be with me. Quickly, I have a breaking news update right now coming in from the national capital. I'm going across straight to that. The breaking update now coming in on the Pahalgam terror attack in the meeting chaired by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Air Force Chief Air Chief Marshal AP Singh, along with other officials who were present. The meeting has discussed all issues related to the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Issue expected to be discussed in further detail in the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting likely to be held today. And as I say with those pictures, quickly from Major General Datta, if I can get a 30-second intervention from you, because in this particular meeting, Raksha Mantri, NSA Ajit Doval, Air Force Chief, 3 key officials who were present along with officials. The fact that the Air Force Chief was there, obviously all options on the table is the indication. Further will be taken up at the Cabinet Committee on Security. Quick, sir, 30 seconds if I can get your intervention.
Absolutely. See, India will definitely plan for a massive retaliation or a retaliation which is going to hurt Pakistan very badly. So Pakistan can now brace themselves for what is going to come in to them. As far as I told you earlier also, we have to hit for a strategic solution for this menace. It is not cutting the leaves or the branches. We have to cut that tree. And the tree is the Pakistan army dominated by the Punjabi Muslim. It is the Punjabi Muslim in the Pakistan army who are perpetrating this entire terrorism in India. They are the ones who want to remain in power in Pakistan. They want to put the fear of India in the people of Pakistan that India is going to attack. And what is happening today in Pakistan, whether it is in Baluchistan, Sindh or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, now is the time to activate the eastern border and let Pakistan bleed to death. And that is my take, that I hope our CCS, the Cabinet Committee on Security, our heads of the various organizations who matter today will take or make a plan which is going to make Pakistan bleed from its nose and from every pore of theirs. Yeah. And that is what should be a strategic response to Pakistan.
Yes,
There's no point just hunting 4 guys, 5 guys here and there. We have to strike and cut the root of that Pakistan army from where the jihadis are being sent across into India. We are at war with Pakistan. There's no bhaibandi. There's no shaking hands. There's no aman ki asha. Bullshit. He's an enemy and the enemy should be dead like an enemy.
Yes, sir. Yes, I completely agree with you. I agree with your feelings, but not with your words that you're using on air, but I completely empathize with you and the feelings are the same. Let me go across also to Gursimran joining us live on the broadcast. Gursimran is live. Those are, by the way, pictures from the Pahalgam attack site, exactly where that shooting took place. And I heard one aspect which was extremely disturbing. In that video, in that location, looking at the fencing, and that fencing leads to the main gate, the entrance, and at that entrance, the gates were locked the moment the terrorists entered, and they ensured that nobody left through those gates, and the killings began. So they locked up the tourists inside that patch of land that you see there, referred to as mini Switzerland, where roughly 200 to 300 tourists were present at the time of the attack yesterday, a little after 2 p.m., exactly 24 hours ago. And my colleague Zeenat is there. She was describing it in great detail. I'll go back to her, but I want to get in a word from Gursimran as well. Gursimran, any word on the counter operations that are underway in different parts of Kashmir?
Niranjan, if we speak of the counter-insurgency operation, it's the Northern Army Commander Lieutenant General M. Chandra Kumar, who is himself camping in the Srinagar, and also the key press briefing that was scheduled of the Northern Army Commander for tomorrow, that has to be postponed for an indefinite time. Reason being that the commander wants to focus completely on the ongoing operations. He has met all the formation commanders, and the formation commanders have been given the clear directions to intensify the operations, not only on the LOC, the result of which we have seen today with the 2 elimination of terrorists in the Baramulla's Uri sector, but also in the hinterland to find out the terrorists and then to neutralize them. Because see what is happening, the terrorists are moving from this side of Jammu region to that side, that is from the south of Pir Panjal to the north of Pir Panjal. They are moving, carrying out the attacks and then shifting their locations. So now the Indian Army has made a comprehensive plan that how the 15 Corps of the Indian Army and the 16 Corps of the Indian Army, they will work in synchronization with each other so that the terrorists do not get a chance to escape from one location to another, taking the advantage of the bifurcation of the areas between 2 corps of the Indian Army. So our strategy is being drafted and the operations are underway, Niranjan.
Okay, I'm quickly going across to Rakshita as well. Rakshita and Zeenat both live. Zeenat is at the site of the attack. Rakshita is at Lal Chowk. I'm going across to Rakshita. Rakshita, yes, they were angry, yeah, but what was some slogans were being raised. What is their issue with the forces? They are only safe there because the forces are keeping them safe. So what is their issue there?
Yeah. See, the thing is that we are at this Lal Chowk area. First of all, the shops are shut. Of course, there is the trade that has been targeted. The economy has been targeted. Tourism, of course, has been targeted, hitting the backbone of the Kashmir Valley. Very true. And that is something that everybody is angry about. And what surmounts everything is the loss of lives, which should be the most enraging factor here. And as far as the security is concerned, yes, there are concerns about the security lapses, and which, of course, the agencies are right now on. They are trying to investigate. Republic TV is getting those inputs also from our sources, that where all these terrorists were traveling to, how they were, and we are raising those pertinent questions, Niranjan, right from yesterday, that how did this happen and how many times will this happen? What is happening? Why? We see once just recently the Jammu region was the one that became the focus of these terrorists. Again, Pir Panjal was in focus. Today, once again, the same Pir Panjal is being talked about for attempt to revive terror in South Kashmir. So yes, there are concerns. There are concerns, but there are also concerns about the religion factor. But the fact that all that is being said by the witnesses, and again I quote, the witnesses have said that their husbands were asked what religion you are, what caste do you belong to, what community do you belong to, what religion do you belong to, and then they were shot point blank. They were shot from point blank range, and that is what the witnesses. Are you telling me the witnesses were lying? That woman who has lost her husband, that those victims, those family members, they have said that on record. So it's our right to bring out the 360-degree view, and we have brought those voices that matter, that bloodshed that happened, those innocent civilians over here, for no reason, just to live their life, a part of their country where they have full right to travel to. They have the right to travel to in this part of the country. It's very much the part of their own country. And yes, there should be questions raised as to what happened, why were these infiltrators, moving here, wrecking the area and carrying on this dastardly attack. So yes, Shravan, there is anger. Earlier we spoke to people outside the police headquarters. That is where Amit Shah was for the wreath-laying ceremony. There were people who said that we are all united and that we want an end to this terror. I just would pan and show that these shops are shut. Last time I was here, Niranjan, when it was the Jammu Kashmir elections, and we were reporting live during prime time from here, and it was so proud. It was a hustling, bustling market to see everybody very happy, peacefully. There was even a truck of the Lord Hanuman, that temple was made just like Ram temple. So that was a delightful scene that maybe decades ago, Kashmir will not imagine, India would not have imagined. So this is Naya Kashmir that people, those demons sitting across the border cannot stomach. And this is what they want. They want the trade to be affected. They want these shops to be shut. They do not want normalcy, which was being, which was visible. If you talk about the Tulip Garden in Srinagar, this time record number of visitors, turnout of 8.1 lakh. That is the answer. That is something they did not like. That is something that those people, the Asim Munirs and his puppets, cannot stomach, because they can't have their house in order. They are losing Balochistan and they have their own internal conflicts. They're losing ground. So they are resorting to such means and shedding the blood of the innocent Indians. And this is what they want, to destabilize the nation. And that is what the government has resolved, and the agencies have resolved, that they will bring to justice. They will expose them. And as Republic TV is gathering all the inputs, all our reporters are gathering those inputs, are clearly showing the hand of Rawalpindi behind this. What is really happening? The anger should be directed, Niranjan, to where it belongs to. The roots. India should be cutting the roots of terrorism. That is the Terroristan, your dear neighbor. Niranjan.
Yes, Zinath is joining me live. There's another bit of breaking news update that I quickly want to tell our viewers. The Union Home Minister is returning to Delhi. Home Minister Amit Shah, set to head back to Delhi, will board a flight from Srinagar's technical airport shortly. It's an update that we're getting in. He was at Pahalgam. This morning was in PCR Srinagar, moved to Pahalgam, and will head back to Srinagar now and head back to Delhi. From there, boarding a flight at the technical airport. And in Delhi, he will be a part of the Cabinet Committee on Security, where he will, of course, debrief the rest of his cabinet colleagues, including the Prime Minister and top officials. Top security establishment of the country will be there when they take a final decision. That is where the decision will be taken on the appropriate response that will now have to be given to Pakistan. Okay, let me go back to Zinath now. Zinath is live at that location. Zinath, show us how it happened. It's right behind you. From where you're standing, if you can give us a detailed description, narration of what happened yesterday. You also told us briefly that the gates were shut, right? I think her line is cut. Maybe she can't hear me. She's just moving away from the camera, indicating that maybe her line is cut. So I will go back to her. And Zinath, these are pictures that she brought to us earlier from the Pahalgam attack site. And these are pictures that are coming in live, where NIA teams are also present. The NIA teams are collecting evidence. Their investigation has begun into the attack that took place in Pahalgam. 28 lives lost. And these are pictures that are coming in. In fact, I have more details, more responses coming in. Okay, the Israeli ambassador is speaking live. Let's cut across, please.
Intelligence-wise, technology-wise, methodology, etc. So we will continue this cooperation in the future.
There can be a cross-border linkage in this, possibly the hands of Pakistan-backed terrorists. In this scenario, what will be Israel's suggestion for action, or how do you look at this situation?
As I said, Israel is not in the business of recommending other countries what to do on a particular case. I'm sure that the Indian government and the authorities here have much better intelligence about the situation in the trans-border area and how to deal with this issue. As I said, we are going to concentrate in cooperation when it comes to, in general terms, when it comes to methodology, when it comes to technology, when it comes to intelligence, and this is a very important work that we will continue doing.
Thank you so much for sparing time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Back. Zinath, I wanted you to take our viewers through what happened yesterday. The blow-by-blow account, where the terrorists entered from, and what they did to lock the tourists inside and try to inflict maximum casualties. Zinath. There was a report that Zinath sent. Maybe we can play that report out. Zinath sent a report a few minutes back. We will publish that report and take that. She sent a very fairly detailed report. There are more responses coming in. Union Home Minister Amit Shah also put out a tweet sometime back. And there are pictures that he's put out following his meeting with the families and the survivors of the Pahalgam terror attack. These are live breaking updates that we are getting in. Meanwhile, we had another breaking news update coming in of Pakistan government, Pakistan opposition, Pakistani politicians preparing for India's response. And we have a post that has also been put out by Pakistan leader of opposition. Before I read out details of that, quick news updates now that Prime Minister Modi, who was scheduled to visit Kanpur on the 24th of April, that's tomorrow, that visit stands cancelled. He was scheduled to visit Kanpur to inaugurate and lay foundation stone for development projects. He will not be going through with that project. I hope Zeenat is live now. If Zeenat is live, I'll try and go back to her this time. She's at an area where there is very little connectivity. Zeenat, blow-by-blow account. Where did they enter from? How did they ensure maximum casualties? You showed us a gate. Give us a full account. Let's go full frame to Zeenat and stay with her live.
See, Niranjan, I'll show you the visuals from the ground zero so that you understand the picture, what happened exactly here. See the ridges that you see behind this thick foliage. You see the mountains covered with, these are the snow covered mountains, these peaks. This is Kishtawar Ridge. Kishtawar connects you to Simthon top of Kokarnag, that is again part of Anantnag. And the ridge further comes down to this Baisaran village, which is in Pahalgam. So the terrorists who carried this attack yesterday, they had come from this grassland, the very thick foliage that you see, the green color pine, long pine trees that you see, they have made their entry from that very side. There was no entry made by the terrorists from the main gate. So once they entered this, they saw the kids playing. Some of them were having the snacks, some were playing with their articles, some balls, equipments were also found here when the forensic and the other people reached, and all these articles have now in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. You see the trampoline there. There the kids between the young group of 8 to 12. They were also playing. Some were doing the trekking. And all these activities that you see here, people had come for this. But the main focus for this place was attraction for the meadows. That is why taking such a difficult track, walking on foot for 5 long years and reaching here for what? They came here to and they lost their life. Although challenging atmosphere, you see that the people who you see in the casuals with assisting the police, they are all from the intelligence agencies who are taking again a briefing. Some samples were also collected by the NIA earlier. So the inside the bowl, all these are from the government departments, from the security wings. No civilian is this time allowed inside this very bowl because none of the officials want to disturb the crime scene. So the presence of the people that you see inside the bowl are all the officials from different wings, from the CID, from SBI, from SIB, NIA, and also from the other intelligence wings. They are all being assisted by Jammu and Kashmir police. This is the Anantnag district police. They are the ones who are assisting them. In fact, the crime scene since yesterday have not been disturbed. Whatever was lying yesterday at the place, it is still lying there. Home Minister of the country visited this place. He was briefed by the security officials while back about the incident that took place, how it all happened. Everything was briefed. There was a proper briefing that had come to Home Minister of the country, Amit Shah, about the Pahalgam attack. Now we see the security agencies have also released the sketch of the men suspected to be involved in the terror attack, in which some 26 people lost their life. The men all are Pakistani. They have the code names like Musa, Yunus, Asif, and have been involved in multiple terror-related incidents in the Punch of Jammu region. They have been, their presence was also felt in the Jammu region. The sketches, as per the sources, were prepared with the help of the survivors of the Pahalgam attack. From the pencil sketch in black and white, they appear to be young and beard, although TRF, a shadow outfit of the band Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist group, claimed the responsibility for the attack yesterday. That is there. Then we have been seeing the heartbreaking to see the photos of the guests. Pahalgam attack. This is a line that has come from the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Umar Abdullah, saying that this is another exodus, because exodus is usually being used for the Kashmiri Pandits when they left the valley in 90s. Now again the term has been used by Chief Minister of J&K, Umar Abdullah, saying that it's heartbreaking to see the exodus of the guests from the valley following the gruesome attack in Pahalgam that has left some 26 people dead. Meanwhile, we are seeing the Jammu and Srinagar Jammu highway has also been blocked. With the result, we are seeing Air India, Indigo and other airlines have been asked to operate more additional flights in order so that the passengers who are stuck here, they are able to reach their destination. Then Kashmir University students, the scholars, have called for a protest against the Pahalgam attack. Security agencies released sketches that I talked about. Then we see also the Mehbooba Mufti. She has also condemned the attack, apologizing to the nation, and it says that this is an attack on the humanity. We see traders protest in the Kangan against the Pahalgam, and then a BJP leader who's the leader of opposition, Sunil Sharma, saying that those involved in the Pahalgam attack won't be spared. This is one of the worst attack that the history has witnessed in Kashmir, when the tourists were attacked in a broad daylight. The kids, the young women, the old age people have been attacked by the terrorists. Now, this is definitely a difficult task, but challenging also to see that those who are the perpetrators who have carried this attack, when they will be neutralized. Because right now, the biggest challenge for the security forces is to neutralize all those who are behind this attack, so that they don't carry or they don't penetrate into another civilian population area, or they carry any such further strike. So the main focus now will be to neutralize the ones who have been here, who have carried this kind of terror attack in the Kashmir Valley, where the two foreign nationals, IB officer, the Navy officer, among 26 tourists that were killed in the deadly attack here at Baisaran village in Pahalgam yesterday. And we see the Home Minister giving a very loud cry, saying those who are behind this will not be spared. The terrorists came into this grassland, which my Vijay Mubashir is focusing on. They came into this grassland, separated women and children before firing. Attackers asked names before shooting down people. Father was asked to recite Islamic verse, the kalima he was asked. Para-commandos, police, CRPF searched to hunt down all those who carried this attack, this drastic attack in which 26 people, mostly tourists, were killed. Terrorists opened fire at the civilians here.
Okay, these are pictures. Of the Union Home Minister, who was there at the Pahalgam attack site earlier today, getting a more detailed feed that is now coming in of him being briefed by commanders, and at the site getting a full lowdown of how the Pakistani terrorists carried out the attack, in which 28 tourists, unarmed, all of them were shot dead at that particular site. Yes, Zeenat, looking at those pictures, I'm keeping those pictures on, and I'd like you to speak over those pictures. Who are the officers who briefed the Home Minister? What was he briefed on? Do we have any more details that you're picking up of what has happened?
See, as far as the people who are the officers who have briefed the Home Minister includes the CID Chief Nitish Kumar, who was here, and now he has left to Srinagar to be with the Home Minister, because Home Minister will head back to Delhi in some time. He will be taking the flight from the technical airport in Srinagar. He was also, Home Minister was briefed by the intelligence chief from the IB. He was here. Then the Jammu and Kashmir police, other officers, the army officers, every one of them were present, and they also made Home Minister they also showed the Home Minister the spot where they got all those people together when they were fired upon by the terrorists. In fact, the group of terrorists came into the grassland and separated the women and children from men miling around eateries, taking pony rides, or just picnicking. They fired upon them, leaving them in a critical condition. Some of them succumbed here on the spot. Some of the bodies were seen lifeless. They were lying here on the floor, and later they were evacuated from here. In fact, this is those who were some of the officers from IB was also here. He was on vacation with his family when he was shot. Then he had come to Kashmir on the LTC tour. That is what we have been told. But this is one of the deadliest attacks, Niranjan, that Kashmir has witnessed. That is why we see that outrage on the ground. We are seeing the Kashmiris are condemning it in every possible way, whether it is through their hartal call, the band call, the protests that have been carried by even the student unions are carrying the protest in Srinagar. Srinagar has been quite in news because of most of the things are taking place in Srinagar. In Pahalgam, you just have this attack spot where the things are now presently has calmed down, because the venue has been taken over by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the intelligences, but the focus will be in Srinagar Mall, that how the meetings will pan, what will be the further direction.
I request you to stay with me,
because the terrorists who have managed from this way.
Zeenat, I request you to stay with me. I need to take a break. We'll take a short break. Have to take it now. I'll come back to you in just a few minutes. Zeenat reporting live non-stop from the Pahalgam attack site.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है। आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गीदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए जो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला का भी सब कुछ है। इनको जमीन दोज करेंगे हम, हमारी गौ।
ये जो वाक़ा हुआ है 22 पहलगाम है, इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए, जितना विरोध किया जाए, जितनी मुखालफत की जाए,
वो कम है। आज की इस हादसे पर जबकि पूरा हिंदुस्तान इसको कंडेम कर रहा है, निंदा कर रहा है, और पूरा जम्मू कश्मीर मातम मना रहा है, मातम रियली। ये मैं पहली दफ़ा देखा कि जम्मू कश्मीर में मस्जिदों में, मेरे पास कई मस्जिदों के जम्मू प्रोविंस चिनाब वैली के और यहाँ के भी मैं वसूल करूँगा, जहाँ इमाम साहब दहशत गर्दों और दहशत गर्दी की इस हमाकत को और इस बेवकूफ़ी को और इस हरकत को कंडेम करते हैं और आवाम से अपील करते हैं कि दहशत गर्दों का साथ मत दें।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
I have Pallavi on with us on the phone line. She lost her husband Manjunath. We spoke about Manjunath just a while back. Pallavi, my deepest condolences on your loss. Can you please tell me, Pallavi, where are you right now? And
right now I'm in Pahalgam Mountain Villa Hotel. Pahalgam Mount Hotel. All tourists we are here.
And I just want you to tell me what happened, if you can share with us at that point of time what they said.
My husband, myself, and my son have went to Kashmir trip on 19th. 3 days, everything was very nice. Today we came to Pahalgam.
Yes.
Hello. Today we came to Pahalgam, and we were in that mini Switzerland point is there now. So we went there. Just within 5 minutes, we could hear some these bullets.
All right, viewers, we are at reporting live from Srinagar's Lal Chowk, where there are people from the travel fraternity, there are travel agents, there are hoteliers, people from the chamber also who are protesting at the Lal Chowk, and they're raising slogans.
बंद करो, बंद करो,
कश्मीरियत का कत्ल,
बंद करो, बंद करो,
कश्मीरियत का कत्ल,
बंद करो, बंद करो,
कश्मीरियत का कत्ल. So they're protesting against the shutdown and how tourists have been targeted. Sir, tourists target हुए हैं, उसको लेकर आप लोगों ने धरना भी दिया.
मैम, entire Kashmir tourism fraternity या कश्मीर के सारे लोग stand with solidarity with the tourists and we condemn this barbaric incident. और ये किसी भी तरीके से इंसान का काम नहीं है. This is inhuman at all. And we stand with tourists in these difficult times, ma'am.
देखिए, एक मिनट, हम आज यहाँ इसलिए आए हैं, ये जो मेरे साथ ये तमाम भाई बरादर हैं, हम अपने बिजनेस के लिए नहीं आए हैं. प्लीज मेक इट श्योर. हम ट्रैवल एजेंट भी हैं, होटलियर भी हैं, दुकानदार भी हैं, हाउस बोट वाले भी हैं, शिकारे. हम यहाँ सिर्फ इंसानियत का खून हुआ है उसके लिए आए हैं. बिजनेस आता जाता रहेगा. डोंट टेक इट इन योर माइंड दैट वी आर हेयर, हमारी कैंसिलेशंस हो गए, उसलिए नहीं. हम कश्मीरियत को जिंदा रखना चाहते हैं. हमारे तमाम भाई, तमाम ट्रैवल हेड्स यहाँ पर हैं, इसलिए हम आए हैं और हम इस कल के वाक़े को कंडेम करते हैं. कश्मीरी ने हमेशा टूरिस्ट के लिए अपनी जान दी है और जान देंगे. हम इस कल के वाक़े को बहुत ही ज्यादा कंडेम करते हैं.
unstoppable, and we will continue with showing you the ground reality, what people are saying on Ground Zero, only on Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे उनकी, छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कंडेमबल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गीदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का ये वादा है।
निंदनीय है कि धर्म पूछकर वहां पर लोगों की हत्या की गई है। एक प्रकार से भारत को डिवाइड करने का यह प्रयास है, भारत में विभाजन तैयार करने का यह प्रयास है। ऐसे प्रयासों को हम लोगों ने फेल करना चाहिए, उसे यशस्वी नहीं होने देना चाहिए, और ये जो तत्व है इन तत्वों को कुचलना चाहिए।
आर्थिक मदद किस तरह से आप?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में जो 6 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है, हम लोग 5 लाख रुपए हर परिवार को देंगे।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
मुझे पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो। अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो।
मेरे पति को बचा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। भाई तो करिए फोन। दब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया है। ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आप?
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे उनकी, छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कंडेमबल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गीदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए तो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप, आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद कीचे हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे, आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला का भी सब कुछ है। इनको जमीन दोज करेंगे हम, हमारी गवर्नमेंट, हमारी आज मीटिंग हो रही है, अमित शाह जी हमारी मीटिंग ले रही है, तुरंत हमें आना पड़ा, हम इनके साथ हैं। हमने कहा गुजरात से परेशान मत के, मैं बहुत ही यहाँ के जो हमारे स्टाफ है, जो नर्सिंग स्टाफ है, डॉक्टर्स है, आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू ऑल।
One more team of FSL is reaching to this very terror spot in some time from now. The venue has been taken over by the security agencies to get more samples, to get more leads. As far as the Baisaran terror attack is concerned, that saw some 26 civilians, some 26 tourists lost their life, and also 17 suffered injuries. More on the story. Keep watching Republic TV.
मतलब इनमें अब ट्रैवल से हैं हेलो Right, viewers, as we speak, we are getting in visuals from more protests happening. In fact, the trade union is also going to hold protests in a short while from now. And just we give a panoramic view of all 360 degree. These are the protests happening all across Lal Chowk. People are demanding justice. They want revenge. They want a befitting reply, Niranjan. This is what they want. This is the reality of Kashmir right now as we speak. What we are showing is from Ghantaghar, is from the clock tower that is Lal Chowk. It has its own historical significance as Kashmir has its own shares of different phases. In Naya Kashmir, this dastardly attack has of course brought about this sort of a protest that has not been seen before. There are young and the old, everybody who has come out on the streets, right from the police headquarters where we were reporting from earlier, where the wreath laying was happening, and now at the Ghantaghar we are seeing that the protests are happening. There are demands that how come these Pakistani terrorists intrude, and who will in fact take action against them? When will India take action against them? One of the slogans in fact read that there should be end to it, that ab bahut ho gaya. This is one of the hashtags, if you can see. Stop killing innocents. We are not the enemies, we are the wounded. We condemn innocent killings. That is what they are raising. And of course there are more voices on ground zero that we are going to. I believe my colleague, all right, I'm told that Colonel Shailendra Singh, defense expert, group captain, UK Devanath. And Colonel Shailendra Singh, I'll just go across to you, sir. Colonel Singh, right now, Colonel Shailendra Singh, I am right now at Lal Chowk, sir. Last time, few months back during the elections, I visited this place. It was, of course, the security was there. The shops were open. It was all hustling, bustling. The roads were, glittering, and they were all open. And it was a very safe walk all this way. Today, we see that these shops are shut. There are protests happening. That the youth have also come out and supported what has happened. They are lending support to the victims. They are saying that we all are one, that we condemn and we protest against the killings of the innocent. But the fact that you see how economy is being hit, and as we speak, viewers, live update coming in. We also have some aerial survey that is happening. I believe we should not show it, but yes, Colonel Shailendra Singh, Naya Kashmir is something that has not been digested well. It's not something that those across the border can stomach, and this is what they want. They want destabilization.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. I can only tell you one thing. What they are doing is much appreciated, but that is not adequate. What they want is from there. What I want from here is that, my dear Kashmiri brothers, only just by protesting at Lal Chowk is not enough. Tell your village,
tell your houses that they should be alert against the terrorists. Any movement, any supporter needs to be reported. Everything which you can do against terrorism, you must do. Open out, be brave to bring to the security forces notice if anything is going wrong. It is only that when such a killing takes place that you want to come out. Very much I appreciate, but stand by it during normal times. The terrorism is not going to invade into Lal Chowk because you are standing there firm. We are little weaker on the outskirts. That is why they exploit that opportunity and come there. It is impossible for anybody that they cross over and without any local support or guidance, they are able to carry out such a recce or for that matter such a strike. It is
Colonel
very
Singh,
surprising.
I'll just go across to you once again. Yes, Colonel Singh, very spot on there, but we have breaking news coming in. The Defence Minister, the NSA and the three chiefs have concluded their meeting. What we know so far, it lasted for 3 hours and there are at least three options that have been now ascertained. Three specific options that have been created, that have been decided upon for retaliation. And that as we speak, we will connect with our reporters on ground to tell us more about it. Niranjan also joins us from the studio.
Yes.
Niranjan, these three options will be laid out before the Prime Minister, and it's high time that we hit back the soonest.
Well, from the details that we've picked up, in that meeting were Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, you had the Air Force Chief, you had National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, and the security situation in Kashmir was specifically discussed, obviously, and the recommendations, they said, will be taken further to the CCS or the Cabinet Committee on Security further at 6 p.m. At 6 p.m. is that particular meeting in the national capital, expected after the Home Minister lands in Delhi. I'm getting in more details, more and more global voices. This afternoon, Anthony Albanese of Australia saying that he spoke to Prime Minister Modi to offer his condolences on behalf of Australia following the terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir, and that the horrific loss of life of innocent civilians is an act of senseless violence which has shocked the world. Those responsible must be held to account. Australia and India are great friends. We stand with India in this difficult time. Even Maldives has texted the Prime Minister. Maldives tweeting Muidzu, who's otherwise taken an anti-India stand in the past, saying deeply saddened and shocked by the horrific terror attack in Pahalgam, which has claimed innocent lives and left many injured. The government of Maldives remains steadfast in commitment to combating terror in all its forms and manifestations. Our thoughts are with the victims and the families during this difficult time. And as we stay with the pictures and the details coming in, I'd also like to go across to Group Captain Devnath on this breaking story. 3 hours, Service Chiefs, National Security Advisor Rajnath Singh. I don't think the people of this country, sir, and if you saw the pictures of the families and the survivors, those who were there, those who saw the attacks, those who saw their fathers, their brothers getting shot by Pakistani terrorists, I don't think they will settle for just a strike this time, a surgical strike. I'm not so sure, given the extent of what has happened.
Yes, Niranjan, the nation is in shock. My sympathies to the people who have martyred. Fact remains that CCS, when it meets at 6 o'clock this evening, will have to take very, very strong and difficult decisions. Rajnath Singh ji will be there, Amit Shah ji will be there, S. Jaishankar will be there, NSA Ajit Doval will be there. Fact remains that on ground we have to take stronger actions. One action which is required is a heavy crackdown on these insurgents, these terrorists within the territory of India. That will be domain mostly of Home Ministry, our paramilitary forces. They are doing a wonderful job. I am very sure that once they are unleashed, they will locate these terrorists from their hideouts in villages and kasbahs of Kashmir and ensure that they reach 72 Hurs. Second option definitely being considered will be an Uri-like surgical strike on ground by our special forces and commandos. They can easily penetrate within a time span of 2 to 4 hours, a distance of 10 to 15 kilometers inside POK. POK remains part of India. definitely it is part of India. So if there are any terrorists hiding in POK, their launch pads, then India has the right to strike them from ground action. Balakot is a classic example of an airstrike being carried out against terrorist locations, and it was highly successful. So action number 1 will be a harder crackdown on terrorists hiding and their supporters within India. Action number 2, a ground strike by our special forces, commandos. Probably they will be heliborne this time so that they can go a little more in depth. And third will be a strike like Balakot, but this time at multiple locations, more in depth, and probably a little more closer to the heart of Pakistan, towards Islamabad, towards Rawalpindi. Yes.
Okay, some more breaking news updates coming in. This is information that people can use, our viewers can use. As far as airlines are concerned, strict instructions have been given. Quick news update that strict instructions have been given to airline companies to avoid any fare surges. Fares are being monitored, kept at reasonable levels. As many people, there is a surge, especially to move out of Kashmir to different districts or different cities across the country. In addition to the 4 extra flights already announced, 3 more flights to Delhi have been added for today from Indigo. Food and water are being provided at the airport. Extra tents set up outside for those who are waiting. Between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m., Srinagar Airport has handled almost 20 departures with 3,500 passengers who have left Srinagar in the last few hours alone. There is a big traffic surge in Srinagar. And we are also picking up details of special trains that have been arranged to address transportation challenges faced by stranded passengers. A special train from SMVD Katra to New Delhi to assist stranded passengers, accommodate the extra rush. Special train service has been launched, details of which I'm getting in right now. And tickets available over the counter from Katra, Udhampur, Jammu stations. And these are also to facilitate, the huge rush, the surge of people leaving Kashmir now that could be in excess of 1 lakh. And all of them are leaving Kashmir. Now, many of them remain, but most of them have been asked to leave. At least now, the faces of terror on your screen. Abu Talha, Pakistani angler, Suleiman Shah and Asif Fauji. The 3 faces of terror. In that picture that you see, one of them has already been eliminated and 3 of them have been identified. One of them has already been neutralized in Zmor tunnel in the past. This is an old picture that you saw of the 4 terrorists standing together. Abu Talha on the extreme right of that picture. And that is him on the right that you see, and these are pictures that are coming in. First of all, we have a breaking news update now coming in. The Defence Minister, NSA, 3 chiefs, their meeting lasted 3 hours. Some more details being picked up. Defence Secretary, other senior officials were also present. 3 specific options have been created for retaliation. So this is a new news point that I've just picked up. Aishwarya, my colleague, has shared that detail. I'm going back to Rakshita now as I share the details. 3 specific options for retaliation. I'll go across to the defense experts on that. But first up, protests continue in Lal Chowk. I'm going back to Rakshita for a live hit. Rakshita.
Yes, Niranjan, in fact, the protests are in full swing right now and they're demanding that innocents should not be targeted. Sir, आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं जिस तरह से यहाँ पर धड़ाधड़ गोलीबारी हुई, भरी दोपहर में हुई और एक के बाद एक जो लोग बाहर से आए थे उनका मजहब पूछ के उनको मारा।
मुझे एक मिनट बात करने दीजिए। ये हमारे वहाँ पर मुस्लिम नहीं मरे हैं, वहाँ के यहाँ के
जो टेररिस्ट है, दहशतगर्दी है, उनको लीगल
वही कश्मीरियत जिंदा रखना चाहते हैं। हम वही कश्मीरियत जिंदा रखना चाहते हैं। जब भी यहाँ कभी टूरिस्ट दरबंदा होते हैं तो हम अपने दरवाजे खोलते हैं, मस्जिदों के दरवाजे खोलते हैं, घरों के दरवाजे खोलते हैं। हम टूरिस्ट के दुश्मन नहीं है, हम हिंदुस्तान के दुश्मन नहीं है, हम कश्मीरियत के साथ हैं, हम हिंदुस्तान के साथ हैं। हिंदुस्तान जाता था, कश्मीर माना जाता था मेहमान नवाजी के लिए, माना हुआ पूरे वर्ल्ड में कश्मीर मेहमान नवाजी के लिए टूरिस्ट हमारे मेहमान होते हैं। हम आपने पिछली बार देखा है सोनमर्ग में जब वो बर्फ पड़ी है, हम लोगों ने मस्जिदें खोली है, घर खोले हैं, दरवाजे खुले रखे हैं, हर कोई सेवा उनको दी है। हम टूरिस्टों के साथ है, उनके परिवार के साथ है। जान है, टूरिस्ट हमारी जान है। हम यहाँ पे ये सिर्फ बिजनेस फर्टर्निटी यहाँ पे नहीं है, यहाँ पे कॉमन मैन भी है, यहाँ पे हर कोई आया है ताकि कि इस चीज को मजम्मत किया जाए। हम इसको कंडम करते हैं। ये जो अमन के दुश्मन होते हैं, इन्होंने करवाया, अब थूकते हैं उस अटैक पे जिसने ये करवाया, चाहे किसी दहशतगर्द ने किया है या किसी जहादी ने किया है या किसी एजेंसी ने करवाया या सियासतदानों ने करवाया। हम थूकते हैं उस सियासत पे, हम थूकते हैं ऐसी चीजों पे जो हमें सिर्फ बदनाम करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। कश्मीरियत जिंदाबाद है, हमेशा जिंदाबाद रहेगी। किया है ना, वो टेररिस्ट है ना वो दहशतगर्द है, वो दरिंदा है, उसका कोई मजहब नहीं है, उसका कोई दीन नहीं है। जिस बंदे ने
मैशत खराब करने के लिए सब कुछ हो रहा है।
पहली बार हिस्ट्री में देखा होगा आपने कि हड़ताल आज किस वजह पे हुई है, वरना यहाँ पे पास में ऐसी हड़तालें हुई थी जो सारे आज यहाँ पे
नजर आ रहे हैं। आप उनसे पूछ सकते हैं, हम कश्मीरी।
So as you can see, right, that is the anger that is on ground zero. Of course, they are giving their own side, what they feel and what they demand. And in the end, of course, the entire country unites to demand justice from north to south, east to west, across the length and breadth of the country. One demand, that we want justice. We will not take it lie down. Innocents will not be killed anymore on Indian soil. Back to you in the studios.
Yes. Colonel Shailendra Singh, what do you think those options could be, the three options?
Oh yes, you are asking about the three options. I'll give you the fourth one, which is better. Leave the CCS to take a decision, only one. Free the army to take the decision which is most suitable to kill this terrorism. There is no strike, there is no badla. What is badla? There is nothing called as badla. There is nothing called as jawab. The only jawab, badla is only and only one thing. We need to eliminate this terrorism from where it is coming. Let us speak to those groups. Let us speak to that camp. Let us speak to that country in the language which it understands. And that only language is, if you are preaching violence, then you will be eliminated by violence. For which, what is a consideration? One is an international consideration. कि international community हमारे बारे में क्या बात करेगी? It is already known. What did they speak about Israel? They struck on Gaza. They struck on Hamas. Ultimately, everybody finally agreed that the war on terrorism is always justified because nobody in the world likes terrorism. What is the second implication? The national. You have already seen on your own channel the way the country is reacting. You have already seen how the local Kashmiris are reacting. What else are you asking? The last option is only one, that leave army and the defense forces to do a sustained operation on this, to eliminate this terrorism from where it is coming. I think the country wants it, country needs it, and I am sure not only international community, even Pakistan will be forced to accept that because they themselves have been crying that they are the victim of terrorism. Well, we are helping you. If they are there, they need to be eliminated. You are not prepared to, I will do that. And nobody needs to teach me whether I need to do it by air force, that is ground, or by navy. I will do it the way it is most suitable. Leave it to the specialist. You have the special forces. They are capable to do the fifth dimension from what you are talking about, the three dimension. We will do something which nobody can do. And the only thing required is eliminate this terrorism from where it is coming. That's the only answer. Otherwise, you will only keep replying.
Yes. Okay, I want to go back to Rakshita. Rakshita is still live there, and she's at those protests that continue in Lal Chowk. You've seen protests from different parts of the country. Anger, as we see those heartbreaking pictures come in from across India. Karnataka, Odisha, Maharashtra, and I'm going across to Zeenath now, before I go across to Zeenath. Rakshita is talking to some of those protesters there. Let's cut across live.
Yeah, more and more people want to talk, it's the fact that they want to come out and they want to talk it out. They want to call out what's happening and they want to show that they are not okay with this. I have with me, sir, your good name and your...
Faisal Kankashi, a stakeholder of tourism in Srinagar. Yes.
You are here joining the protest?
Yes, we are joining the protest because it is very condemnable act from Pakistan-based terror agencies which are running in Kashmir from last decades. They have destroyed the whole tourism industry. Again and again, they are killing the livelihood of people here, which is very high condemnable. These tourists, like they have killed them. They were here on a travel basis. Some were here on marriage purposes, honeymoons. But this has ruined the whole image of Kashmir and Kashmirian.
So what do you demand? What should be the next action?
We demand justice. Who has done it? They should come. They should find them, and like everybody should follow the law. What has happened here, and justice should prevail. Who has done it? They should come forward.
So as you can see that there are more and more people are joining in from across the fraternities. We have people from the housing, the houseboats, also who run houseboats. Of course, that is one of the major tourist attractions. So they have joined in. You can see the entire Ghantaghar is now surrounded by the protesters with placards in their hand. There are the people from transport agencies, the people from the hotel fraternity, there are the hoteliers, from travel agencies. All of them have come together, united, and condemning the action. But yes, of course, condemnation. But then also we have to see what action does India finally take against these cowardly terrorists. Back to the studios.
Okay, stay with me. I have Soumya also live at the IGI airport in Delhi. Soumya, hearing that some of the tourists, of course, will be returning from there. Have you been able to speak to any of them? Soumya, if you can hear me. Soumya, you're live. If you can tell our viewers if you've been able to speak to any of the tourists returning from Kashmir.
Well, see, we are here outside T3 IGI Terminal 3. And what we are picking up at the moment is the mortal remains of Vinay Narwal, the Navy officer who was on holiday there in Kashmir with his wife and family. They have landed here, and the family is expected to be exiting from any of these gates. With that, we have some Navy officials here as well who have come here to receive the family of Narwals, and from here they will be escorting the family directly to Karnal, and as per them, the tentative plan as of now for the cremation is that it is set to take place at 5 p.m. today. So these are all the details that
Okay. The Navy officer who was killed there by Pakistani terrorists, Narwal, Lieutenant Narwal, and arrangements being made. I'm going back to Rakshita because it's a live spot right now in the heart of Srinagar. She's in Lal Chowk speaking to protesters. I'm coming back to you. We'll also try and go across to Zeenat, who's at the attack site. But first up, over to you, Rakshita.
Sir, आप कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं?
बिल्कुल, मैं मंजूर डार हूँ, मैं मीडिया इंचार्ज सेवा भारती से हूँ। तो कल जो अटैक हुआ हमारे टूरिस्टों पे, एक बुज़दिलाना अटैक है, मैं इसमें हमारी संगठन की तरफ से पुरजोर मजम्मत करता हूं ताकि ये अटैक बार बार ना हो। और मैं अपील करना चाहूँगा कि होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया से, खासकर प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया से कड़ी जिसने ये बुज़दिलाना अटैक किया उसको कड़ी से कड़ी सज़ा दी जाए ताकि ये आइंदा अटैक ना हो। जो यहाँ पर भी जितने भी टूरिस्ट हैं वो हमारे भाई है, जैसे हमारे मुस्लिम भाई है वैसे वो भी भाई है। हम अपील करना चाहेंगे टूरिस्ट को, खासकर वो यहाँ कश्मीर को ना छोड़े ताकि बैकबोन ऑफ द कश्मीर हमारा टूरिज्म सेक्टर है। मैं ये अपील करना चाहूँगा खासकर हमारे भारतवासियों से, एकजुट यहाँ कश्मीर जिंदा है। जो मोदी जी का ये जो हम चाहते हैं कि यहाँ पर कश्मीरियत जिंदा रहे।
So there you have, we have many people from different organizations also there joining in the protests, and it's of course very, very sunny afternoon here. But all the shops are shut. The civilian movement is normal. The common man is moving very normally. There's heavy security deployment, of course, and there are slogans being raised against this dastardly attack that one should unite. But yes, the anger should also be directed at where it should be as well. And we have some people at least who are saying that Pakistan should be held responsible for this, Niranjan.
Yeah, and while you speak to the protesters, there Soumya is also there. I'll go back to her. Getting a quick word from Group Captain Dev. Now, Group Captain, one aspect that I've seen just now in these pictures in the last 24 hours, one is in the past, you would first of all not see a protest like this at Lal Chowk. Secondly, looking at the surge in tourism in the last 2 years, things have been very, very good for the common Kashmiri. 60 to 70% of them who rely on tourism. And they are the worst hit. And they are the ones who are telling the likes of Omar Abdullah, his father Farooq Abdullah, who asked for talks with Pakistan, to say that enough is enough. It's for the first time I've seen that. And do you also see the change, sir?
Yes, Niranjan, I was posted in Kashmir for 4 years. People of Kashmir are peace-loving. There is a shop that they use called Kashmiriyat. They are very warm people, loving people. They love India. Yes, tourism remains a primary means of income for them. Its season starts at April till October, November. I'll give you a rough indication. Last year, about 2 crore tourists visited Kashmir. So, on an average, if every tourist spends about 10,000 rupees, conventionally speaking, in Kashmir, then we are talking about 20,000 crore rupees being pumped in by tourism industry in Kashmir. That is their restaurants, cafes, cabs, most important hotel industries, godawalas, they all guides, they all depend upon this 20,000 crore rupees being pumped in Kashmir economy every year. People of Kashmir, they know that people of POK are not happy. They are before partition, there used to be a roti, beti ka nashta, rishta across the border. Even today, people of Kashmir, they are in touch with their relatives in POK, and they know the very, very miserable condition, lack of any development, zero infrastructure in POK. POK Kashmiris, when they speak to their brothers in Indian part of Kashmir, they are surprised that distant villages have hospitals, mobile tower connections, a road up to last village connectivity. Most important, trade and industry is being opened up. Our part of Kashmir is progressing, whereas Pakistan part of POK is regressing. Therefore, people of Kashmir want to stay with India. This trend has become very pronounced after abdication of 370. People of Kashmir suddenly have realized that after 370 has been realized, they are as powerful as any other citizen of India. Yeah. That means they can go any part of India, their children can go to any part of India, they can attempt IAS, IPS, engineering college exam. This is a wonderful opportunity available to people of J&K to become mainstream, to participate in mainstream entrepreneurship of India.
Yes.
Yes, Niranjan.
Yeah, so they're getting. I have to take a break, but if I can quickly go across to Soumya, because the naval officers are in the frame. We are expecting the mortal remains of Lieutenant Narwal to be brought back. Okay, I'm handing it over to you, Soumya.
Just one word, sir. Sir, sir, just want to understand, are you going to travel with the family all the way to Karnal?
So I'll not be able to say anything at this stage, if that's all right. We'll be receiving the family members in a while. That's about it.
Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us. So, yes, you just heard this was CMDE Saurabh Thakur, who is here, and accompanying him are 2 more Navy officials. So we can expect the family to come out any moment soon. Stay tuned as we bring in more details from Ground Zero. We will be back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Okay, we're getting in pictures of Amit Shah meeting the families of the victims. These are pictures of families, many of them breaking down on your screen. Loved ones, most of them have lost their fathers. Wives were spared, and wives were told, go tell Modi. Sons were spared. It was the fathers of these little children that you see here. Is there an audio there? I want to pick up the audio, please. Is there an audio layer there? Can we please check if there's an audio layer there? Heartbreaking pictures of families pleading with the Home Minister. 26 names have been released, and 26 In fact, I have another big breaking news update coming in. We have a response coming in from the Israeli Foreign Ministry. This is an on-camera response, so I will just pull up that soundbite. The Israeli government, Israeli Foreign Ministry has spoken to Republic TV. Israel Foreign Ministry, when asked a question by Republic, has said if India attacks Pakistan, whether and if and what Israel's stand would be. Israel saying that we will stand with India. This is what friends do. We stand with India. It is our principal position on the Hamas-styled attack in Pahalgam, on how one community was targeted. Israeli Foreign Ministry saying that they feel that there is a great similarity with the attack that took place on Israeli soil. The setting may be different, but the massacre is the same. And like India, we're also victims of terror. Breaking response coming in from Israel. I'm going to get that up, but let me go across to Soumya because we are expecting. Okay, right now, and as we go to those pictures, you can go to those pictures because I'll speak over Lieutenant Narwal. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was inspired. Okay, that is the Israeli response that's now coming in. We're breaking that response from Israel to Republic TV, saying that they stand and give full support to India if and when there is a retaliation. Israel saying we will stand with India, we will give tactical support to India if required. Also making that comparison to October 7. Soumya's life, going back to the story of Lieutenant Narwal, whose mortal remains are being brought to the national capital. Lieutenant Narwal, ladies and gentlemen, was also inspired by his father. His father served with the BSF, the Border Security Force, and also the Haryana Police. He was inspired by the sight of the uniform, of military. The idea of serving the motherland is what inspired him to join the Navy. He's returning wrapped in tricolour from Srinagar. I'm going across to Soumya. Soumya.
Yes, see, we are standing right outside gate number 1 of IGI Terminal 3. This is the domestic exit gate from the arrival. We just got the fresh visuals of the Navy officials entering inside the terminal via gate number 1. We can expect, in the next few minutes, we can expect that the family will be exiting from this particular gate. There are 5 family members who were on board that AI plane accompanying the mortal remains of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. It's his wife Himanshi Narwal, father Rajesh Narwal, sister Srishti Narwal, and with them they also had Himanshi Narwal, the wife's parents. They were also there with the couple traveling there in Kashmir. Now we just saw the fresh visuals of the Navy officials entering. We also got the exclusive reaction from CMDE Saurabh Thakur, who said that at the moment he cannot divulge more information. However, he is here to receive the family, and right from here they will be escorting the family all the way to Karnal. And as per the Navy officials who were present here, the tentative plan as of now is that the cremation might take place today itself at 5 p.m.
You know, the most tragic aspect of this entire attack is those who are shot dead by Pakistani terrorists were all killed in front of their family members. And the story of Lieutenant Narwal, Indian naval officer, was married exactly 1 week ago. On the 16th of April 2025 is when he got married to Himanshi. And in 1 week, he was on his honeymoon in Kashmir at Pahalgam when he was killed by Pakistani terrorists. Similarly, many such stories coming into our newsroom. I want to bring you another story right now as we wait for the pictures, the mortal remains, and to salute Lieutenant Narwal of the Indian Navy. The story of Sushil Natania's family. They were on a vacation in the valley. Masked Pakistani terrorists gunned down the LIC officer. He's an LIC officer. While leaving his daughter critically wounded, his family has asked for the attackers to be brought to justice. They want revenge. Here's his story.
Among the 26 defenseless tourists who were savagely gunned down by the Pakistani cowards was Sushil Nathania. Sushil was visiting Pahalgam with his son Austin, daughter Akansha and wife Jennifer when the horrific attack unfolded. While Sushil is coming home in a hearse, his daughter Akansha sustained critical injuries in the dastardly terror attack. Shattered after receiving news of his death, Sushil's extended family was inconsolable while calling on Prime Minister Narendra Modi to bring the cowardly perpetrators to justice. What was to be a jolly outing for the Nathania family in the shadows of the leaping pines of Pahalgam turned tragic as the heavily armed Lashkar men unleashed terror. As the nation mourns the victims of the biggest terror attack in the valley in 2 decades, the bereaved families await justice.
वो है भाई पूछ के टारगेट किया गया है और वो
सरकार से आप लोग अब क्या चाहते हैं?
सरकार से यही है भाई जो भी आतंकी है उनका बिल्कुल सफाया कर देना चाहिए. ऑन द स्पॉट जो डिसीजन गवर्नमेंट लेवे ऑन द स्पॉट शूट आउट, एक यही है आतंकवाद को खत्म करने का तरीका.
प्रधानमंत्री जी और गृह मंत्री जी से क्या सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक वापस से होनी चाहिए क्योंकि नापाक हरकत थी पाकिस्तान की तरफ
वो तो स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए. स्ट्राइक इस तरीके की होनी चाहिए कि फ्यूचर में कभी भी कोई ऐसा हमला हो तो ऑन द स्पॉट उसको खत्म कर देना चाहिए. ऑन द जो पकड़े जाए ना उनको ये नहीं है भाई सजाए दें कुछ दें, सीधा ऑन द स्पॉट खत्म. भाई मालूम है ये 4 आतंकी थे या 6 थे जो भी, ऑन द स्पॉट खत्म कर देना चाहिए ताकि सामने वाला फिर दोबारा कोई भी काम इस करने से पहले डर आएगा.
सर कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि आतंक का धर्म नहीं होता, लेकिन जिस तरीके से धर्म
इस बार धर्म को निशाना बनाया गया है, हिंदू धर्म को इन्होंने निशाना बनाया है.
आतंक का धर्म तो स्पष्ट दिख रहा है
और इस बार धर्म को निशाना बनाया गया है. तो ये सबसे बड़ी गुजारिश है, धर्म नहीं होना चाहिए लेकिन जो भी हो किसी भी कास्ट का हो, मैं तो ये नहीं कहता किसी भी कास्ट का हो, अगर वो आतंकी है तो उसको ऑन द स्पॉट खत्म कर देना चाहिए.
ठीक है बाबू.
ठीक.
दिनेश उदवानी.
सर किस तरह से इंफॉर्मेशन लगी आपको, क्या कुछ सूचना प्राप्त हुई थी? और
मेरे को मेरे भतीजे ने फ़ोन किया कि मैं अभी दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ तुरंत, और मोनू उसके घर पे मोनू कहते थे, तो मोनू को गोली लगी है और शायद वो सुरक्षित नहीं है ना, तो मैं दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ, आप इधर मम्मी को संभालिए. तो
किसने सूचना दी थी?
मेरे बड़े भतीजे को यानी मोनू के बड़े भाई को, तो मोनू की वाइफ ने सूचना दी थी.
क्या बताया था
कि मोनू को गोली लगी है, उसको हॉस्पिटल शिफ्ट किया है, हमें दूसरी जगह सुरक्षा के हिसाब से शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है. मेरे को पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है बट काफ़ी गोली लगी है, उसको यही बताया था.
किस तरह का आपने रोष है?
रोष तो बहुत है. हमारा बच्चा अभी 2 साल पहले शादी हुई और अभी तो वो एंजॉय करने के हिसाब से, शादी में एंजॉय करने के हिसाब से आया था. काफ़ी जीवंत नेचर का बच्चा था, खुश मिजाज बच्चा था.
नाम पूछकर धर्म पूछकर भी
हाँ, ये तो बहुत ही खेदजनक बात है. ये तो ऐसा कतई नहीं होना चाहिए. इस चीज़ पे हमारे को बहुत ज़्यादा रोष है. मेरा नाम दिनेश उदवानी है और मैं नीरज का चाचा लगता हूँ.
लास्ट टाइम नीरज कब जयपुर राजस्थान आए थे या राजस्थान से पहले वो कहाँ?
देखो, नीरज दुबई में किसी फॉर्म में सीए का काम करता था, तो छुट्टियों पे तो वो सकरात पे आया था. अभी किसी मैरिज को अटेंड करने शिमला आया था और शिमला से 1-2 दिन एक्स्ट्रा थे तो वो
श्रीनगर घूमने के हिसाब से।
तो चंडीगढ़ आने का भी प्रोग्राम था?
नहीं, वहीं से वापस जाने का 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम था शिमला यानी कश्मीर घूमने का। उसके बाद
उनकी फैमिली में कौन कौन है?
उनकी फैमिली में वो हैं, उनकी वाइफ हैं और उनकी मदर हैं और उनका एक बड़ा भाई और भाभी है।
भाई और भाभी यहाँ जयपुर में सेटल हैं?
दोनों ही इनकम टैक्स इंस्पेक्टर हैं, भाई भी और भाभी।
मदर दुबई रहती?
मदर यहीं रहती है।
दुबई शिफ्ट है?
दुबई आती जाती रहती है मदर।
शादी कब हुई थी इन लोगों की?
2023 फरवरी 2023 में शादी।
तो उसके बाद से ये साथ दुबई शिफ्ट हो गए?
शिफ्ट नहीं हुए, दुबई में नौकरी करते हैं, रहते ही दुबई में।
किसके पास आया था इनकी वाइफ का यहाँ पे?
यहाँ बड़े भाई के पास। जो इनकम टैक्स ऑफिसर हैं उनके पास कॉल आया था कि उसको गोली लगी है और मेरे को पुलिस और या सुरक्षा बलों ने कहीं दूसरी जगह शिफ्ट कर दिया है, तो मेरे को भी आइडिया नहीं है। तो फिर इनकम टैक्स ऑफिसर और वो सब जो इनकम टैक्स इंस्पेक्टर है उनका भाई, वो यहाँ से रात को 9 बजे श्रीनगर के लिए रवाना हुए वाया दिल्ली। दिल्ली जाके फिर सुबह एक श्रीनगर की फ्लाइट ली है।
फायरिंग के दौरान घायल हुए थे, कोई कैजुअलिटी की बात?
ये इसका कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है क्योंकि उनकी वाइफ को भी कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं थी। वो क्योंकि दूसरी जगह शिफ्ट कर दिया था ना बचाव की खातिर।
फायरिंग के दौरान मैडम कहाँ पे थे इनकी वाइफ?
फायरिंग के दौरान वहीं थी,
ओके,
है ना। पर उसके बाद उनकी मैडम को शिफ्ट कर दिया। मैडम के जो भी बच्चे थे उनको दूसरी जगह शिफ्ट किया और इनको हॉस्पिटल शिफ्ट किया था। तो उनको मैडम को इन्फॉर्मेशन पूरी नहीं थी कि क्या हुआ है। इसका आइडिया मुझे नहीं है, मैं क्योंकि मैडम से बात आमने सामने हुई नहीं है इतनी, क्योंकि वो भी काफ़ी डरी हुई हैं और उनके लिए बहुत ही अप्रत्याशित चीज़ है एक तरीके से। तो
ठीक है
और सर जो भी होगा ना जब आएंगे वहाँ से।
Okay, that's the story of Jaipur's Neeraj Udwani. Like Lieutenant Narwal, in his early 30s, among those killed in the terror attack, he was holidaying with his wife Ayushi. Neeraj and Ayushi, his wife, were holidaying in Pahalgam when the terrorists attacked. They were actually there for a wedding. After attending the wedding, they went to Pahalgam for a day, and from Pahalgam they were due to return to Srinagar. Srinagar, they were supposed to return back to Dubai. So he was due to return back to Dubai where he was working, and he was killed before that. And his family has also said that they were separating the men from the women, and the men were shot dead. Colonel Shailendra Singh, so many heartbreaking stories of young couples, young men being targeted. Quickly, if I can get a word from you, I'll go across to Rakshita after that.
I'll take 10 seconds to
Yes.
tell you, they have not killed him. They have killed India. They have killed Kashmir. They have killed Kashmiriyat. They have killed Insaniyat. Now, what is the language we are talking? I will only say that gentleman started finding out कि आप हिंदू हो और हिंदू बोलकर आपने गोली मार दी. It is not Hindu, it is Hindustan. And now Hindustan needs to speak back to Pakistan. In which language? बहुत अंग्रेजी बोल ली हम लोगों ने. Let us start speaking Hindi now. Let us start speaking Hindustani, which they will understand only and only if you will be assertive enough that yes, we will sustain our operations. We will bring down such prohibitive losses to you, which are unaffordable to you. Expose them financially. Isolate them financially. Isolate them into the international community as to what they are doing. Isolate those terrorists. Kill them. Eliminate them. Take out those camps which are there. We don't have to worry about international opinion. It will go against initially, but it will expose those countries that if a terrorist camp is being eliminated and you are supporting, then whose side you are? Are you on the side of humanity? I think that is where Hindustan needs to protect its Hindu and Hindutva. And to the extent, Kashmiriyat, Hindustan hai kya? Hindustan is only one. That yes, we will tolerate, but when we have to give it back, we will give it back properly, adequately, prohibitively.
Rakshita's joining me live. I'm going across to her. Rakshita, she's at Lal Chowk.
Yeah, yes, we continue to get you more visuals from Lal Chowk. As we can see that there are people from across the country. They are still here at Lal Chowk. Of course, they are waiting for their flights, of course, to be sorted out. But you see that they are still trying to soak in, still trying to, spend time. And they have come from different parts of the country. And yes, this is the normalcy that was being restored, that has been happening for the past few years, which, of course, is something that has not gone down well with those evil mind people, with those monsters. And hence what we see, what is happening right now is that there is a shutdown of these shops, and there are protests happening right as we speak. There is a protest of the trade union also right in front of us, just before the Ghanta Ghar at the Lal Chowk that we see is happening. So yes, there are many stakeholders from different industries, be it the houseboats or the hoteliers, and of course the travel agencies, and also the people, the locals also. Some of them have voiced their concerns that they want normalcy, that they want everybody to come and visit Kashmir. That is the paradise on earth. They do not want Kashmir to bleed. And as Colonel Shalem Singh said very rightly, of course, they are trying to bleed India. They're trying to bleed Kashmir. And this is what everyone, people from across the length and breadth of the country, that's the sentiment on ground, that this must stop now. Niranjan.
Yes. Stay with me. We'll take a short break here on Republic. Coming back to the live coverage, I will hopefully get Zeenat live from the attack site, or play out one of the very, very detailed reports she sent us from the exact spot where 26 tourists were shot dead.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Home Minister Amit Shah paying tribute to the 26 victims, the 28 victims, 26 of them Indians. Sushil Natyal from Indore, Syed Adil Hussain Shah from Pahalgam, Hemant Suhas Joshi from Mumbai, Vinay Narwal from Haryana, Atul Shrikant Moni from Maharashtra, Neeraj Udwani from Uttarakhand, Bitan Adhikari from Kolkata, Sudeep Nupane from Nepal, Shubham Dwivedi from Kanpur, Prashant Kumar Satpathy from Odisha, Manish Ranjan from Bihar, Ramachandra from Kerala, Sanjay Lakshman Lali from Thane, Dinesh Agarwal from Chandigarh, Samir Guhar from Kolkata, Dilip Dasali from Mumbai, Sachandra Moli from Vishakhapatnam, Madhusudan Somishetty from Bengaluru, Santosh Jagda from Pune, Manjunath Rao from Shivamogga, Karnataka, Kastuba Ganvotai from Pune, Maharashtra, Bharat Bhushan from Sundarnagar, Bengaluru, Sumit Parmar, Bhavnagar, Gujarat, Yatesh Parmar, the father of Sumit Parmar, also from Bhavnagar, Gujarat. We have an Air Force employee, an Indian Air Force employee as well, Tega Halyeng from Arunachal Pradesh, Shailesh Bhai from Surat, Gujarat. 26 victims whose names have been released. Okay, we have some big breaking news coming in. NSA Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, has met the Prime Minister. This is prior to the Cabinet Committee on Security. Cabinet Committee on Security meeting scheduled for 6 p.m. Ajit Doval has briefed the Prime Minister prior to the CCS meeting this evening. This is after the meeting between Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, NSA Ajit Doval, and the Tri-Service Chiefs. That meeting was held earlier. Following that meeting, NSA Ajit Doval has briefed Prime Minister. Pre-CCS briefing on, and we are expecting some developments this evening. A final decision on the retaliation, the manner of retaliation, the place of retaliation, all of which will be discussed at the CCS. And of course, hoping that the forces will be given a free hand. Rakshita is joining me live. I'm going across back to Rakshita. Non-stop protests in Lal Chowk, Srinagar. And she's getting us those pictures. We'll also play out a report, Rakshita. First up, I'll come live to you and then play a report that Zeenat sent us a few minutes back. Yes, please.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. When we're talking to people from various places who have come here, and of course from people who are local Kashmiris, they're all, of course, standing in solidarity. So if you want to say something about what's happening, because we are seeing protests are happening, and the innocents have been targeted. Those who were unarmed people who had come here just to spend some time in a part of their own country, they have been targeted. Sir, how do you see this development, the disruption of Naya Kashmir?
This is definitely a barrier. This is actually a bridge broken. This is actually a peace broken. This is actually we are being scrubbed. We are being targeted. And the elements who are carrying such activities, they are considered neither to be from Muslims, neither they can be considered from Hindus. So such kind of people who commit such incidents, they are not considered to be the humans. We don't have any value for the people who are committing such incidents. So we are in a state of mourn. Every Kashmiri, everyone who has love for humanity, who care for humanity, have the love for the people who have passed away. And it won't be bad to say Kashmiris who have witnessed yesterday's incident, it's a massacre. It's a massacre of humanity. And we believe we are ourselves equally part of it, who lost their loved ones. So we feel the same. We have lost our guest. They have come to our home as a guest, and we are really feeling ashamed of this incident. And this should never happen. And neither Kashmiris, neither any Muslim should support such incidents to happen again, and neither we support in future, neither we had been supporting. We have been ourselves the victims of such terror. So we wish that Almighty Allah, Ishwar, whatever we say, we are ultimately created by one God. This is what we believe truly. And the families who lost their loved ones, please accept our condolences and never feel that you are going to a place which is disturbed. It is disturbed for everyone. It is a disaster wherein the people who are coming from different parts of India, they're becoming the victims. And if we are alive, we are equally the victims. Like you lost your loved ones. We are extremely sorry for this incident happened in Kashmir, but we are extremely sorry that we are helpless. We don't understand how it's happening. Who are the people who are carrying such incidents? To which religion they belong to? We are extremely feeling ashamed of these people.
So there you have, of course, there are more and more people who are joining in at Lal Chowk, and that is the sentiment on ground that we continue to get as the protests are continuing from Lal Chowk to other parts of the country. Niranjan.
Okay, I'd like to try and go across to Soumya, who's joining us live from the IGI airport in the national capital, where the mortal remains of Lieutenant Narwal will be brought. I will be going to her in just a few minutes. First up, a report that Zeenat sent, my colleague Zeenat, from the Pahalgam attack site. Take a look.
I'll show you the visuals from the ground zero so that you understand the picture, what happened exactly here. See the ridges that you see behind this thick foliage. You see the mountains covered with, these are the snow covered mountains, these peaks. This is Kishtwar Ridge. Kishtwar connects you to Simthon top of Kokarnag, that is again part of Anantnag, and the ridge further comes down to this Baisaran village, which is in Pahalgam. So the terrorists who carried this attack yesterday, they had come from this grassland, the very thick foliage that you see, the green color pine, long pine trees that you see, they have made their entry from that very side. There was no entry made by the terrorists from the main gate. So once they entered this, they saw the kids playing. Some of them were having the snacks, some were playing with their articles, some balls, equipments were also found here when the forensic and the other people reached, and all these articles have now in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. You see the trampoline there. There the kids between the young group of 8 to 12. They were also playing. Some were doing the trekking, and all these activities that you see here, people had come for this. But the main focus for this place was attraction for the meadows. That is why taking such a difficult track, walking on foot for 5 long years, and reaching here for what? They came here to and they lost their life. Although challenging atmosphere, you see that the people who you see in the casuals with assisting the police, they are all from the intelligence agencies who are taking again a briefing. Some samples were also collected by the NIA earlier. So the inside the bowl, all these are from the government departments, from the security wings. No civilian is this time allowed inside this very bowl, because none of the officials want to disturb the crime scene. So the presence of the people that you see inside the bowl are all the officials from different wings, from the CID, from SBI, from SIB, NIA, and also from the other intelligence wings. They are all being assisted by Jammu and Kashmir police. This is the Anantnag district police. They are the ones who are assisting them. In fact, the crime scene since yesterday have not been disturbed. Whatever was lying yesterday at the place, it is still lying there. Home Minister of the country visited this place. He was briefed by the security officials. This is the picnic spot where this incident has taken place. और बिल्कुल ये जो बोल आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, इसके पीछे जो पाइन ट्रीज है, जो झाड़ियाँ हैं, बिल्कुल इधर से ही जो है टेररिस्ट जो है अंदर आए हैं, जो कि इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का कहना है। बिल्कुल अंदर आए हैं, चारों तरफ से घेरा है। एक आदमी उसमें से इस गेट के इस एंट्री पॉइंट पे खड़ा रहा ताकि कोई भी अंदर या कोई भी अंदर से बाहर ना निकले। तो एक तरह का जो है गेट उसने बंद कर दिया था, जो कि बताया जा रहा है। और उसके बाद जो है सेग्रीगेशन हुई थी। उसके बाद लोगों को अलग करके कई लोगों को पूछा गया कि इफ़ यू आर नॉट मुस्लिम, तो आप अगर आप मुस्लिम है तो कलिमा पढ़िए, अगर नहीं है तो फिर गोलियां, अंधाधुंध गोलियां चलाई गई। अभी जो है इस बोल का जो है इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है। कई चीज़ें हैं, कई सैंपल्स जो है फॉरेंसिक टीम्स ने अभी उठाए हैं। बताया जा रहा है कि जो आइटनरी कई टूरिस्ट की है वो कहीं ना कहीं लीक हुई है, क्योंकि जहाँ आपके फॉरेन टूरिस्ट है वहीं आपका IB का ऑफिसर है, वहीं एक नेवल ऑफिसर भी है। तो कहीं ना कहीं इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज इस पे भी जोर लगा रही है कि क्या होटल से, क्या घोड़े वाले से, क्या ट्रांसपोर्टर से कोई ऐसी आइटनरी लीक हुई है, क्योंकि जो लोग यहाँ प्रेजेंट थे, कुछ गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स भी थे, तो किस उस एक एंगल पे भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है। अगर आपको यहाँ 22 सरन के इन मीडोज में आना है तो टेररिस्ट ने एक एडवांटेज लिया, एक रेकी प्रॉपरली हुई है कि अगर इस तरह का अटैक होता है तो इवैक्यूएशन में कितना टाइम लगेगा, क्योंकि इवैक्यूएशन जहाँ डिले हुआ, जो इंजर्ड लोग थे उनका ब्लड काफ़ी लॉस हुआ। अगर इवैक्यूएशन जल्दी हो पाता या ये जगह कनेक्टेड होती मेन रोड से तो शायद कई लोगों की जान बच जाती, लेकिन रास्ता बहुत कठिन है, बहुत अलग है, और साथ साथ यहाँ तक पहुँचने में बहुत टाइम लगता है। और इवैक्यूएशन के टाइम भी जो अटैक 3 बजे हुआ और 7 बजे के आसपास जो है इवैक्यूएशन ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ, और जब तक वो नीचे आए कई लोग जो है अपनी जान इस पूरे इंसिडेंट में गवा गए। सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है कि पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट जहां कश्मीर एक पीस की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पे चल रहा है, वहीं अचानक जो है उस पीस में एक खलबली मच गई, उस पीस को ख़त्म कर दिया ग्राउंड पे। क्योंकि आज देखेंगे 2019 के बाद पहली बार कश्मीर में हड़ताल की कॉल देखने को मिली। पहले तो हड़ताल की कॉल जो है सेपरेटिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस देती थी, लेकिन आज पहली बार जो है पॉलिटिकल और सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने इस हड़ताल को सपोर्ट किया है। दुकानें बंद है, कारोबार ठप है, जिससे ये पता चलता है कि कहीं ना कहीं कश्मीरी भी इस वाक़े से शर्मिंदा है। ये इट इज़ अटैक ऑन द ह्यूमैनिटी और इट इज़ एन अटैक ऑन कश्मीरियत, क्योंकि कश्मीर में कश्मीरी लोग जो है टूरिस्ट को मेहमान मानते हैं, उनको घरों में रखते हैं। क्या है फ्लैश फ्लड्स का टाइम रहा, अमरनाथ यात्रा में जब क्लाउड बर्स्ट हुआ उस वक्त के आपको तस्वीरें अगर याद होंगी तो कई लोगों ने अपने घरों में ले जाकर टूरिस्ट को या यात्री को अपने घरों में रखा, उनका ध्यान रखा, उनको फूड प्रोवाइड किया। लेकिन वहीं आज देख रहे हैं कि एक कश्मीर में फिर से जो है कहीं किसी की गोद सुनी होगी, कहीं किसी का बच्चा चला गया, कहीं किसी का हस्बैंड चला गया, कहीं किसी का फादर चला गया। तो एक तरह का एक पेनफुल पिक्चर जो है कश्मीर से एक बार फिर से इमर्ज हुआ है। See, I'll take you to ground zero. I'll show you when this fire incident took place, how the people were rushing for life. These are the articles that they have left while running for cover, running for their life. You see multiple shoes that have been stuck here due to the mud, and this is a slippery area. They were rushing from this top towards that very bowl. It's a very tricky track where this incident has taken place, and you can see the kind of situation that these people have gone through when this terror incident had taken place. I'll ask my VJ Mubashir to show you the visuals of this very entry point where this incident has taken place. You can see the group of horses. This is usually the ponies that are used for the moment people walk on, or they use pony backs. Use it to transport, for the transportation or for the evacuation of the injured ones. So you see deployment of the joint forces here, the mud, the slug that is all around, and the articles that these victims or those who have been injured have left here. It only tells you about the story of the gruesome attack and the kind of horrific incident that was reported from here in Baisaran. The Baisaran, same place, same park where this incident had taken place. In fact, they have tried to get this motorbike also here, though it takes a lot of time, and seeing the cover of the mud all around, it is a cumbersome journey for anyone because of the evacuation which got delayed because of the road conditions. Definitely led to the loss of blood, with the result witnessed more casualties were witnessed on the ground. Some 26 casualties have come from Baisaran, Pahalgam. जी मैं आपको दिखा सकती हूँ कि यहाँ के विजुअल्स, ये बाइसरन का एंट्री पार्क है जहाँ पर ये वारदात कल हुई थी, जहाँ टेररिस्ट ने अंधाधुंध गोलियां चलाई थी। हालांकि यहाँ पर साइड में जो आप देख रहे हैं कि ये शॉपकीपर्स है, घोड़े वाले हैं, जिनका पूरा रोजी रोटी आज यहाँ ठप हो गया है, क्योंकि कल से जो टेररिस्ट का इंसिडेंट जिसमें करीब 26 यात्री और करीब 17 लोग इंजर्ड है, तब से यहाँ लगातार चप्पे चप्पे पर जो है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है देखने को मिल रहे हैं। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले अमित शाह होम मिनिस्टर भी इस स्पॉट पे आए थे, जहाँ मौके का जायजा लिया, और साथ ही साथ जो सिक्योरिटी के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स थे उन लोगों ने सिक्योरिटी के बारे में इनको ब्रीफ किया. द सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस हैव कवर्ड दिस वेरी पार्क. दे आर नॉट अलाउइंग पीपल टू go inside, but I can show you the visuals from here, the kind of deployment that is come from J&K police and the CRPF. This is the exact spot. ये वही इलाका है, वही स्पॉट है जहाँ पर कल ये इंसिडेंट हुआ, जिसमें करीब 26 के आसपास का जो टोल है, जो यात्री जो है जिनकी डेथ हुई, और साथ साथ जो करीब 17 लोग हैं जो इसमें इंजर्ड है. ये वो कैफेटेरिया है, यहाँ पर कई लोग जो थे अपने स्नैक्स एंजॉय कर रहे थे, कुछ लोग अपना कैंपिंग कर रहे थे, कुछ लोग यहाँ ट्रैकिंग भी कर रहे थे. और मैं विजय मुबशिर को कहूँगी कि वो उस फॉरेस्ट रिज जो आप देख रहे हैं, बिल्कुल इसी रिज से जो है टेररिस्ट ने एंट्री की थी इस बारे बोल में. तो जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का मानना है कि इस रिज से जो है टेररिस्ट अंदर आने के लिए आए थे, और उसके बाद जो है यहीं पर अंधाधुंध फायरिंग हुई थी. इनफैक्ट जो ट्रैम्पोलिन आप देख रहे हैं वहाँ पर, उस पर बच्चे खेल रहे थे, गोलियों की आवाज़ सुनाई दी. पहले लगा कि शायद पटाखे जल रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद जब गोलियों की आवाज़ बढ़ती रही तो पता चला कि टेररिस्ट ने अटैक कर दिया है. इसी साइड से जो है टेररिस्ट आए थे जिन्होंने अंधाधुंध गोलियां बरसाई थी.
Okay, there is a very, very shameful statement coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's the last, it should be the last thing to do on a day like this when the mortal remains haven't reached home. But Robert Vadra has made a statement. Before that, the Pakistan Foreign Ministry has also issued a statement. The Pakistan Foreign Ministry, and it's an irony that the Pakistan Foreign Ministry has said that they are concerned at the loss of lives of tourists in the attack in Anantnag district. And look at the words of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It's a shame. We shouldn't even be giving any credence to Pakistani Foreign Ministry statement. Let's go across to Robert Vadra. Robert Vadra has made a very, very controversial statement. Robert Vadra has made a very controversial statement right now, blaming Hindutva for the Pahalgam attack. And Robert Vadra has said, in our country, we see that this government will talk about Hindutva and minorities feel uncomfortable and troubled if you dissect this terrorist attack that took place. If terrorists are looking at people's identity, why are they doing this? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims. This will make these kinds of organizations feel that Hindus are making a problem for all the Muslims. It's shameful that Robert Vadra is so ignorant that he does not know, and he's trying to give Pakistan an alibi or a clean sheet, because Robert Vadra does not know perhaps the statement given by Asim Munir, the hateful comment against Hindus a few days back. Asim Munir, the same Pakistani army chief who sent these terrorists. Shame on you, Robert Vadra. What a shame.
If you see the way this act, if you dissect this terrorist act that took place, if they're looking at people's identity, why are they looking at people's identity? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims and also Christians. On Easter, I saw video footage of churches being burnt, priests being troubled. You know, what is this? Why are we having, communal disharmony in our country? This will create divides. This will create these kind of organizations to feel that Hindus are making a problem for all the Muslims. We don't need that. You ask many Hindus and Muslims together, they help each other. In COVID, we saw they help each other. They don't understand all these political ways of, trying to infuse some, or win elections or infuse some kind of disorder in people. Looking at identities and then killing somebody, that's a message. Also sending a message to the Prime Minister of our country. Why? Because Muslims are feeling weakened. The minorities are feeling weakened. If you see the way this act, if you dissect this terrorist act that took place, if they're looking at people's identity, why are they looking at people's identity? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims and also Christians. On Easter, I saw video footage of churches being burnt, priests being troubled. What is this? Why are we having, communal disharmony in our country? This will create divides. This will create these kind of organizations to feel that Hindus are making a problem for all the Muslims. We don't need that. You ask many Hindus and Muslims together, they help each other. In COVID, we saw they help each other. They don't understand all these political ways of, trying to infuse some, or win elections or infuse some kind of disorder in people. Looking at identities and then killing somebody, that's a message. Also sending a message to the Prime Minister of our country. Why? Because Muslims are feeling weakened. The minorities are feeling weakened.
An open justification of the attack. Robert Vadra trying to justify the attack in no uncertain terms, trying to justify the attack, saying that it happens for a reason. He says in our country, we see that government will talk about Hindutva and the minorities feel uncomfortable and troubled if you dissect this terror attack. He's trying to dissect, Robert Vadra trying to dissect this terror attack that took place, saying that if they are looking at people's identity, why are they doing this? Robert Vadra trying to justify, give a justification for why Pakistani terrorists are trying to look at people's identity, why Hindus were handpicked. Robert Vadra feels there is a divide in our country between Hindus and Muslims, and that is why he makes a justification for Pakistani terror groups. He says these kinds of organizations, Robert Vadra, it is Lashkar-e-Toiba, it's a terror group. These kinds of organizations, he says, feel that Hindus are making a problem for all Muslims. What a shame. It's a shame that such a comment was made. I want to play out that reaction once more of Robert Vadra. It is such a shame that on a day like this, where before the mortal remains have reached their homes, before the last rites are held, he tries to justify this attack. Shameful.
You know, in our country, we see that this government will try and show that, talk about Hindutva, and, the minorities feel uncomfortable, and, they feel troubled when you have a survey on, mosques, or you tell people you cannot pray in this way or that way. These kind of things create instability, communal issues. And if you see the way this act, if you dissect this terrorist act that took place, if they're looking at people's identity, why are they looking at people's identity? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims and also Christians. On Easter, I saw video footage of churches being burnt, priests being troubled. What is this? Why are we having, a communal disharmony in our country? This will create divides. This will create these kind of organizations to feel that Hindus are making a problem for all the Muslims. We don't need that. You ask many Hindus and Muslims together, they help each other. In COVID, we saw they help each other. They don't understand all these political ways of, trying to infuse some, or win elections or infuse some kind of disorder in people. Looking at identities and then killing somebody, that's a message. Also sending a message to the Prime Minister of our country. Why? Because Muslims are feeling weakened. The minorities are feeling weakened.
Shameful comment being made by Robert Vadra there. And it's the last thing we need. It's the last thing we should be discussing on a day like this. Robert Vadra is nobody. And it's the last thing we should be discussing on a day like this. But for him to make that shameful comment, there's a lot of anger. People, in fact, messaging, calling on what Robert Vadra has just said. Such a shame. We'll go across to something more important right now, which is Lieutenant Narwal's the mortal remains have been brought back. I'm going across to those pictures. Lieutenant Narwal's mortal remains have been brought back. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was inspired to serve his country. Inspired by his father, who had also served in uniform. His father had served in the BSF. His father was also a police officer. His only inspiration was to serve his country, his motherland. And he began his dream job 2 years ago. Lieutenant Narwal was commissioned with the Navy. He was posted in Kerala. And just 1 week back, on the 16th of April 2025, Lieutenant Narwal was married. He got married exactly 7 days back, and he was in Kashmir on his honeymoon. Married to Himanshi. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was only 26 years old. Shot dead on his honeymoon by Pakistani cowards. His last rites will be held in his village of Karnal, in Karnal, Haryana. The mortal remains have arrived in the national capital. And these are pictures coming in, heartbreaking images, as even the Navy pays tribute to Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. Was promoted from second lieutenant recently. And these are pictures coming in. While studying in Delhi, he also appeared for the CDS, or the Combined Defence Examinations. But it wasn't yet his time. He completed his BTech from SRM University in Haryana's Sonipat. He then cleared the SSB, or the Services Selection Board. He was selected directly from the SSB. is what his grandfather told the media. Lieutenant Narwal was very, very excited in his new career in the Navy. Was looking forward to spending some time with his wife Himanshi, who he was married to just 7 days ago. And these are pictures coming in of tribute being paid to Lieutenant Narwal as his mortal remains are brought back to the national capital. It will be taken to Haryana from here. The 26-year-old Indian naval officer was shot dead by Pakistani terrorists in Pahalgam, Jammu and Kashmir. They both had plans to visit Europe, we are told, for their honeymoon after they got married 1 week ago. But there were some reports of the visa not going through. And because of that reason, they decided to instead change their location, honeymoon location, to Jammu and Kashmir. Family members of Lieutenant Narwal there on your screens. He was with his wife Himanshi in Pahalgam when he was shot dead. His spouse and he were both on leave and on their honeymoon. They were at that particular location when Pakistani terrorists surrounded. Okay, I'm cutting across to the Doordarshan feed that's coming in from the IGI airport.
हैं उनको नम आंखों के साथ श्रद्धांजलि दी जा रही है। लोग मारे गए पर्यटकों के परिवार को सांत्वना दे रहे हैं। और नम आंखों के साथ श्रद्धांजलि मृतकों को दी जा रही है। दिल्ली में जब उनके पार्थिव शरीर को तो इन मृतकों में से एक
Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at the last salute to Lieutenant Narwal, whose mortal remains have landed at the IGI airport. Naval officers paying their tribute. The country uniting in paying tribute to Lieutenant Narwal. His wife there, Himanshi, married just 7 days ago. Getting in reports that the family, both Lieutenant Narwal and his wife Himanshi, were due to travel to Europe for their honeymoon, but could not because of visa issues. Instead, they decided to go to Jammu and Kashmir because of visa complications. Hailing from the Busli village in Karnal district, Lieutenant Narwal's family presently lives in Karnal, Haryana. The Navy officer was holidaying with his wife in Pahalgam when terrorists shot him dead. The Navy also put out a message this morning saying that Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, the naval chief, and all personnel of the Indian Navy were shocked and deeply saddened by the tragic loss of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, who fell to the dastardly attack. That's his wife.
We should all be proud of him in every way. In every way.
Heartbreaking pictures, ladies and gentlemen, as you saw in that moment, wrapped in a tricolor, Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, survived by his wife Himanshi. His mortal remains have returned wrapped in the tricolor. Was inspired to serve in the forces, always wanted to serve in the military. His father also served in uniform, was a BSF officer, was in the border security force, and before that he was also a police officer in Haryana. His only aim was to serve for his motherland. Very, very, very poignant pictures. They're coming in from the IGI airport. She had a message for everyone watching. That's Himanshi, wife of late Lieutenant Vinay Narwal.
We should all be proud of him in every way. In every way. We should all be proud of him in every way. In every way.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Home Minister Amit Shah paying tribute to the 26 victims, the 28 victims, 26 of them Indians. Sushil Natyal from Indore, Syed Adil Hussain Shah from Pahalgam, Hemant Suhas Joshi from Mumbai, Vinay Narwal from Haryana, Atul Shrikant Moni from Maharashtra, Neeraj Udwani from Uttarakhand, Bitan Adhikari from Kolkata, Sudeep Nupane from Nepal. Pictures of the mortal remains, those are live images coming in from the national capital. Very, very moving pictures, heartbreaking, devastating pictures from the national capital of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal's family. Was posted in Kochi, a young officer, just 26 years of age, survived by his wife Himanshi, who broke down, returned with his mortal remains wrapped in the tricolour. They were on their honeymoon. In fact, it's the video of his wife that came out first yesterday. The first video of the lady in the aftermath of the attack who said that they were eating bhel puri and that indiscriminate firing began. That was the picture, the video of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal's wife Himanshi. And these are pictures of the mortal remains being moved, transported from Delhi's Ajia airport to his village in Karnal, Haryana. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was shot dead, one of the 26 killed by Pakistani terrorists. Newlywed, the reception was just 4 days ago. Lieutenant Narwal and Himanshi, they hosted their reception just 4 days ago. They had earlier planned a honeymoon in Europe, was cancelled due to visa issues. Instead, they left for Jammu and Kashmir on the 21st of April, stayed at Pahalgam, at a hotel in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April, and then they went to the destination point where the terrorist attack took place, according to family members who have confirmed the sequence of events. Married just a few days ago, 4 days back, reception was hosted. There were celebrations for the marriage between Lieutenant Narwal and Himanshi. Pakistani terrorists killing him within a week of his marriage. He had travelled to Kashmir for a short vacation, according to defence officials. His marriage was on the 16th of April, less than a week. Wedding reception on the 19th of April. And his wife Himanshi, one of the first eyewitnesses to the attack, when her version came out yesterday in that video, she was heard saying clearly, "I was eating bhel puri with my husband when a man came and said he's not Muslim and then shot him." Lieutenant Narwal had joined the Navy just 2 years ago, was posted in Kochi, Kerala. The Navy also put out a message to pay tribute to Lieutenant Narwal. Spokesman for the Indian Navy saying that the Indian Navy stands in solidarity with the family and that Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, Chief of Naval Staff, all personnel of the Indian Navy were shocked, deeply saddened by the tragic loss of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, who fell to the dastardly attack in Pahalgam, and that they extend their heartfelt condolences to his family during this moment of unimaginable grief. Adding that the Indian Navy also stands in solemn solidarity with all others who lost their lives in this act of violence. I'd like to play that sequence out. Heartbreaking pictures from the national capital coming in this afternoon. Pictures of Union Home Minister Amit Shah also interacting and speaking to those injured in the terror attack in Pahalgam. These are pictures from earlier today when the Union Home Minister interacted with those injured in the Pahalgam attack. He was at the district hospital in Pahalgam, where he interacted with doctors and the team of doctors who are treating those injured. The Union Home Minister has last evening held a review meeting that went on until 1 a.m. in the morning, following which this morning he visited the PCR in Srinagar, the police control room in Srinagar, where he paid tribute to the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, following which he also interacted with the families, the survivors, met the survivors, paying his respects, and then moving on to Pahalgam, where he met with the officers present there, the investigating teams, to gather a first-hand account of the attack that took place. And these are latest pictures coming in of him in Pahalgam, meeting those injured, interacting with the team of medical experts who are treating those who are injured in the Pahalgam terror attack. Not sure if we have an audio layer there, but he's interacting with the doctors and the medical teams, inquiring on the treatment, of course, and the kind of injuries, the nature of injuries that each one of them has suffered. We have details of those who are injured as well, detailed account of those who are injured and those who have been killed. 26 lives lost. We also have details of those who are injured. The full detailed account that has come in, a full list of even the injuries now being shared by the government, as we have an official account after a while. Meanwhile, just to tell our viewers on the right of your screens, those are the mortal remains of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal that was brought to the national capital. It is en route Karnal in Haryana, where the last rites will be held in a short while from now. Navy officers, the Chief Minister of Delhi, and the nation joining all of them in paying tribute and saluting his bravery. And you saw those pictures, very, very, very heartbreaking pictures of his wife Himanshi, who proudly said that she is very proud of her husband, Navy officer, married for just about 6 days, saying that she prays that his soul rests in peace, and that everybody, she says, should be proud of what he did, trying to serve the country, saying that we are all safe and surviving because of the service of people like Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, who chose to serve the country. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal always wanted to serve in the forces. His father also served in the border security force, and he too wanted to serve in uniform, following in the footsteps of his father. Had joined the Navy 2 years ago, was posted in Kochi, Kerala, and he was married. He got married on the 16th of April. And before we go across to that sequence there, I want to go across also to Aishwarya, my colleague, joining us on the phone line, as we get in these pictures of Home Minister Amit Shah meeting those injured. Aishwarya.
Absolutely, Niranjan. These are two visuals which we are beaming live right now. On the left of the screen is that of the Home Minister at Pahalgam Hospital, at the Anantnag Hospital, beg your pardon. He's meeting the family members of the hurt individuals, a few of them from Gujarat, from Tamil Nadu, from Kerala, from all over the country. And on the right, as you said, visuals of the officer the naval officer's mortal remains coming back. Family, the wife, whom you just mentioned, Niranjan, just got married on the 16th of this very month. Very, very disturbing visuals on the right of the screen, and on the left, Home Minister Amit Shah meeting the family members of the hurt tourists who were there in Pahalgaon at that point of time when that terrorist attack took place. India seeks justice. There is no second thought about it. India wants revenge. We want revenge. But at this point of time, very disturbing visuals coming in. We can see the mortal remains of the naval officer coming back to his home. The family members, the visuals are self-explanatory at certain point of time, and this enrages complete India. The people of this country are not going to accept this kind of cowardly and dastardly attack which has been taking place in Pahalgaon, and their masters across the border who have been deliberately trying to push these terrorists across borders. Home Minister, who is in the valley today, was at Pahalgaon, was at the terrorist attack site on ground zero, and right now he's at the Anantnag hospital. These two visuals, Niranjan, which we are showing our viewers right now. Niranjan.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Aishwarya. We spoke to the family of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. They spoke to Republic, briefly giving us a first-hand account of what happened. And story of Vinay Narwal, married on the 16th of April, hosted a reception on the 19th of April. Was supposed to travel to Europe for his honeymoon, but because of visa issues could not do that. Instead, he and Himanshi, his wife on your screen, chose to go to Jammu and Kashmir in what would have been and what is today his last journey. He has returned home wrapped in the tricolour. He always dreamt of serving the tricolour, wanted to be in the forces, achieved his dream, returned home wrapped in the tricolour. Here is the family of Vinay Narwal speaking to Republic.
जैसे दिन में मतलब 2:30 बजे के आसपास लग गया था यहाँ, मतलब फैमिली को पता, पानीपत रहता हूँ मैं, तो यहाँ पे 2:30 बजे सूचना आ गई थी।
और विनय नरवाल जी तो अभी शादी हुई थी यहाँ, इस घर में शादी की शहनाई गूंजी होगी, खुशियाँ होती?
हाँ, खुशी का ही माहौल था जी, सारा बिल्कुल सारा खुशी का माहौल था जी।
और दोनों खुशी खुशी यहाँ से 19 अप्रैल को रिसेप्शन देकर विदा हुए थे घूमने के लिए?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
लेफ्टिनेंट थे, इंडियन नेवी में लेफ्टिनेंट थे, कब ज्वाइन किया था उन्होंने?
इन्होंने 3 साल पहले ज्वाइन किया था जी। पहले बीटेक करी थी जी, लेकिन उसके अपोजिट चल के, जैसे देश सेवा करने का मादा था इनके अंदर, बड़ी मेहनत करी इसने लड़के ने। तो उसके बाद यह CDS के थ्रू इसमें NDA में, इसका मतलब इसने नेवी में इसका सिलेक्शन हुआ था। आज बताने वाले तो ये बता रहे हैं भाई, कपड़े भी उतारे हैं, जेंट्स की पैंट उतार के चेक कराया है। जो इनका खतना होता है मुस्लिम का, वो मतलब खतना तक चेक किया है। जिसको डाउट हो गया ना भाई इसका नाम ये झूठ बोल रहा है, उसकी पैंट तक उतारी गई है जी।
कलमा पढ़ने के लिए कहा गया?
जी जी जी, ये तो इनके दिमाग में है, ये तो जहर सारा जी।
हिमांशी से बात हुई किसी परिवार की, क्योंकि वो तो सदमे में होंगी, 5 दिन पहले उनकी शादी।
वो तो बुरी तरह से सदमे में है जी। वो तो
देखो जी, दुखद है इसमें, तो क्या बोल रहे हैं हम भी।
विनय नरवाल को कब से जानते हैं?
सभी गांव वाले मायूस हैं।
अभी हाल ही में यहाँ खुशी भरा माहौल रहा होगा, शादी की शहनाई गूंज रही होगी, और आज ये दुखद खबर। कश्मीर, जिस कश्मीर में लोग जाते थे हैं घूमने के लिए, वो कश्मीर जहाँ पर लोगों को लगा नहीं अब ठीक है, अब एक बार फिर से वो पर्यटकों को निशाना बनाया गया है। क्या चाहते हैं, क्या अब सरकार क्या एक्शन ले? ऐसा
सरकार तो एक्शन लेती रहती है, बताओ क्या सरकार क्या करे इसमें, बताओ, आप ही बताओ।
कश्मीर लेना चाहिए। अब सरकार ने ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर है, इसको जड़ से ख़त्म करना चाहिए। वो जो कश्मीर हमारा है उसको लेना चाहिए, तभी समस्या हल होगी, नहीं ऐसे ही मारते रहेंगे। जहाँ पे लड़के को मरा, वैसे तो पहलगाम में लेदर वैली है, उससे आगे है तराल वैली, जहाँ यहाँ तो टेररिस्ट की वैसे ही रैली होती है। यहाँ आज भी गाड़ी नहीं जाती, 2-3 किलोमीटर का पैदल रास्ता है।
Just the pictures coming in of the family and the survivor of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. He leaves behind Himanshi. That's his wife. In fact, that powerful sequence, all of us cannot get over this sequence. Heartbreaking pictures that came in from Delhi. I'd like to play that out. She had a very strong message, a very powerful message, asking for everyone to remember the sacrifices made by people like Lieutenant Vinay Narwal when they choose to serve in the forces.
We should all be proud of him in every way. In every way.
And as we get to the details of each one of those victims of Pakistani terror, you look at these pictures and there is the image of Himanshi, who dreamed of a lifetime with Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. Their journey had just begun, full of hope, full of laughter. Even when she spoke in that video in the aftermath of the attack, she said we were having Bhel Puri when they came out of nowhere. 7 days ago, they were newlyweds. Today, she stands in silence, heartbroken, with her husband no more, and wearing and draped in the tricolour. Her husband, her partner, her future stolen by the bullets of Pakistani cowards. Many stories coming into our newsrooms, and I want to go across to another story that has just come in as the Indian Air Force puts out the details. Lieutenant Narwal served in the Navy. The Indian Air Force has put out a tweet saying all air warriors, and look at that picture. I'm staying with these pictures, in fact, before I move across to the next story that's coming in. Look at those pictures, ladies and gentlemen. That is Himanshi on the left of your screen, sitting next to Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, her husband, her partner. One brutal moment, and she said in that video yesterday that it was one bullet. They fired one bullet and they stole her husband, shattered her dreams. The pain she will carry is the weight of the nation's anger. There is Himanshi, who had a very powerful message while bidding goodbye to her husband a few minutes back, as the nation paid tribute to Lieutenant Vinay Narwal as his mortal remains were brought to the national capital. There was also a video that came in. In fact, the first video of the eyewitness account that came in was of Himanshi, where she spoke of what she saw. At that moment, we were not clear of the identity, and we'll play out that video as well. And that's the picture, the most telling picture of the Pahalgam terror attacks. A widow, just married 6 days ago. 16th of April was their wedding. 19th of April was their reception. They were due to fly out to Europe a few days back, but for different reasons, visas didn't come through, complicated, decided to go to Jammu and Kashmir instead. He had taken short leave. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal had taken short leave to be with Himanshi. Many, many stories coming in. I want to go across to the next story that's now coming in to our newsroom. And the next story is of Manish Ranjan. Let me tell you the story of Manish Ranjan, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Manish Ranjan was on leave. He took leave from work for a family outing in Jammu and Kashmir. And as fate would have it, he too was one of the 26 killed by Pakistani terrorists in Pahalgam. An officer who served in the intelligence bureau was posted in Hyderabad. He too was killed by Pakistani terrorists, one of the 26. Take a look at his story. Manish Ranjan.
ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पे झुल दे यार तू मौत ही कश्मीर की
ठीक है हम बचा देंगे ना आप टेंशन मत लो मैं आ रहा हूं मैं कहां पे आपका ये हस्बैंड
Manish Ranjan, an intelligence bureau officer posted in Hyderabad, left for a family outing in the valley after securing a rare leave from office. However, destiny had something else in store for him and his family. The Bihar native was among the 26 clueless, unarmed tourists who fell to the dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam on allegedly Tuesday afternoon.
टेंशन मत लो हम बचा देंगे कोई बात नहीं बेहतर करेंगे
Top sources told the public that the mortal remains of the IB officer were shifted from Pulwama to the GMC hospital in Srinagar. It was further learned that the Jammu and Kashmir administration was in the process of repatriating his mortal remains to his native place in Bihar. As the chorus for payback grows, will India avenge 26 innocent lives lost in the Pahalgam terror attack?
We're taking a short break here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll come back with pictures, reports. The live coverage continues. For us here at Republic TV, we say nation first, forces first, no compromise. We have dropped all programming for the next few days and weeks. This is the only story for us. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले, आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
शुभम के भाई भी मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फ़ोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया कि भैया को गोली मार दी है और सर पे गोली मारी है। उसके बाद करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिससे हम लोगों ने उनको पहचाना, जिसमें ये दिख रहा था कि उनके सर पे गोली लगी है। जी।
उसके बाद आपकी जो कन्वर्सेशन अभी भी मैंने देखा लैपटॉप पे बात कर रहे थे, तो क्या परिवार वालों का कहना है, क्या वो
परिवार वालों के साथ ये बातचीत हो रही है, उनको वहाँ पर ये जानकारी दी जा रही है कि अभी 2 से 3 दिन लगेगा, क्योंकि सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज पूरी करने में, इसलिए मैं
माही सर, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले। आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
शुभम के भाई भी मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फ़ोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया कि भैया को गोली मार दी है और सर पे गोली मारी है। उसके बाद करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिससे हम लोगों ने उनको पहचाना, जिसमें ये दिख रहा था कि उनके सर पे गोली।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Home Minister Amit Shah paying tribute to the 26 victims, the 28 victims, 26 of them Indians. Sushil Natyal from Indore, Syed Adil Hussain Shah from Pahalgam, Hemant Suhash Joshi from Mumbai, Vinay Narwal from Haryana, Atul Shrikant Moni from Maharashtra, Neeraj Udwani from Uttarakhand, Bitan Adhikari from Kolkata, Sudeep Nupane from Nepal, Shubham Dwivedi from Kanpur, Prashant Kumar Satpati from Odisha, Manish Ranjan from Bihar, Ramachandra from Kerala, Sanjay Lakshman Lali from Thane, Dinesh Agarwal from Chandigarh, Sameer Guhar from Kolkata, Dilip Dasali from Mumbai, Sachandra Moli from Vishakhapatnam, Madhusudan Somishetty from Bengaluru, Santosh Jagda from Pune, Manjunath Rao from Shivamogga, Karnataka, Kastuba Ganvotai from Pune, Maharashtra, Bharat Bhushan from Sundarnagar, Bengaluru, Sumit Parmar, Bhavnagar, Gujarat, Yatesh Parmar, the father of Sumit Parmar, also from
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले। आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
शुभम के भाई भी मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फ़ोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया कि भैया को गोली मार दी है और सर पे गोली मारी है। उसके बाद करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिससे हम लोगों ने उनको पहचाना, जिसमें ये दिख रहा था कि उनके सर पे गोली लगी है। जी।
उसके बाद आपकी जो कन्वर्सेशन अभी भी मैंने देखा लैपटॉप पे बात कर रहे थे, तो क्या परिवार वालों का कहना है, क्या वो
परिवार वालों के साथ ये बातचीत हो रही है, उनको वहां पर ये जानकारी दी जा रही है कि अभी 2 से 3 दिन लगेगा क्योंकि सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज पूरी करने में, इसलिए मैं आप
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. I'm Niranjan. Let's quickly get to the headlines this afternoon. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal's mortal remains brought to New Delhi. Nation pays tribute. He will be laid to rest in Haryana. Ahead of the CCS meeting, NSA Ajit Doval meets Prime Minister Modi. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh holds a meeting with the NSA and Tri-Service chiefs. Will brief the Prime Minister on the options tonight. Extra flight arrangements made to bring back tourists from Srinagar to rest of India. Protests across India asking for swift action, decisive action against Pakistan terror in Kashmir. Israel extends unequivocal support to India, condemns the Pahalgam terror attack, says it will stand by India in any action we now take. Getting a breaking news update right now. Pakistan is completely on the back foot. Pakistan attempts to cover up now after pushing in terrorists, after attempting to push terrorists through the LOC even this morning, hours after the attack, after exporting those terrorists to India and remote controlling the entire attack in Pahalgam. Pakistan trying to claim it had no link to the Pahalgam terror attack, completely spooked. I want to go across to Kaswar, my colleague. Kaswar is in Pakistan. He's live in Islamabad. There was a detailed statement that was put out by Pakistani Foreign Affairs Ministry a short while back, where they tried to distance themselves from the attack. Pakistan claiming that it is really concerned at the loss of tourist lives in the attack in Anantnag, and that it extends its condolences to the near ones of the deceased and wishes the injured a speedy recovery. In complete panic, they've been making completely desperate statements while saying on one hand that they are prepared for any retaliation. Secondly, they say that they didn't do it. Third, they're trying to say that they pay condolences and condemn the attack. And getting in some more breaking news right now. More breaking news now coming in that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has left for the national capital. He was at the hospital in Anantnag, paying a visit, checking on those injured, meeting the families of those who were injured in the Pahalgam terror attack, and he has now left for Delhi. And he will be on landing directly reaching 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, the official residence of the Prime Minister, where the CCS meeting will be held. So the Prime Minister will be convening that meeting this evening, a little after 6 p.m, to decide on India's options going ahead. And those are pictures of the Union Home Minister earlier in Pahalgam at the attack site when he landed straight from Srinagar to take stock. He was briefed by top officers, including security officials, of the attack that was carried out. Gathering all facts from the ground, he has left for Delhi, and he will now go straight to the CCS meeting in a short while from now, where he will join the Prime Minister. All right. We also have a statement coming in from the Chief Minister's office in Maharashtra. The Maharashtra government has announced financial assistance to the 6 families who lost their loved ones during the cowardly terrorist attack at Pahalgam. And special arrangements have also been made. A special flight has been arranged to bring back tourists from Maharashtra who are stranded in Kashmir. State government saying that it will bear the cost, informing officials in Srinagar to coordinate the same. Devendra Fadnavis has given out a statement. Going across to Rakshita, joining us live from Srinagar. She's been at Lal Chowk. Rakshita.
Yes, absolutely. It's an evening. Well, we do see that there's always a hustle bustle here when there was not this sort of a terrorist attack that had happened just before, day before. But now we do see that the civilians are moving easily, and we also see that the protests do continue, as we have been reporting since the afternoon, from trade unions to the tourism fraternity as well. We also have some more people who want to speak about what's really happening in Kashmir. Sir, आप बात करना चाहते थे हालात के बारे में, किस तरह से जो हम आज मंजर देख रहे हैं वो किस तरह का असर डालता है नया कश्मीर के कॉन्सेप्ट?
देखिए, बात यह है कि एज ए कश्मीरी हम भी यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं, हमारी यहाँ पे जड़ें हैं, तो यहाँ पे जो कश्मीर है बड़ा भाईचारे से, बड़े प्यार से हम रह रहे हैं। अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो ये इंसिडेंट हुआ है कल, उसका बड़ा दुख है हमें, क्योंकि जब भी कश्मीर तरक्की करता है, टूरिज़्म की ओर जाता है, अच्छी प्रोग्रेस होती है, ये जो हमारा पड़ोसी मुल्क है हमेशा कोशिश करता है यहाँ डिस्टर्ब करने की कोशिश रहती है। तो कल जो ये अटैक हुआ, यहाँ पे जो टूरिस्ट हमारे भाई आए थे, यहाँ पे बड़ा दुख है हमें, बहुत ज़्यादा दुख हुआ, हमारा कलेजा छलनी हो गया। लेकिन जो मुझे लोग देख रहे हैं, भारत के बाकी लोग वो मुझे यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं, उसमें यह है कि जो ये मज़हब की रंगत दी जाती है, ये बहुत बुरी बात है। तो मज़हब की रंगत इसका, क्योंकि जो एक दहशतगर्द होता है, जो एक टेररिस्ट होता है, ना वो हिंदू होता है, ना वो मुसलमान होता है, ना वो सिख होता है, ना वो ईसाई होता है, उसका काम दहशत ही होता है। अगर आप यहाँ पे देखिए, क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो हमारे मुसलमान भाई जो हैं, यहाँ पे उनकी अच्छी खासी पॉपुलेशन है, बड़े प्यार और मोहब्बत से सदियों से हम इनके साथ रह रहे हैं, प्यार और मोहब्बत के साथ। मैं खुद यहाँ पे, मैं कश्मीरी सरदार हूँ यहाँ का, आई एम प्राउड, आई एम ए कश्मीरी। और दूसरी बात ये देखिए कि हमेशा एक दूसरे के गम हो, खुशी हो, उस चीज़ का वो हमारा इंटरनल है, और बाहर के जो लोग आते हैं उनका भी साथ देते हैं। लेकिन ये टूरिस्ट आए थे, ये हमारा मतलब हमारे घर आए हैं हुए हैं, तो हमने इनका आदर किया और करते भी हैं। आपको पता होगा, आपने खुद, आप तो यहाँ पे कवरेज भी करते हैं, आपको पता है कि जो हम कश्मीरी लोग हैं, जो हमारे दिलों में है वो हमारे मुंह में है। हम कभी किसी के साथ डबल पॉलिसी नहीं करते हैं, प्यार मोहब्बत के साथ रहते हैं। बाकी जो ये इंसिडेंट हुआ है यहाँ का, बड़ा दुख है। और मैं हिंदुस्तान के लोगों को इस लाल चौक से मैसेज देता हूँ, जो ये हिंदू, ये मुसलमान, ये सिख ईसाई का जो ये प्रोपेगेंडा कर रहे हैं, दिस इज़ वेरी बैड। हम सब मिलजुल के रहते हैं, ये एक सेक्युलर स्टेट है, राइट ऑफ फ्रीडम ऑफ रिलीजन, वी हैव राइट ऑफ फ्रीडम ऑफ रिलीजन, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया ने हमें दिया हुआ है। बाकी जो ये टेररिस्टों का काम था, दहशतगर्दों का काम है, और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ अपने होम मिनिस्टर साहब से कि इसको जल्दी से जल्दी, जितनी जल्दी हो सके कि इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी, क्योंकि मैटर इज़ अंडर इन्वेस्टिगेशन। ज़्यादा बोलना मेरा यहाँ पे ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि ये काम है गवर्नमेंट का है, लेकिन हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं गवर्नमेंट से इन चीज़ों को सामने लाना चाहिए। अगर वो कोई कहता है मुसलमान इस्लाम, अगर हम देखते हैं, क्योंकि मैं हर एक धर्म की स्टडी करता हूँ, मैं एक सिख हूँ लेकिन हर एक धर्म की स्टडी करता हूँ। अगर आप कुरान शरीफ, अगर ये कहते हैं ना मुसलमान, कोई भी कहता है, तो मैं कहता हूं कि अगर आप कुरान शरीफ देखेंगे, सूरह माइदा सूरा नंबर 5 आयत 32, अगर उस पर देखते हैं, उसमें लिखा हुआ है साफ तौर पे, जो एक बेनक इंसान को मारता है वो पूरी इंसानियत का कत्ल है। क्या ये मुसलमान कर सकता है? ये मुसलमान नहीं कर सकता है, कोई धर्म का भी नहीं कर सकता। इसलिए मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, जो भारत के लोग, हिंदुस्तान के लोग, हमारे भाई मुझे देख रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं, उनको मैं एक मैसेज कन्वे करना चाहता हूं। हम बड़े प्यार से, मोहब्बत से यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं, और ये दहशतगर्दों की एक चाल है कि ये ऐसा काम कर रही है, अनरेस्ट करना चाहते हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर को अनरेस्ट करना चाहते हैं और इंडिया को अनरेस्ट करना चाहते हैं। इसलिए मैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान के लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, बड़े प्यार से, अक्ल से और सब्र से काम लो, ताकि जो दहशतगर्द हैं वो अपने अंजाम तक पहुंच जाए।
See, Republic has a very good reputation. People watch you for a reason, because जो serious issues रहते हैं, let me congratulate you for that. Having said that, जो incident कल हुआ पहलगाम में, we condemn that as a Kashmiri. This is something which is very, very unfortunate, because the tourists across the India who had come into Kashmir for their good times, unfortunately, people who did this, my request to the center government is that, please कड़ी से कड़ी एक्शन लिया जाए, and who so are responsible right now for this.
Those people should be exposed, named, shamed and acted against, and everybody should be united in that.
It's not a matter of getting exposed. Hang them till death over here in Lal Chowk. See, you can't kill us for the fun. This has been going for on and on for so many years. We have seen these incidents happening over now and then in Kashmir. But ultimately, फिर कोई result हमें दिखता नहीं है. And just want to tell you one thing via Republic. See, since this incident has happened in Pahalgam, now what will happen, obviously, for obvious reasons, people will cancel their bookings for the Kashmir. It's quite obvious. But let's not cancel the bookings for the Kashmir for one particular reason, because जो लोग चाहते हैं कि कश्मीर में unrest हो, या कश्मीर as a tourist destination fail हो, we can give them a tight slap on their face by coming to Kashmir. Yes. This will be the win-win situation for us, and ये एक अच्छा मैसेज जाएगा उन लोगों के लिए जो कश्मीर में ये miscreate करते हैं. That makes sense, right?
There you have the, what people, the message they want to send out. Everybody has suffered. There are businesses and there are many stakeholders who have been speaking to us since afternoon, ever since we have come here on and off the record. Everybody says that we are affected, but of course we're waiting as a country that there should be a befitting reply, Niranjan. This is the sentiment right now, and as you can see, we see like more and more people are coming in. This has become busier. The entire street has become busier. You can see more and more protests are happening, and Republic TV has been at the forefront of reporting from the Lal Chowk. In fact, there was not much of media earlier when we were reporting in the afternoon, and we spoke to all those people who were protesting, who were wanting to say something, because everybody has the right to raise their voice. And now we see that there are more and more people coming to even cover this. So that is the this escalation is like no other. What has happened yesterday is like no other, and that is why the sentiments are now boiling very, very high, and that is what we are capturing on our mics and on our cameras, Niranjan.
Yes, and I want to go across to Zeenat. Zeenat is live in Pahalgam town, and she has been live there at the attack site earlier. Zeenat?
Yes, Niranjan. As far as Pahalgam is concerned, we are seeing a normal moment as preserved, because ultimately the life has to gear back to its normalcy. There have been some of the shops have been opened a while back, but there is still a lull in the air. most of the tourists have left this place and they,
प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। इस दुखद समय में दिवंगत आत्माओं की शांति के लिए मैं परमात्मा से प्रार्थना करता हूं। यहां मैं भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प को दोहराना चाहूंगा कि टेररिज्म के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है। भारत का एक एक नागरिक इस कायरतापूर्ण हरकत के खिलाफ एकजुट है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। भारत एक इतनी पुरानी सभ्यता और इतना बड़ा देश है जिसको ऐसे किसी भी आतंकी गतिविधियों से किसी भी सूरत में डराया नहीं जा सकता। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं। साथियों, आज आप लोगों ने जो आयोजन किया है उसमें सबसे पहले मैं मार्शल ऑफ द इंडियन फोर्स अर्जन सिंह जी की स्मृति को नमन करता हूं और उनको अपनी हार्दिक श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। मुझे यह जानकर अच्छा लगा कि आप सभी उनकी स्मृति में यह कार्यक्रम प्रतिवर्ष करते हैं। अपनी बात प्रारंभ करने से पहले मैं भारतीय वायुसेना को उनके अदम्य साहस और पराक्रम के लिए हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। जिस प्रकार से वायुसेना भारत की सुरक्षा में तत्पर है, उसे देखकर हर भारतवासी अपने को गौरवान्वित महसूस करता है और निश्चिंत रहता है। हमें इस बात का संतोष रहता है कि आपकी छाया में हमारा पूरा देश सुरक्षित है। मेरी ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है कि आपका शौर्य इसी प्रकार आसमान की ऊंचाइयों को छूता रहे। आज आपने जो यहाँ पर चर्चा के लिए, बातचीत के लिए विषय रखा है, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ द इंडियन फोर्स, मैं समझता हूँ कि यह विषय न केवल हमारी एयरफोर्स की अब तक की पूरी यात्रा को अपने भीतर समेटता है, बल्कि यह आने वाले समय में इसकी भूमिका को और सशक्त करने के डिस्कोर्स को भी हमारे सामने रखता है। ऐसे कंटेम्प्रोरी और रेलेवेंट टॉपिक के सिलेक्शन के लिए भी मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूँ। साथियों, आज मैं खुद को गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहा हूँ कि मुझे ऐसे ऐतिहासिक व्यक्तित्व के बारे में अपनी बात रखने का अवसर आप सबने दिया है। यह हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि अर्जन सिंह जी जैसे विजनरी मिलिट्री लीडर्स इस देश में पैदा हुए। उनकी लीडरशिप, उनका विजन और देश के प्रति उनका समर्पण इनक्रेडिबल रहा है। वो अपने दौर के एक विजनरी मिलिट्री लीडर तो थे ही, उनका विजन आज भी उतना ही रेलेवेंट है और आज भी वह भारतीय वायुसेना के लिए और हमारे युवाओं के लिए किसी इंस्पिरेशन से कम नहीं है। उनकी जीवनी अपने आप में इतनी मोटिवेटिंग है जो आने वाली कई पीढ़ियों तक हम सभी को इंस्पायर करती रहेगी। मैं देख रहा था कि केवल 19 साल की उम्र में ही उनका सिलेक्शन प्रतिष्ठित रॉयल एयरफोर्स कॉलेज के लिए हुआ था और वहाँ उनका प्रदर्शन इतना उत्कृष्ट था कि उन्होंने अपनी कक्षा में शीर्ष स्थान प्राप्त किया था। फिर उसके बाद जैसे ही सेकंड वर्ल्ड वॉर की शुरुआत हुई, उसमें उनके स्क्वाड्रन को इम्फाल भेजा गया था, जहाँ पर उन्होंने अराकान अभियान के दौरान असाधारण नेतृत्व का परिचय दिया। उसके बाद 15 अगस्त 1947 को आज़ादी की इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर अर्जन सिंह जी ने 12 टेम्पेस्ट विमानों के साथ एक भव्य फ्लाई पास्ट का भी नेतृत्व किया था। साथियों, लोगों के पास आर्म फोर्सेज में आने के अलग अलग कारण हुआ करते हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग ऐसे होते हैं जो बने ही आर्म फोर्सेस के लिए होते हैं। अर्जन सिंह जी वैसे ही थे। और इसका पता हमें इस बात से भी चलता है कि जब सेकंड वर्ल्ड वॉर की शुरुआत हुई तो उन्होंने खुद ही रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि मुझे मोर्चे पर भेजा जाए, मैं जंग में जाना चाहता हूँ। वह समस्याओं से भागने वाले व्यक्ति नहीं थे, वह समस्याओं का डटकर सामना करते थे। शायद यही कारण है कि आज इतिहास में उनका एक विशिष्ट स्थान बना हुआ है। साथियों, इतिहास में ऐसे बहुत कम लोग होते हैं जो इतिहास का हिस्सा भी होते हैं और इतिहास का निर्माण भी करते हैं। अर्जन सिंह जी उनमें से एक थे। 1965 में पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ युद्ध में जो उनकी भूमिका रही है उससे हम सब अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। यह उनकी विजनरी लीडरशिप का ही उदाहरण था कि महज 1 घंटे के अंदर इंडियन एयरफोर्स की दुश्मन के खिलाफ काउंटर अटैक उन्होंने प्रारंभ कर दिया। इस महत्वपूर्ण युद्ध में उनकी इनक्रेडिबल लीडरशिप और विशिष्ट सेवा के लिए अर्जन सिंह को भारत के दूसरे सर्वोच्च नागरिक सम्मान पद्म विभूषण से सम्मानित किया गया। बाद में 1966 में चीफ ऑफ एयर स्टाफ से प्रमोट कर उन्हें एयर चीफ मार्शल बनाया गया और अर्जन सिंह जी भारतीय वायुसेना के इतिहास में इस प्रतिष्ठित पद पर प्रमोट होने वाले पहले अफसर बने। साथियों, वैसे तो उनके बारे में जितना कुछ कहा जाए मैं मानता हूं कि वह कम है। उनके बारे में कई आर्टिकल्स भी लिखे जा सकते हैं, कई किताबें भी लिखी जा सकती हैं, कई इंडिपेंडेंट लेक्चर्स भी किए जा सकते हैं। फिर भी कुछ बहुत सारी बातें छूट जाएंगी क्योंकि उनका जो व्यक्तित्व था और उनके काम का जो दायरा था वह इतना विस्तृत था कि उसे कुछ शब्दों में बात पाना यह लगभग असंभव है। आज भी भारतीय वायुसेना पर उनकी छाप हमें स्पष्ट रूप से देखने को मिलती है और यह बात भी एक हद तक सही है कि जब भी कोई संस्था सफलता की ओर अपने कदम बढ़ाती है तो उसमें उसके फाउंडिंग फादर्स के विजन का बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल होता है। जो विजन, जो इथोस उन्होंने हमें दिया था वह आज इंडियन एयरफोर्स के प्रोफेशनलिज्म और परफॉर्मेंस में स्पष्ट रूप से दिखाई देता है। आज यदि हमारी सेना दुनिया की सशक्त वायु सेनाओं में से एक है तो इसके पीछे कहीं न कहीं उनके विजन का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। साथियों, जब भी मैं इंडियन फोर्स से जुड़े हुए किसी इवेंट में आता हूं तो स्वाभाविक रूप से मेरे जहन में वायुसेना का इतिहास चलने लगता है। इंडियन एयर फोर्स की यात्रा अपने आप में एक कहानी है। कहानी नहीं बल्कि मैं कहूँगा कि यह इपिक है, एक एस्पायरिंग इपिक, एक इंस्पिरेशनल इपिक और एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल इपिक जो सिर्फ आसमान में उड़ान भरने की नहीं बल्कि राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के सपनों।
All right, that was the Defence Minister, the Raksha Mantri Arnab Singh speaking on the Pahalgam terror attack, and just now we got the statement that he said that India will give a befitting reply, and that what we know is that Rajnath Singh has also said that India will hunt down the mastermind. Remember, viewers, the NIA is leading the investigation, and of course the anti-terror operations underway. The joint forces, the army, and the CRPF, and also of course the Jammu and Kashmir police, the NIA, everybody they are there on ground, and there is a meeting of course going on at a very high level. And as we speak, viewers, we are getting you a story of a young Kashmiri man, viewers. What we know is that a young Kashmiri man, viewers, we are getting a story of a very heart-wrenching story, viewers. This is a story, a young Kashmiri man who was Syed Hussain Shah, and he was the sole breadwinner of the family, viewers. He went to Pahalgam for work, but he was killed. He was killed in this dastardly attack. Here's his report that we're getting to you, and we'll be right back.
Lives lost, families broken. The Valley of Kashmir is mourning the deaths of those innocents who were targeted by Lashkar terrorists. Syed Hussain Shah, a resident of Kashmir. He was identified, shot and killed. A day at work turned into a nightmare. Syed Hussain Shah had gone to Pahalgam to work. And when his family tried to connect with him in the aftermath of the attack, the calls went unanswered.
ये कल पहलगाम घोड़े चलाने के लिए गया था।
अच्छा।
मजदूरी को। फिर हम 3 बजे हमने सुना कि वहाँ पे ऐसा वाक़ा हो गया, जिसमें हमने इसको फ़ोन किया तो फ़ोन स्विच ऑफ आया इसका।
The sole bread earner of the family, the mother is inconsolable. And while Syed Hussein's family try to come to terms with what transpired, the nation demands revenge.
My viewers, we're getting in some visuals as we speak.
वादियों द्वारा किए गए कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं। आतंकवादियों द्वारा किए गए कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
शुभम के भाई भी मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फ़ोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया कि भैया को गोली मार दी है और सर पे गोली मारी है। उसके बाद करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिससे हम लोगों ने उनको पहचाना, जिसमें ये दिख रहा था कि उनके सर पे गोली लगी है। जी।
उसके बाद आपकी जो कन्वर्सेशन अभी भी मैंने देखा लैपटॉप पे बात कर रहे थे, तो क्या परिवार वालों का कहना है, क्या वो
परिवार
सुरक्षित
वालों के साथ ये बातचीत हो रही है, उनको वहाँ पर ये जानकारी दी जा रही है कि अभी 2 से 3 दिन लगेगा क्योंकि सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज पूरी करने में। इसलिए मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द जो भी हमारा वहाँ पर जो भी भैया के
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Okay, we're getting in pictures of Amit Shah meeting the families of the victims. These are pictures of families, many of them breaking down on your screen. Loved ones, most of them have lost their fathers. Wives were spared, and wives were told, go tell Modi. Sons were spared. It was the fathers of these little children that you see here. Is there an audio there? I want to pick up the audio, please. Is there an audio layer there? Can we please check if there's an audio layer there? Heartbreaking pictures of families pleading with the Home Minister. 26 names have been released, and 26 men have been killed. And all of them, you look at their faces, all of them asking the Home Minister one question: what have we done wrong, and why were our loved ones
Good evening. Welcome to Republic TV. We stay with the terror attack in Pahalgam. First, the defense minister's words now coming in. He says, "Kada jawab denge." Let's go across to what Rajnath Singh, defense minister, has said.
देवी आतंकवादियों द्वारा किए गए कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
We're now going to go across to the ground zero at the strike and where the Pahalgam terror attack took place. My colleague Zeenat and that investigation. Take a look.
I'll show you the visuals from the ground zero so that you understand the picture, what happened exactly here. See the ridges that you see behind this thick foliage. You see the mountains covered with, these are the snow covered mountains, these peaks. This is Kishtawar Ridge. Kishtawar connects you to Simthon top of Kokarnag, that is again part of Anantnag, and the ridge further comes down to this Baisaran village which is in Pahalgam. So the terrorists who carried this attack yesterday, they had come from this grassland, the very thick foliage that you see, the green color pine, long pine trees that you see, they have made their entry from that very side. There was no entry made by the terrorists from the main gate. So once they entered this, they saw the kids playing. Some of them were having the snacks, some were playing with their articles, some balls, equipments were also found here when the forensic and the other people reached, and all these articles have now in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. You see the trampoline there, there the kids between the young group of 8 to 12, they were also playing, some were doing the trekking, and all these activities that you see here, people had come for this, but the main focus for this place was attraction for the meadows. That is why taking such a difficult track, walking on fort for 5 long years and reaching here for what? They came here to and they lost their life. Although challenging atmosphere, you see that the people who you see in the casuals with assisting the police, they are all from the intelligence agencies who are taking again a briefing. Some samples were also collected by the NIA earlier. So the inside the bowl, all these are from the government departments, from the security wings. No civilian is this time allowed inside this very bowl, because none of the officials want to disturb the crime scene. So the presence of the people that you see inside the bowl are all the officials from different wings, from the CID, from SBI, from SIB, NIA, and also from the other intelligence wings. They are all being assisted by Jammu and Kashmir police. This is the Anantnag district police. They are the ones who are assisting them. In fact, the crime scene since yesterday have not been disturbed. Whatever was lying yesterday at the place, it is still lying there. Home Minister of the country visited this place. He was briefed by the security officials. This is the picnic spot where this incident has taken place. और बिल्कुल ये जो बोल आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, इसके पीछे जो पाइन ट्रीज है, जो झाड़ियाँ हैं, बिल्कुल इधर से ही जो है टेररिस्ट जो है अंदर आए हैं, जो कि इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का कहना है। बिल्कुल अंदर आए हैं, चारों तरफ से घेरा है। एक आदमी उसमें से इस गेट के इस एंट्री पॉइंट पे खड़ा रहा ताकि कोई भी अंदर या कोई भी अंदर से बाहर ना निकले। तो एक तरह का जो है गेट उसने बंद कर दिया था, जो कि बताया जा रहा है। और उसके बाद जो है सेग्रीगेशन हुई थी। उसके बाद लोगों को अलग करके कई लोगों को पूछा गया कि इफ़ यू आर नॉट मुस्लिम, तो आप अगर आप मुस्लिम है तो कलिमा पढ़िए, अगर नहीं है तो फिर गोलियां, अंधाधुंध गोलियां चलाई गई। अभी जो है इस बोल का जो है इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है। कई चीज़ें हैं, कई सैंपल्स जो है फॉरेंसिक टीम्स ने अभी उठाए हैं। बताया जा रहा है कि जो आइटनरी कई टूरिस्ट की है वो कहीं ना कहीं लीक हुई है, क्योंकि जहाँ आपके फॉरेन टूरिस्ट है वहीं आपका IB का ऑफिसर है, वहीं एक नेवल ऑफिसर भी है। तो कहीं ना कहीं इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज इस पे भी जोर लगा रही है कि क्या होटल से, क्या घोड़े वाले से, क्या ट्रांसपोर्टर से कोई ऐसी आइटनरी लीक हुई है, क्योंकि जो लोग यहाँ प्रेजेंट थे, कुछ गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स भी थे, तो किस उस एक एंगल पे भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है। अगर आपको यहाँ 22 सरन के इन मीडियोज में आना है तो टेररिस्ट ने एक एडवांटेज लिया, एक रेकी प्रॉपरली हुई है कि अगर इस तरह का अटैक होता है तो इवैक्यूएशन में कितना टाइम लगेगा, क्योंकि इवैक्यूएशन जहाँ डिले हुआ, जो इंजर्ड लोग थे उनका ब्लड काफ़ी लॉस हुआ। अगर इवैक्यूएशन जल्दी हो पाता या ये जगह कनेक्टेड होती मेन रोड से तो शायद कई लोगों की जान बच जाती, लेकिन रास्ता बहुत कठिन है, बहुत अलग है, और साथ साथ यहाँ तक पहुँचने में बहुत टाइम लगता है। और इवैक्यूएशन के टाइम भी जो अटैक 3 बजे हुआ और 7 बजे के आसपास जो है इवैक्यूएशन ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ, और जब तक वो नीचे आए कई लोग जो है अपनी जान इस पूरे इंसिडेंट में गवा गए। सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है कि पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट जहां कश्मीर एक पीस की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पे चल रहा है, वहीं अचानक जो है उस पीस में एक खलबली मच गई, उस पीस को ख़त्म कर दिया ग्राउंड पे। क्योंकि आज देखेंगे 2019 के बाद पहली बार कश्मीर में हड़ताल की कॉल देखने को मिली। पहले तो हड़ताल की कॉल जो है सेपरेटिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस देती थी, लेकिन आज पहली बार जो है पॉलिटिकल और सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने इस हड़ताल को सपोर्ट किया है। दुकानें दुकानें बंद है, कारोबार ठप है, जिससे ये पता चलता है कि कहीं ना कहीं कश्मीरी भी इस वाक़े से शर्मिंदा है। ये इट इज़ अटैक ऑन द ह्यूमैनिटी और इट इज़ एन अटैक ऑन कश्मीरियत, क्योंकि कश्मीर में कश्मीरी लोग जो है टूरिस्ट को मेहमान मानते हैं, उनको घरों में रखते हैं। क्या है फ्लैश फ्लड्स का टाइम रहा, अमरनाथ यात्रा में जब क्लाउड बर्स्ट हुआ उस वक्त के आपको तस्वीरें अगर याद होंगी तो कई लोगों ने अपने घरों में ले जाकर टूरिस्ट को या यात्री को अपने घरों में रखा, उनका ध्यान रखा, उनको फूड प्रोवाइड किया। लेकिन वहीं आज देख रहे हैं कि एक कश्मीर में फिर से जो है कहीं किसी की गोद सुनी होगी, कहीं किसी का बच्चा चला गया, कहीं किसी का हस्बैंड चला गया, कहीं किसी का फादर चला गया। तो एक तरह का एक पेनफुल पिक्चर जो है कश्मीर से एक बार फिर से इमर्ज हुआ है।
And I'm joined by my colleagues all across. Families are mourning. This is a nation that is going to rise, and we're going to respond to the killing of our brothers, our sons. Every drop of blood, we demand justice. This grief this time, Zeenat, Arawat, Rakshita, is going to turn to fury. We say this, but it's been proven now. This nation, this Bharat does not forgive. I want to first go across to Zeenat. Zeenat, you've just shown us an investigation report. You're reporting from the new model town. Give us more updates as to the kind of security measures that are now in place there. Then I go to Arawat and Lakshita, who's joining us from Lal Chowk in Srinagar.
See, Rhythm, as you rightly said, that the nation will rise again, and there will be a retaliation in every blood that has fallen on this soil will be avenged. Every drop of blood will be avenged, for which the security forces are definitely working round the clock to see that the terrorists who were part of this entire attack are neutralized now, because there are apprehensions that if once they, as they had carried the attack here in Pahalgam, they should not carry any further damage in any part of the districts in the valley. That is why we see that the alert has been sounded in majority of the 10 districts of the Kashmir Valley. Then you see the SOG, this is Special Operation Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police that has been deputed here at the Pahalgam market, because they are the one who take care of the operations. Whenever there are operations in the Jammu and Kashmir, they are the boys who takes the lead with the Indian Army, the Rashtra Rifles. They are the one who specialize in dealing the jungle warfare with Indian Army. So the RR has been deployed, and now the SOG has also taken over the venue of the Pahalgam. So you see on the other side the troops movement of the Indian Army, the Indian Army vehicles again moving to that spot. Although it's not a motorable road, you have to go on foot or on pony back. So that has already seen me yesterday how difficult it was for the evacuation teams to get the dead bodies or to get the injured ones. With the result, see, if the injured who took a lot of time to reach to Pahalgam town, they lost their blood. With the result, the casualty number has also gone up. But overall, if you see the Pahalgam, the ridges of the Pahalgam, the snow-peaked mountains of the Pahalgam, these are the things that usually attract the tourists to visit Pahalgam. And then you have the water bodies, the river Lidar is around. That is an attraction for the tourists, where you see that the number of the tourists, the footfall of the tourists among other destinations, you get the highest number of tourists here at the Pahalgam because of the multiple activities that usually a tourist want during his leisure time. Now you see the deployment of the security forces. In fact, the civilian movement has been curbed to a greater extent, and only either the government officials or the security wings or the people from the CRPF are here, apart from some of the media teams. So that tells you the story on the ground. It is wearing a deserted look on the ground, and the movement of SOG that is on the screen tells you the story that how efficiently and how quickly they are trying to reach to the certain places where they have been deployed. Because ultimately Pahalgam Ridge is a very vast ridge. It has a distance of around 60 to 80 kilometers if you have to travel to Kashtawar, and the buffer zone in between the Kashtawar and the Pahalgam is Kokarnag, where you have the Simpson top.
Zeenat, as we're getting that report, I also want to go across to Arawat, also joining us from Pahalgam. Arawat, yesterday you spoke to the families at the hospital. You were seeing the people who were there, the injured and the dead. And as we mourn them, Today, the defense minister has come out very strongly and said in a statement, "Kada jawab milega." So, Arawat, to all those people who've been there, you're continuing to be at Pahalgam, at the site. What are the kind of visuals that you are seeing now? What is the deployment around you now? And from the people there, we're also seeing a sense of unity where they say it's not about our business, but we stand with Bharat to ensure this time we want revenge and it shall be got.
Seen that the Republic has managed to reach the absolutely at the same location where this incident happened. I will request my Vijay Firdaus to take you through these visuals. This is the exact spot where this terror incident took place. We have seen yesterday that the 28 lives were lost their lives in this deadly terror attack. Also, you can see this area has been cordoned off by the joint security forces. Also, this is the exact spot where this terror incident happened. You can see the chairs and also you can see this is the main entry where from the terrorists came and targeted the terrorists there. Also, you can see this is the entry point that have been sealed by the joint security forces. Also, we have seen that the special forces paratroopers are also joined this operation. We have seen that it's a bit difficult for the forces to conduct operation in such a difficult density. I will request my Vijay to pan camera from this side, and you can see here the difficult and the dense forest where the ongoing operation is going on, and Republic has managed to reach this location. Republic crews are reporting from the various locations where this incident happened, from the Anatag in the GMC, and also these are the exclusive visuals right now you are watching on the Republic Media Network, that this is the actual spot where this terror incident happened yesterday, in which we have seen that 28 lives have lost their lives, and it's a bit difficult. And you can see these are the difficult terrains where the ongoing operation is going on. This is the snow-capped mountains. Also, you can see, if you are able to see it properly, and you can see there where the combing operation is going on. Also, we have seen that the officials from the National Investigation Agency has collected the samples from here. Also, we have seen that the cartridges of the bullets were also found here a while back. We have also seen that the multiple teams of the joint security forces are inside into these dense forests where the combing operation is going on. Also, we have seen that the intelligence agencies have sounded alert that there is possibility that more terror attacks may take place in the parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. But we have seen that the first successful operation in the Uri sector this morning, where we have seen that the two highly trained terrorists were neutralized. Also, the Indian Army will also brief about the ongoing operation in the Uri sector. Also, at the same time, we have seen not only here the combing operation is going on, we have seen that if we'll talk about the South Kashmir's Kolgam, Pulwama, Shopian, and other adjoining areas where we have seen that the dozens of anti-terror operations were launched by the joint security forces. After we have seen yesterday this deadly terror attack, we have seen that the Amit Shah was also here in the morning here at the spot where this terror incident took place. Firdaus is showing you the visuals where the actual firing happened yesterday, and these are the visuals where Republic is showing you from the ground. It's been told that the various teams of the forces have conducted the combing operation inside the deep and dense forests, where we have been told that 4 to 6 tests were involved in this. We have also seen that the Lashkar-based offshore TRF has claimed the responsibility.
Arawat, you're sending us that report. You're telling us about the combing operations. We're going to stay with that. But we're also, after this, going to go across to Lal Chowk, where Rakshita's joining us. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to play out a message from our Defense Minister, Rajnath Singh. There's going to be a retaliation. It's loud, it's clear. You're hearing it from our Defense Minister. Watch it.
आतंकवादियों द्वारा किए गए कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
Major General G.D. Bakshi joins us today. Major General G.D. Bakshi, we heard the anguish in your voice, the anguish that is felt by each Indian yesterday. Today, I ask you just one question. There are high-level meetings that are taking place, sir. The Prime Minister, the Home Minister, right now the Defence Minister has said there's going to be a retaliation because we want revenge. How soon do you think we can plan a retaliation, sir? And I also ask you, as this grief turns into fury, like you've always said, Bharat is not going to forgive this.
Absolutely. You know, Rhythm, it breaks my heart to see our little young girls crying next to the bodies of their husbands. Shut up bodies of their husbands. How long will our girls have to cry? I think it's gone on long enough. We suffered it in 26/11. There were not a nary whiff of retaliation. Right? We just sent dossiers by the kiloton, hoping the Pakistanis would take action against the terrorists they trained, they armed, they infiltrated and sent to create mayhem. Fortunately, we've gone beyond that stage. But this affront is of a higher order, right? It is aimed at the economy of the J&K state, which is in revival mode. They want to hit tourism, which is the bread and butter of the people. No wonder you are seeing demonstrations in Jammu and Kashmir, in the valley, against this dastardly attack. You know, but like you very rightly said, and the Raksha Mantri said, it will not stop by just killing 4 or 6 or 8 terrorist cartoon networks which did this horrific massacre, right? The simple fact is that behind it is Pakistan. Rhythm, don't forget, just 3 days back, General Asim Munir declared a civilizational war against India. Civilizational war against India, saying, you know, the Muslims and Hindu India can never coexist. Can never coexist. And 3 days later comes this dastardly attack in which they fire into the unarmed crowd, into a pure holiday revelers, holiday makers, out for their honeymoons, out to have a breath of fresh air, a relief from the heat of the plains. They are shot in cold blood. They are asked their religion. They are asked to recite the kalma. You know, and the worst part is, one of the victims, her husband was shot. She was on your channel yesterday, beta, when she said, I asked the terrorists, अरे मुझे भी मार दो, मेरे बच्चे को भी मार दो, हमारी भी यातना खत्म करो. So he said, जाके मोदी को बता. If this is not an affront, what the hell else is? We have to hit back. We have to hit back hard. In Uri, we killed 30 to 40 in a trans-border raid, right? Set of raids. In Balakot, we killed 200. But unfortunately, it was in a remote location, far away from any camera, you know. And though we had killed 200, you know, the Pakistanis tried to claim that we had killed some crows and kabutars and birds, right? This time, let it be visible. Let our revenge be visible and open for every Pakistani to see, for General Asif Munir to see, and for the world to see.
Yes.
We have a plethora of options. We have a plethora of options. On your video channel, we are discussing them in detail. But I can give you a kind of a glimpse of the shape of things to come. We have, like I said, a plethora of options. Contingency plans are routinely made in peacetime, and if required, they can be set into motion at a minute's notice. But it is always better. Revenge is a dish best served when cold. We can take our time to give a befitting response that pains, that hurts, that raises costs and consequences for Pakistan.
Yes. Major General
we can
G.D.
go in
Bakshi.
for a graduated set of responses, right?
Yes, you are absolutely
Yes,
right. This is enough blood. It is time we hit back. We shall be hitting back. And the girl you were talking about, Pallavi ji, who came and said, Modi ko batao, it's clear Pakistan now wants to send another message thinking that we're not going to get or extract revenge. But the bigger question here, as extra flight arrangements and everything is being done to get these people back to Delhi, sir, and to other places where they have to. The biggest question here, this retaliation is going to happen, yes. But we also have to see these highest level security meetings are taking place. You also spoke about the soft targeting of tourists. Earlier, before the Amarnath Yatra, this usually took place. Yesterday, I believe the Amarnath announcement took place of the Amarnath Yatra dates. Also now, because the people in the valley are doing well, the regular sources in the village of these people have dried up. These terrorists have dried up, so they're hiding in the forest and looking for soft targets.
Absolutely. You know, rhythm, it was standard practice in our time. And I have spent 5 years non-stop in Kashmir, 2000 to 2005 and even earlier and later. You know, the standard practice was that before the Amarnath Yatra, in the month of April and May, we used to carry out intensive combing and sanitization operations in the hills around Pahalgam, which is the mounting base of the Yatra, in the hills around Dras and the other places from where the Yatris commence their trek, right? Combing operations were done. I'm amazed that they have not been done till now. I'm amazed that Pahalgam was such a soft target. Pahalgam is a high threat area. You know, I'm sorry, but I'm against a lone wolf approach. We are given to understand that the present police dispensation in Jammu and Kashmir, it's all nice, it's very brave of them to say they don't need the army, they don't need anything else, anybody else, they can handle it alone. I'm sorry, that's a very wrong attitude and mindset. It is a whole of the government approach. We've always worked together, the army, the police, the paramilitary, the special groups of the police, then the army special forces, they've all worked in unison and given a hard hit, right? Another problem that has taken place is one of the best decisions taken by the present government was to do away with Article 370 and 35A. But unfortunately, somewhere down the line, there was a sad contradiction. We increased force levels in the valley and it was absolutely quiet because force level, the big battalions have a terrifying impact, quietening impact on the situation. But at the same time, I don't know for what reason, some people in the government decided that the Indian army is too bloody big. It needs to be cut down. And in the COVID period, 3 years, we stopped all recruitment. 60,000 boys retire each year. So effectively, you cut the strength of the army down by 1,80,000. So from where they were ordered to cut, so from where could they cut? The areas that were lying dormant south of Pir Panjal, Rajouri, Punch, Riyasi, Kathua, right? The Samba area, you have Kishtwar, you have Doda, etc., Bhadarwa.
Yes.
All these areas, the troop levels were cut down. You created gaps which the Pakistanis exploited. And I am told that this group has possibly gone up from Kishtwar, where I had served, and they'd gone up north and done this strike in Pahalgam.
Yes, sir. Sir, this is the terrible time when tourists saw the bullets fall. Yes. And yes. Sir, I only interrupt you for a second because I just want to go across to Lal Chowk, where my colleague Rakshita is reporting from. The visuals on the screen also one of the people you're talking about, sir, and how she faced the worst kind of questions by the terrorists. She was asked whether, in fact, on the screen, her husband was asked about his religion. Rakshita, I want to come across first to you, and then we go to those visuals and Major General G.D. Bakshi. Rakshita, at the Lal Chowk, what are you picking up?
Well, we've been reporting here since afternoon, and we see there are multiple groups that have come in. There are civilians, there are common people, there are also the young, the old, people from the trade unions, there are people from the trade associations and from the hospitality fraternity, all of them, hospitality industry, hotel industry, they've all come here one by one. They've staged their protest and they've said in unison that they condemn the killings of the innocent. But when the religion angle comes in, of course, there is sensitivity to that, and they say that terrorists have no religion. That is what the sentiment is here at the Lal Chowk. Remember, Lal Chowk has been, very busy, and it has been flourishing in the past few years. You see, these shops are shut today. It's Kashmir, Bantri Nagar is band today. And of course, the traders and the businesses have suffered. The tourists have suffered. And in fact, we had people from the hospitality industry, from the travel industry, saying that, appealing to the people that do not fear, give a befitting reply, and do not cancel your bookings. And this is, of course, we at the same time we see many tourists also coming in from different places, from Delhi and other parts of the country. They are, of course, what has happened yesterday is something that they haven't seen. That's something that has happened right where they were. So of course it does impact them. But yes, they do feel that whatever has happened, this should be not gone forgiven. This should not be forgiven. This should not be forgotten. This is the sentiment that I'm picking up. But as we speak, you can see that people at the Ghanta Ghar here, at the clock tower, who continue to protest as well, and they are trying to, speak to the media as well, and trying to voice their concerns, raise their own concerns, because of course the locals, the local businesses are also affected. That is what we are picking up as we speak. The civilian movement, while there's heavy security deployment, there's CRPF, the army, and the Jammu and Kashmir police that are on every nook and corner around us. We see every street. There's no street that is unmanned. So yes, there's heavy security, and nevertheless, the common man is still moving very easily. So the security has been taken care of right now. But yes, everybody's waiting for that befitting reply, that response hitting Pakistan where it hits the most, and finish it off. One last time, just give it back to Pakistan. That is what we are tracking. What will be India's response? We'll be right back with more.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं. एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले. आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए.
शुभम के भाई भी मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं. सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया.
अब
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले। आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
शुभम के भाई भी मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया कि भैया को गोली मार दी है और सर पे गोली मारी है। उसके बाद करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिससे हम लोगों ने उनको पहचाना, जिसमें ये दिख रहा था कि उनके सर पे गोली लगी है जी।
उसके बाद आपकी जो कन्वर्सेशन अभी भी मैंने देखा लैपटॉप पे बात कर रहे थे, तो क्या परिवार वालों का कहना है, क्या वो
परिवार
सुरक्षित
वालों के साथ ये बातचीत हो रही है, उनको वहां पर ये जानकारी दी जा रही है।
Good evening. Welcome to Republic TV. I'm Ridhum, and the top focus continues to be the terror attack in Pahalgam that's going to be avenged. The Raksha Mantri has said loudly and clearly, we're going to take our revenge and it's going to be soon. First, a look at our top headlines.
जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा, मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
Rajnath Singh issues a stern warning to Pakistan, says India is going to hunt down the Pahalgam attackers. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal's mortal remains brought to New Delhi. Nation pays tribute. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to hold CCS meet at his residence. Protesters call for swift action against Pakistan terror in the valley.
Stand with India because India is our friend. Full stop.
And Israel extends unequivocal support to India, condemns Pahalgam terror attack. Okay, we're getting you details, visuals that are coming in from Anantnag. Omar Abdullah attending the funeral of a local. This was also something that the Chief Minister had been told to do, and Omar Abdullah also there at that funeral of the local. He's a local who was shot dead in the Pahalgam terror attack.
ये बहादुरी का सबूत दिखा रहे थे। वहाँ लोकल सुनने में आया है कि ये एक शख्स थे जिन्होंने हमले को रोकने की कोशिश की और जिन्होंने शायद बंदूक छीनने की भी कोशिश की और तभी जाके इनको निशाना बनाया गया। अब जैसे इनके घर वालों ने अभी जनाजे से पहले बात की, इस खानदान का हमें ख्याल रखना होगा, इनकी मदद करनी होगी और मैं यहाँ इन सबको यकीन दिलाने आया हूँ कि इस मौके पे हुकूमत इनके साथ खड़ी है और जितना हम इनके लिए कर सकेंगे हम कर लेंगे। सर
Hukumat inke saath khadi hai. It should have happened yesterday is what the Chief Minister should have said. Yesterday is what the Jammu and Kashmir police should have done in Pahalgam much earlier by being there. Omar Abdullah attending funeral there, making those perfunctory words there. We're going to quickly cut across to Baramulla, where we're going to be getting a press conference from. We're also being told There is another press conference happening, but we're going to wait for that. We're also being told that we've just had an exclusive conversation. Okay, first I'm going to go across to Rakshita, my colleague, joining us from Lal Chowk. Rakshita, we're seeing once again just hearsay from a chief minister in Jammu and Kashmir who should in the first place have not been there. We didn't need a chief minister who didn't have any security taking place in Pahalgam, and now he's attending this funeral. There is a lot of bravado and hukumat talks from him. It's shameful that these words are coming. It is spoken, but nothing is being done by them.
Absolutely, of course. There are many questions that are to be raised, of course, as far as what has happened there. Can I just get the foldback, please cut down? I'm getting my own echo, so I can't speak properly. PCR, please listen to me. The thing is, Rhythm, that there is a big-time security issue that has been reported. It's a tourist place. It's a tourist picnic spot where this attack had happened, obviously, in Pahalgam. And there were kids, there were women, and there were so many people, young and old, who were, in fact, holidaying. They were just spending some moments together with their families in their own country. And, this is something that Umar Abdullah should understand as a chief minister. Now, he has been fighting for elections, that elections should be brought back. We want elections in Jammu and Kashmir, and now we see that elections are happening. He is now elected as a chief minister. So now, such words, of course, completely show that his loss of control, how the blame game is only mounting while people have been killed in broad daylight, mercilessly, without any fault of theirs. And there has been no security that has been assured by the chief minister, was the one who always said before the election that, let us come to power, we'll make things better, we will fix the issue, we know the issue, we are from Kashmir, we know it better than you or anybody else in the country. But this is the answer. Umar Abdullah has been shown the mirror, I think, here, and he's just trying to deviate from from what has happened. Rhythm.
Okay, Rakshita, just stay with us. Viewers, I'm also going to go across to the conversation that we've had with the Israeli spokesperson, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Israel, Oren Marmoshin, who spoke to my colleague, senior editor Shavan Sen, and extended unequivocal support to India.
Many here in India are basically drawing a parallel with the attack that took place in Pahalgam with that of what happened in Israel on October 17th. And they draw a parallel saying that India has witnessed what you witnessed back in October 17th. How does Israel really look into it? And particularly, if at all India takes an action against Pakistan, where does Israel really stand on this?
Shawan, I hope I pronounce your name correct.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. I think you are right. I think people do see connection between terror attacks, like the one that unfortunately India experienced yesterday, and this huge terror attack that we are undergoing, because this is an ongoing terror attack since October 7th. Of course, each setting, each political theater has its own special circumstances, and each country is different. But I think it does resemble, in the sense that we are talking about terror. We are talking about terror that is targeting innocent civilians. We're talking about vicious terror. Often it's involved with a jihadic mindset, extreme mindset. So I think in this regard, there is a connection. And like I said at the beginning, Israel stands with India because India is our friend. Full stop. No matter what, we stand with India. And this is important. And even more so because of this connection. because of what you just said. Because we know how it feels when radical terrorists are targeting your people. So this connection is stronger, which brings me to the second question. I was asked what will be the case if India will decide upon actions against Kashmir, against Kashmirian terrorists, and if Israel will stand side by side to India. So the second part, I think, is easy. I said it just in the beginning. Israel stands with India, and this is what friends do, and this is what we're doing, and this is what we'll probably do in the future. Regarding concrete steps, it's hard for me to answer about future or hypothetical question, but I can share with you general and principle guidelines that guide our policy, which is first and foremost the fact that Israel is a friend of India, Israel stands with India. So without addressing hypothetical question, this is a clear constant that we know.
I continue to be joined by my colleague Arawat at the site, the attack site. You gave us a view of what's happening there. Tell us about the security arrangements and what's happening with the combing operations there, Arawat.
As of now, we have seen that the special forces have also joined this anti-terror operation. I'll request my VJ to pan camera from the towards this location. And this is the actual spot where this incident happened yesterday, where we have seen that the 28 lives were lost their lives, and this is the actual spot. It's a bit difficult for the forces to conduct anti-terror operation. It's such a difficult, dense forests, and these are the visuals right we are showing you from the ground where this incident took place. We have seen that the National Investigation Agency officials were also here, and they have collected the various kind of the samples. Also, if my VJ can show you the forces here, how the patrolling is being done here from the, this is an off-road, and you can see here in these kind of the scooters are being used to patrol in these areas. Also, we have seen that the special forces has gone into deep dense forests where the combing operation is going on. Not only here, but we have seen that the lot of anti-terror operation is underway from the North Kashmir to other parts of the Kashmir Valley. These are the deep and dense forests, which is a bit challenging for the forces to conduct operation. Also, you can see that the snow-covered mountains, also the movement of the special forces is there, and you can see that the happening here inside the park where this incident happened yesterday. The forces are here. Also,
okay.
the fresh
Arawat, I'm
forces.
just going to interrupt you for 1 minute, and I'm going to come back to you. I just want to tell our viewers an update that very soon we're going to go across to Commander 161 Brigadier Mayank Shukla's press briefing on the Baramulla operations. And I go back to Arawat, but we're just waiting for that press conference to begin on the Baramulla. Okay.
आतंकवादियों की लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल की नज़दीक आती हुई हरकत को लगातार ट्रैक किया गया। तकरीबन 3 बजे आतंकवादियों ने जैसे ही लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल को पार किया, हमारे एम्बुश ने इसे एंगेज किया। फायरिंग तकरीबन 2 घंटे के आसपास चली, जिसमें कि 2 आतंकवादियों को मार गिराया गया। इसके बाद इस घने जंगल के इलाके में तरतीबवार तरीके से सैनिटाइजेशन और सर्च की कार्रवाई की गई। इन मारे हुए आतंकवादियों की पहचान हमारी पुलिस के द्वारा की जा रही है। ऑपरेशन में 2 AK राइफल, 1 9mm चाइनीज़ पिस्टल, मैगजीन्स और बड़ी मात्रा में एम्युनिशन बरामद किया गया है। इसके साथ साथ एक आईडी जिसका वज़न तकरीबन 10 किलो का है, उसे भी बरामद किया गया है। इस सफल ऑपरेशन से हमारे इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज और सुरक्षा बलों ने आतंकवादियों की एक बड़ी साजिश को नाकाम किया है। ये ऑपरेशन सुरक्षा बलों के बीच के अच्छे तालमेल को दर्शाता है। हम आगे भी इस इलाके में अमन और विकास के लिए लगातार कोशिश करते रहेंगे।
The last few days, intel was being received about Pakistan infiltration. The Chinar Corps also giving out details on 22nd April terrorist activity was suspected. They redeployed the ambush forces to track that terrorist activity. Firing was conducted and 2 terrorists were shot down. This investigation is continuing. So the big breaking news, it could have been more details, and look at the views of that ammunition that is now coming in from Baramulla. A very clear detail that possibly there were more attacks that were wanted by the terrorists. Now details coming in of this. Last few days they're saying the intel received about Pakistan infiltration. So Pakistan sponsored attacks. The big breaking news, Pakistan sponsored attacks with Pakistan infiltration also was planned in Baramulla. However, it was, and the forces took down 2 of the terrorists and counterfoiled a major terror bid by terrorists. We're going to stay and once again play out that reaction that has now come in from Baramulla of the brigadier, getting you this big breaking news. Police is investigating about the identity. They're saying on 22nd terrorist activity was suspended, but Pakistan hand was also seen in Baramulla. Okay, let me first go across to Lakshita at Lal Chowk where something is happening. Okay, let me go across to her.
ನೋಡಿ ಇನ್ನೋಸೆಂಟ್ ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಭಿತ್ತಿ ಪತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಈ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರದ ಈ ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆಯ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಚಿತ್ರಣವನ್ನ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಂದೇಶದಿಂದ ರವಾನೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ದೇಶ ಒಂದು ಭಾರತ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಭಾರತ ಅನ್ನುವ ಸಂದೇಶ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ರವಾನೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. जी 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 ओ जी 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 क्या संदेश चल रहा है इधर से? क्या संदेश चल रहा है?
बस यही संदेश हमारे लिए है.
ಧರಿಸಿ ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರುವುದನ್ನು ತಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ಒಂದು ಹೋರಾಟ, ಒಂದು ಮುನ್ನುಡಿಗೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಮಾತಿಲ್ಲ. ಜನ ರೊಚ್ಚಿಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಭಯೋತ್ಪಾದನೆ.
I want to go across to Rakshita, who's joining us. Rakshita, there are words that are coming in from Lal Chowk. There are protests, black flags there. What is happening at Lal Chowk?
As I was telling our viewers that the black flag protests have now broken out at the Lal Chowk, and these are the fresh round of protests that we're witnessing at the Ghantaghar, at the clock tower. In the evening, we see that there are banners that say that have written Kashmiris for peace, stop genocide, and also that innocent killings are unacceptable. That is what has been that's what's been raised by the protesters. Also saying that violence has no religion. That's what these protesters are saying. They're raising slogans and they're saying that Kashmir is for peace. As we report continuously from Lal Chowk, there are back-to-back protests that are breaking out here at the Lal Chowk this evening. We expect more protests happening right from the trade associations to the hospitality industry as well, and the commoners coming in here. The people from Kashmir, people from Srinagar, they're all gathered up. Men, women, young, old, everybody. You see this visual. They're standing up with the black flag, saying that they are in solidarity with those who have suffered at the hands of those dastards, those cowards from Pakistan. That is the latest update we have right now as we speak, viewers. There are more and more updates that we are gathering. There are more press conferences that will be happening, as this is the Kashmir Bandh that has been observed. Srinagar has been shut down today. That's what we know, and we'll try and get you more voices from ground zero. But yes, that the innocents being killed is unacceptable. That is what they are saying, and they're showing black flags. There are women and men, everybody uniting here amid heavy security at the Lal Chowk.
Okay, I want to now go across. We're going to stay with this story, Rakshita, and I want to go across to Zeenat. Zeenat, you're joining us from Pahalgam, New Model Town. These are the pictures of the terrorists that should be etched in the mind of each Indian. Anywhere and anyone who sees them in or around Srinagar will have to be remembering that these are the pictures that need to be looked at. And I'm also going to, as I go across to Zeenat, tell you, viewers, about the pictures that we are showing. These are pictures of the wife of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, the 26-year-old Navy officer who was shot dead in the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. Zeenat, I want you to also speak a little bit about it. They were planning for a honeymoon abroad. However, it was in Pahalgam where they were there, married just 8 days earlier. And she said that the terrorist asked and said he doesn't look like an Indian. He doesn't look like, I beg your pardon, a Muslim. And they were having bhel puri, but the terrorist said he does not look like a Muslim, and then he was shot dead. This is the video that surfaced, and she says, I was eating bhel puri with my husband when a man came and said he is not Muslim and shot him. Just when we went towards that tribute that was being paid to him, she said at the end of this tribute, when the husband's body was being taken away, the wife said Jai Hind. Zeenat, I want you to speak a little bit about this and how many people are still at the hospitals, wounded, injured. Also give us a sense about what's really also happening at Pahalgam.
See, as far as you discuss about the case of a naval officer who was here they have been married a week before and they planned their honeymoon and they were planning to go to Europe, but due to some visa issues, they couldn't go and they chose a destination here in the Kashmir Valley. And exactly this is the Pahalgam market where from I am reporting, and they were staying in one of the hotels nearby. And from here, the track of Baisaran is somewhere around 5 kilometers and the track is usually being used by the pony walas because of the condition of the road is not that very great. Yesterday morning they had gone to Baisaran for a good time, for a family time when this incident happened. And yes, the family was asked by the terrorists that this man doesn't look like Muslim. He was asked to recite kalima, and then finally he was shot at. He lost his life in the terror attack. He got head wound, rather I would say that with the result he was left in the pool of blood. But due to evacuation process, which took a lot of time, that also led to the number of the casualties surge because the evacuation process was delayed for a very long time.
Okay, Zeenat, I'm going to go across to breaking news that's coming in and I shall come back to you. But the breaking news that's coming in is now that I'm going to go across to it now. Breaking news coming in, Chinese ambassador to New Delhi now gets fact-checked on X. He gets community noted for Chinese position on Pakistan terror organizations. The Chinese ambassador to New Delhi gets fact-checked on the platform X. He gets community noted for the Chinese position on Pakistan terror organizations. I want to go across to senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's breaking that story for us. Abhishek, give us more details.
So this is essentially holding a mirror to the Chinese, Janus-faced as they have been on the issue of terrorism originating from Pakistan, their all-weather friend. And so while we have a post from the Chinese ambassador saying that they are shocked by the attack in Pahalgam and condemn it, two things. One, this is almost the last one of condemnations that has come in. Almost 45 nations of consequence have already spoken, and finally we had the Chinese ambassador in New Delhi posting this condemnation. And then look at the community note, which means essentially that users of X have realized that this is duplicity and double standards of China. So for example, when it comes to the Lashkar-e-Taiba and its designation as a terrorist organization, every attempt of India and the United States was thwarted by the Chinese. Multiple times they put it on technical hold, which is essentially a block. Similarly, in the case of Maulana Masood Azhar, similarly in the case of LET leader Shahid Mahmood, similarly in the case of 2611 accused Sajid Mir, China used that block at least a dozen times or more when it came to designating Pakistan-based terror organizations or terrorists by the United Nations as global terrorists. And for the same China now to be condemning, obviously, is a certain amount of, takes certain amount of duplicity to be doing it. And that's why this community note or this fact-checking on social media platform X is sort of holding a mirror to the Chinese. Hopefully they will learn from it. It should be seen as an embarrassment. If it is not, then obviously the Chinese are really not with us in this hour of crisis.
Okay, Abhishek, I will come across once that breaking is completely ready. Thank you for those details. There is more breaking news that's coming in, which we're going to cut across to now. And as we're going to go across to that, viewers, we're staying with these visuals, and I'll speak over them as we're going to go across to the breaking news that's coming in. Like we were saying earlier, the slain Navy officer Vinay Narwal, who was there in Pahalgam with his wife, and Vinay and Himanshi reached there. Okay, I'm going to go across to that. And you know, a young life full of prominence shot dead in cold blood, Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, all of 26, barely begun a new chapter with his wife, was there for his honeymoon in Pahalgam. Here is the story of the brave Navy officer whose sacrifice has left the nation in grief.
This is the heartbreaking story of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. A 26-year-old officer in the Indian Navy. The idea of serving the country attracted him to the uniform. This young and brave officer went to Pahalgam only to return wrapped in the tricolour. He got married just a few days ago and was vacationing with his wife. And in the blink of an eye, everything changed. We were just having bhel puri, and then he shot my husband. Her voice trembles, a cry from a woman who watched the love of her life fall, helpless, shattered. They asked him one question, his religion, and then they pulled the trigger. Posted in Kochi, Lieutenant Vinay had joined the Navy just 2 years ago, full of promise, courage, and a heart committed to serve. Among his peers and seniors, he was more than just an officer. He was a beacon, dedicated, humble, and full of life.
महज 6 दिन पहले जिस घर में खुशियां थी, आज उस घर में मातम है। वजह जो 26 पर्यटक मारे गए कश्मीर के पहलगाम में, उनमें से एक थे लेफ्टिनेंट, इंडियन नेवी में लेफ्टिनेंट विनय नरवाल, जिनकी हत्या हुई। उन 26 पर्यटकों में वो भी शामिल थे और जिनकी तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया पर वायरल है। जो तस्वीर आपको भी, आपके पास भी पहुंची होगी, एक विनय नरवाल जो हैं उनकी लाश है और उनके बगल में उनकी पत्नी बैठी हुई है। जिस तस्वीर ने पूरे देश को झकझोर कर रख दिया, ये वही विनय नरवाल का घर है जहाँ पर 6 दिन पहले यहाँ पर खुशियाँ थी, लेकिन आज मातम है। लोग यहाँ पर सांत्वना देने आए हैं, तमाम जो आसपास के लोग हैं वो सांत्वना देने आए हैं। 16 अप्रैल को ही यहाँ खुशियाँ थी, शादी की शहनाई गूंजी थी। उनके पैतृक गांव भूसल में शादी हुई थी हिमांशी नरवाल और विनय नरवाल की।
A young life stolen, a nation in mourning, and a wife left holding memories where there should have been a lifetime.
यहाँ पे बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। सर कल जैसे दिन में मतलब 2:30 बजे के आसपास लग गया था। यहाँ मतलब फैमिली को पता, पानीपत रहता हूँ मैं, तो यहाँ पे 2:30 बजे सूचना आ गई थी।
और विनय नरवाल जी तो अभी शादी हुई थी यहाँ, इस घर में शादी की शहनाई गूंजी होगी, खुशियाँ होती।
हाँ, खुशी का ही माहौल था जी, सारा बिल्कुल सारा खुशी का माहौल था जी।
दोनों खुशी खुशी यहाँ से 19 अप्रैल को रिसेप्शन देकर विदा हुए थे घूमने के लिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
On the streets of Jammu and Kashmir, the anger is rising, but the message is loud and raw. Pakistan must pay.
Breaking news coming in. Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha to hold a security review meeting at 5:30 p.m. DGP, Chief Secretary, all IGPs, Deputy Commissioners of all 20 districts, SSPs of all districts to be present in the meeting. I want to go across to Gursimran getting us that news. Gursimran, give us more details.
See, in a short while from now, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is set to join this meeting. This meeting is taking place physically in the Srinagar, that is at the Raj Bhavan, where Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, along with the DGP, Jammu and Kashmir Police, Nalin Prabhat, and the Chief Secretary, Atal Dulu, is present, along with the Home Secretary of Jammu and Kashmir, Chandrakar Bharti. We are told that the IG Kashmir will also be joining from the PCR Kashmir, and IG Jammu, along with his team, will be joining from the PCR in Jammu. This will entirely focus on the prevailing security scenario in the Jammu region and regular inputs that are flowing in regarding more terror strikes that the terrorists are planning in the Jammu region, especially to target the civilians as well as to forces in the area. And that's why this meeting has been called in. This comes a couple of hours after Union Home Minister Amit Shah has left for the national capital after being here for a day's time, roughly 24 hours time for being here and reviewing the security. In this meeting, the threadbare discussion will take place that how these counter-terror operations against the Pakistani terrorists as well as local terrorists can be intensified, because the dent these terrorists have given in last 24 hours to the security forces is much larger than what we have seen in last 5 years. So that's why meeting has been called in, and we are told that the meeting will be beginning shortly with LG Manoj Sinha joining it from the Raj Bhavan in Srinagar.
Okay. Gursimran, I also want to ask you, as this review meeting is taking place, you've also been speaking to a lot of these people to try and get a sense of what's going to be happening. How soon do you think they're all going to come out with a collective, cohesive press conference and give out details about all the terrorists who've been neutralized and what action is soon going to be taken in all the districts?
See, this group has become really very challenging for the security forces, because, see, it all started from 4th of May from the Dana Shastar area. Then earlier it was on the 22nd of December 2023 when they carried out the Dera Ki Gali attack. Then it was in the Gagangir area, it was 20th of October 2024. And now they have carried out attack in the Pahalgam area of the
Gursimran, I'm just going to interrupt you for a minute. There's breaking news that's coming in, and we're getting a reaction.
चलिए मैडम थोड़ा सा कुर्ती दिखाई हुआ तो शायद यहाँ ये हो जाता है। बहरहाल ये हुआ, हमें इसे सीखनी चाहिए।
Hello, check 1 2.
Okay, we're just going to cut across, as we have, to the former Minister of Education of Jammu and Kashmir, Altaf Bukhari, there. And he had spoken earlier about the Pahalgam and said it's a day of darkness. Altaf Bukhari now at Lal Chowk. We're going to cut across to that reaction that's coming in from there. He's also called it an assault of humanity at the Lal Chowk. Apni party president Syed Mohammad Altaf Bukhari, take a look.
समाजी हो या फिर जितने भी तिजारती अंजुमन हैं, और जैसा आपने भी देखा कि बंद की कॉल का असर भी दिखाई दिया, और इससे ये क्या, इस हमले के बाद क्या पैगाम जाता है, ना सिर्फ मुल्क के लिए बल्कि पूरी दुनिया के लिए?
मैं ये कहता हूँ कि आज जो आपने देखा, जो स्पॉन्टेनियस, ये किसी ने मुनज़्ज़म तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं किया, ये स्पॉन्टेनियस आम कश्मीरी का दिल रो रहा है, ये उसके जज्बात को आप देख रहे हैं। शायद पूरे मुल्क में इन जज्बात की कदर की जाएगी, क्यों इन जज्बात को ये ना समझिए कि जो आप देख रहे हैं कुछ चैनलों से वही कुछ सच है। इन जज्बात को देखिए, कश्मीर रो रहा है, ये हमारे बच्चे यहाँ शहीद हुए हैं, हमें इस चीज़ का अफसोस है।
कश्मीर में इलेक्शंस के बाद उम्मीद थी, आप लोगों ने प्रॉमिस किया था कि रीजनल पार्टीज जैसे बोलती थी कि इलेक्शंस हो जाएं, अभी उसके बाद कुछ बदला नहीं, आपको लगता है कुछ बदलना चाहिए?
देखिए, मैं बड़ा खुल के बताऊंगा, आप इलेक्शन से क्या चाहते थे बदलने क्यों? ये तो पहले भी सिक्योरिटी ऑफ द स्टेट वाज इन द हैंड्स ऑफ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, आज भी है। तो लोकल जो इलेक्शंस हुए वो तो आप लोकल माहौल देख रहे हैं। अगर आप बदलाव नहीं देखते तो आप स्पॉन्टेनियस रिएक्शन नहीं देखते। इसको तो लोगों ने नहीं, इसको तो सरकार ने नहीं किया, तो बदलाव तो आया। बदलाव कहाँ नहीं आया? बदलाव तो आया, हम तो देखते हैं। लेकिन अब जिम्मेवारी जिनकी है, तो उन्होंने अगर चूक की तो वो तो उनकी जिम्मेवारी है ना। वो तो 2019 से उन्हीं के पास जिम्मेवारी है। जिनके पास जिम्मेवारी है उनको रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेनी पड़ेगी। हम कहें ना कहें, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो है ना। 2019 से यहाँ सिक्योरिटी को देखते हैं, उनको तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आज भी लेनी पड़ेगी ना।
बुखारी साहब, किस तरह की आप कार्रवाई चाहते हैं ताकि इस तरह के जो हमले हुए वो फ्यूचर में पेश ना आए?
देखो भैया, मुझे पता नहीं है सरकार क्या करेगी। मैं अपने कश्मीरियों से कहूँगा, क्यों ये तो पहले हम पे ये दाग लगाया गया है। हमें खुद अपने मेहमानों की रखवाली करनी पड़ेगी। क्यों? भरोसा उठ रहा है, ये भरोसा ख़त्म हो रहा है। जो लोग कहते थे कि हम आपको सिक्योरिटी देंगे, हमें उनसे भरोसा उठ रहा है। मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये कहना ही पड़ेगा।
Okay, so that was Arnab Goswami. He was, of course, pointing fingers at the government. If you just heard him, Rhythm, if you can hear me, I don't know if I'm patched live or not, but yes, he was pointing fingers that there is the security was taken care of by the centre, and that what change have you seen is what you see. That is why this attack has happened. But yes, about security, he was trying to say that it will be up to the Kashmiris. That is what the sentiment he's right now targeting, as the people are being killed in Kashmir and the people are suffering in Kashmir, of course. But the politicians, of course, continue to resort with their politicking here as India loses innocent civilians, innocent Indians.
Absolutely, but you know, I think Altaf Bukhari needs to also remember what had happened earlier when he himself and his party were in talks with the Hurriyat. So people like him need to very clearly think about this rhetoric that they're giving out today and what their past actions really show. Like we've been saying at Republic, Rakshita, this is no longer the time to be entertaining such parties or to be entertaining any such Pakistan people who don't understand that Pakistan sponsored the terrorism. They need to understand just statements will not do anymore. This is not about what he said as we as Kashmiris need to speak, but we as Indians need to have spoken here.
Absolutely, that is what he was insinuating, and I think it's for everybody to see. We do not even need to, explain them. Everybody knows the background, the history, and how we have been saying at Republic TV that the platform these parties, these elements in Kashmir have been given now. That's why I asked that question about elections, and he quickly said that, oh, what did you expect? Clearly shrugging of responsibility, and somewhere he was just smirking about it. That was the kind of body language and the tonality of the entire statement from several political leaders you see, right from Omar Abdullah, or even you see Mehbooba Mufti, or you see, the Congress party, or you see the Apni party. Also, these parties, especially you talk about here, they have been given this platform, this opportunity, thanks to the elections that were held. And right after that, just a few months after, you see what is happening. Reporting from Lal Chowk before the elections, and now after the elections, what has happened? There's a great difference what we see now, Rhythm, and the answer is all before our eyes.
Absolutely. I thank you, Rakshita. Do continue to stay with us. We're also going to go across to more breaking news coming in. Once again, all-party meeting being called by Omar Abdullah, another person who possibly should not have been in power because there should have been no elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Omar Abdullah calls this party meeting and he says it's going to be held tomorrow in Srinagar. The meeting to be held at SKICC at 3 p.m. and he says, I'm going to be inviting everyone to be here. Zeenat with all the details of that meeting. Zeenat, give us more details.
This is an invitation that has come from Omar Abdullah, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, and the invitation has been extended to not only the elected, has been sent to all major political parties in Jammu and Kashmir, as Omar has expressed in the letter, that not only as a Chief Minister but also as a friend, the invitation has been extended to the members of who are the elected representative of the people to be in the meeting to discuss about the situation and how to go ahead and to have the joint condemnation about what has happened in Pahalgam. Tomorrow the meeting will take place on the banks of Dal Lake at SKICC at 3 p.m. where the major political parties are expected to participate, as the invitation has come from the Omar Abdullah, and at a time when the Kashmir has witnessed a huge terror attack, and when the security forces are on alert, we see another political story emerging from the Kashmir, where all party meeting has been called by Chief Minister of the state, Omar Abdullah.
All right, thank you, Zeenat, for giving us those details. And I'm going to go across right now, Zeenat. In fact, I want to ask you one more question. At Pahalgam, where you are, Zeenat, what are more details that you are picking up of the kind of security operations that are being done? How soon do you think we can get proper news about all the terrorists being neutralized?
See, Rhythm, this is a very tricky terrain, and it's not easy to deal with the operations against the terrorists in the terrain, because the terrain they chose, it is a ridge that connects you to the Kishtwar, which is around 60 kilometers from the Pahalgam, and to cross the ridge and to see the foliage and all other issues that when you go on those tracks, it is really difficult. Although for the guerrilla warfare, the RR is usually trained. Many of RR, the elite commandos, were dropped yesterday only, and the SOG teams of Special Operation Group of Jammu and Kashmir Police was also seen being the part of this operation. Will the terrorists be neutralized? That is a question. Definitely the security personnel will be more on the ground to answer that. But meanwhile, the bigger apprehension for the police and the other security agencies at present is that terrorists should not have left this very place, taking the advantage of the thick falling vegetation here, and they could have crossed over to Kishtwar, where again a Kishtwar police has been put on alert after the ridge in Baisaran village was attacked, because this is the ridge that connects you to Kishtwar, which is a part of the Jammu region. We are seeing the troops deployment has come in Pahalgam from North Kashmir, Sopore and Handwara. The SOG, the trained boys of the Special Operation Group of Jammu and Kashmir Police, have also been deployed in Pahalgam. So let's wait and watch how the things will pan on ground. But yes, the security forces are trying to neutralize and also to get more details about the terrorists who carried this drastic attack.
Absolutely, Zeenat. But one thing is for certain, India is going to retaliate soon. After Shah, the same statements being made by our Defence Minister, our Raksha Mantri, who said India is going to talk tough on terror. India is going to retaliate soon. India will hunt down the masterminds. Listen on.
आतंकवादियों द्वारा किए गए कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
And this breaking news that's coming in, viewers, the MEA is going to be making a statement on the Pahalgam attack. India is going to be making a statement also on the terror attack. India is going to be speaking its mind through the MEA, and I'm also going to tell our viewers there's also been a tweet from the MEA's Randhir Jaiswal, who has said, and I quote now on the platform X, Vice President of United States J.D. Vance has called the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and strongly condemned the dastardly terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir. He's also said that they've conveyed the deepest condolences on the loss of lives and reiterated the United States stands with the people of India in this difficult hour. US expresses strong support to India. He's saying the United States is ready to provide all assistance in the joint fight against terrorism. Prime Minister thanked Vice President Vance and President Trump for their message of support and solidarity. I want to go across to my colleague Abhishek. Abhishek, very crucial as the US expresses its solidarity and support with India.
Well, yes, we have seen how President Trump came out with a post almost within first 6 hours of the tragedy and the terror attack. We had J.D. Vance, who is in fact on a family holiday to India, making a statement again in a couple of hours after that. And now we are told that he has also spoken to the Prime Minister. Also, do not forget that while Prime Minister was in Saudi Arabia, even President Trump spoke to Prime Minister Modi. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of close support that's coming in from the United States. And in fact, from around the world, the fact that we have seen about 45 nations come out and make a statement, the fact that we have seen at least a dozen odd heads of the government or state writing to India and to Prime Minister Modi, including President Putin, including Prime Ministers of Australia, of Japan, for example, the Quad countries. And now J.D. Vance also is speaking to the Prime Minister while still in India. I think it's building up rhythm. We are also going to see a statement coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs. I'm told the time is about 7 p.m. And it's going to be significant because by that time, the Cabinet Committee on Security, which is to meet at 6 p.m. anytime now, shortly from now, would have ended and would have, taken a decision. So expect, in the light of what Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has said, that there would be a response and there would be a proper response to this grave act of cowardice and terror that has happened in Pahalgam, Kashmir yesterday, with all links getting established with Pakistan and the Pakistani deep state. Obviously, Indian response is awaited. The diplomatic one, of course, coming in at around 7 p.m. through the Ministry of External Affairs.
I just want to also get an update and understanding from you, Abhishek, on the importance of this, because this came, and a lot of people are also saying that it could possibly having been done when the Prime Minister was in Saudi Arabia. It was also timed in such a way when the US Vice President was there. Abhishek, I'm just going to go across first to breaking news that's coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah has landed in Delhi. We are getting shots of the Home Minister Amit Shah, who's now left for LKM. He's going to be having a meeting with the Prime Minister. I'm going to try and go across to Aishwarya on this breaking news that's coming in. And as India is going to be speaking its mind, Home Minister Amit Shah is going to brief the Prime Minister on the Jammu and Kashmir situation, that crucial meeting. NIA teams have also reached Pahalgam. The CCS is to begin once everyone reaches LKM. A crucial meeting. In fact, if I can go across once again to Abhishek to get a sense of what's happening. Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be briefing Prime Minister on the Jammu and Kashmir situation. He's already reached LKM. That meeting, very crucial, is going to begin once the CCS, once everyone is there. Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive political editor, joins us. Aishwarya, how soon can we have the CCS begin? And the Home Minister is going to brief the Prime Minister on the Pahalgam attack.
Well, absolutely, Rhythm. The Home Minister has landed back in the national capital from Pahalgam. He is going to brief the Prime Minister first, prior to the CCS as well. What we are being told that the CCS is going to be scheduled around 15 to 20 minutes past 6 p.m. And the Home Minister is en route right now from the Delhi airport directly to 7 LKM, of whose visuals we are beaming through live on our screens right now. You have the CCS for that, Raksha Mantri, Finance Minister, NSA, Prime Minister, all of these top leaders will be present. CCS precedes the cabinet meeting. So yes, CCS will happen first. But what we are being told that even prior to the CCS, as we've seen already, that the NSA has briefed the Prime Minister after having a detailed 3-hour-long meeting with the Raksha Mantri and the three chiefs. The Home Minister, who's coming back from the valley and from ground zero at Pahalgam. So he is going to be briefing the Prime Minister separately as well. And then there is going to be a CCS meeting. But we were being told by our sources early in the day that after the 3.5-hour-long meeting between the NSA, the RM and the three chiefs, there is a 3-pronged approach which has been worked upon. There are 3 options which the government is ready to put in front of the CCS and the Prime Minister, waiting for the latter's approval, that if he agrees, then Government of India is ready to attack back and avenge what has happened in Pahalgam. So very clearly, Government of India is mulling all options through, and for that, this CCS has been called in. Prime Minister is already at LKM. Home Minister is en route. RM will be reaching in next 10 to 12 minutes, and so is the Finance Minister and the other members who are going to be present in the CCS meeting, which will be succeeded, by the cabinet meeting itself. But prior to the CCS, there is going to be a closed door meeting between the PM and the HM, in which the HM is going to brief the Prime Minister, as the NSA did after his Raksha Mantri and the three chief meeting.
Aishwarya, I also want to get a sense of what you were telling us and giving us details. What all meetings, the high-level meetings, Aishwarya, that you were telling our viewers about have happened on the Jammu and Kashmir the attack in Jammu and Kashmir since morning? What are the different kind of briefings that the Prime Minister is going to be getting from the Home Minister and the other cabinet ministers?
Well, absolutely, Rhythm. First and foremost, as soon as the Prime Minister landed back from Saudi Arabia, he held a meeting at the airport itself, which had the NSA, which had the Foreign Minister, Foreign Secretary, everyone was present. Prime Minister was briefed as far as the complete issue is concerned, the complete incident was concerned. And after that, there was a 3.5-hour-long meeting, which was headed by none other by Raksha Mantri, and in presence was the National Security Advisor and the three chiefs, that is the Army Chief, the Air Chief and the Naval Chief. In that 3.5-hour-long meeting, 3 options, according to our sources, were discussed and were finalized, which are going to be put in front of the Prime Minister in the CCS. And prior to that CCS, then the NSA has briefed the Prime Minister one-on-one. Now the Home Minister, who has had series of meetings in the valley and on ground zero, is coming back. So now the Home Minister is going to brief the Prime Minister prior to the CCS. That is a one-on-one meet between the PM and the HM. As soon as that ends, that is when the CCS begins. CCS is Cabinet Committee on Security, which precedes the Cabinet meeting. In CCS, you have the Prime Minister, you have the Home Minister, you have the Raksha Mantri, you have the NSA, and you have the Finance Minister. That is what comprises of the Cabinet Committee on Security. And once that happens, then the complete Cabinet comes in. So at this point of time, nothing before 15 to 20 minutes post 6, that is when the CCS is scheduled. Home Minister's cavalcade will be visible within the next few minutes. He is already en route from the airport to the Prime Minister's residence, of whose visuals we are beaming. We are showing you 2 visuals. One of earlier in the day when Home Minister Amit Shah landed at the attack site. These are the visuals. Cheetah copter roving right in the background now when he had gone to the hospital. So all of this now visuals we are showing are of earlier in the day when he was meeting the victim family members, when he went to the hospital, when he was on ground zero. And the other visuals are of the Prime Minister's residence, where the Home Minister's cavalcade will be entering within the next few minutes. Yes. Rhythm, back to you.
All right. Thank you. Our political executive editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, giving us those details. Viewers, we slip into a quick break. On the other side, we get you more details. And coming up after a short break, Amit Shah, who's leaving for 7 LKM in the capital before the Cabinet Committee meet. He's going to have a one-on-one with the Prime Minister.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले। आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
शुभम के भाई भी मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फ़ोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया कि भैया को गोली मार दी है और सर पे गोली मारी है। उसके बाद करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिससे हम लोगों ने उनको पहचाना, जिसमें ये दिख रहा था कि उनके सर पे गोली लगी है। जी।
उसके बाद आपकी जो कन्वर्सेशन अभी भी मैंने देखा लैपटॉप पे बात कर रहे थे, तो क्या परिवार वालों का कहना है, क्या वो
परिवार वालों के साथ ये बातचीत हो रही है, उनको वहाँ पर ये जानकारी दी जा रही है।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले। आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
शुभम के भाई भी मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फ़ोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया कि भैया को गोली मार दी है और सर पे गोली मारी है। उसके बाद करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिससे हम लोगों ने उनको पहचाना, जिसमें ये दिख रहा था कि उनके सर पे गोली लगी है। जी।
उसके बाद आपकी जो कन्वर्सेशन अभी भी मैंने देखा लैपटॉप पे बात कर रहे थे, तो क्या परिवार वालों का कहना है, क्या वो
परिवार वालों के साथ ये बातचीत हो रही है, उनको वहां पर ये जानकारी दी जा रही है कि अभी 2 से 3 दिन लगेगा, क्योंकि सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज पूरी करने में। इसलिए मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द जो भी हमारा वहां पर जो भी भैया के मॉर्टल रिमेन्स हैं उनको जल्द से जल्द हम तक पहुंचाएं।
आपके भाई की जो वाइफ थी, अभी नई शादी हुई थी, क्या बात हुई उनसे, क्योंकि वो घटना के वक्त मौजूद थी?
ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि उनके जस्ट बगल में ही गोली मार दी गई और जब उन्होंने कहा कि हमको भी गोली मार दो, तो जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। तो मेरा सरकार से अनुरोध है कि जिस तरीके की ये हत्या हुई है, एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले। लेकिन अभी पहली प्राथमिकता के तौर पे हमारे भाई का शव हमको, आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा।
अब आया असली स्वाद,
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले। आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
शुभम के भाई भी मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फ़ोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया कि भैया को गोली मार दी है और सर पे गोली मारी है। उसके बाद करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिससे हम लोगों ने उनको पहचाना, जिसमें ये दिख रहा था कि उनके सर पे गोली लगी है। जी।
उसके बाद आपकी जो कन्वर्सेशन अभी भी मैंने देखा लैपटॉप पे बात कर रहे थे, तो क्या परिवार वालों का कहना है, क्या वो
परिवार वालों के साथ ये बातचीत हो रही है, उनको वहां पर ये जानकारी दी जा रही है कि अभी 2 से 3 दिन लगेगा, क्योंकि सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज पूरी करने में। इसलिए मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द जो भी हमारा वहां पर जो भी भैया के मॉर्टल रिमेन्स हैं उनको जल्द से जल्द हम तक पहुंचाएं।
आपके भाई की जो वाइफ थी, अभी नई शादी हुई थी, क्या बात हुई उनसे, क्योंकि वो घटना के वक्त मौजूद थी?
ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि उनके जस्ट बगल में ही गोली मार दी गई और जब उन्होंने कहा कि हमको भी गोली मार दो, तो जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। तो मेरा सरकार से अनुरोध है कि जिस तरीके की ये हत्या हुई है, एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले। लेकिन अभी पहली प्राथमिकता के तौर पे हमारे भाई का शव हमको, आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
तो देखिए, बिल्कुल ये परिवार है जिनकी मांग है कि जल्द से जल्द जो शव है वो परिवार को सौंपा जाए।
लगभग 3-3:15 बजे हमारे
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 6 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pahalgam terror attack has been one of the deadliest after the Pulwama attack. India is looking forward to retaliate in a very, very strong manner to Pakistan. We're getting all those updates. Amit Shah has just landed in Delhi. He's all set to reach the Prime Minister's residence. We'll get you all that and much more. But first, a quick check of the headlines.
हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh issues a stern warning to Pakistan, says India will hunt down the Pahalgam attackers. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal's mortal remains brought to New Delhi. Nation pays tribute. Union Home Minister Amit Shah lands in the national capital to reach 7 LKM for the CCS meeting shortly. And in just some moments from now, the Prime Minister will be holding a CCS meet shortly at his residence.
Pakistan! Pakistan!
Protest call for action against Pakistan terror in the valley. There is anger and pressure that is mounting against Pakistan.
Israel stand with India because India is our friend. Full stop.
Israel extends unequivocal support to India, condemns Pahalgam terror attack. And we start this edition with breaking news coming in, where we learn that Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be briefing the Prime Minister on the Pahalgam terror attack, and this will be done prior to the CCS meeting. It'll be a meeting before the CCS meeting with the Prime Minister that Amit Shah will be holding. Remember, Amit Shah, who had just paid a visit to the Pahalgam terror attack site. He had met the families of the victims. We now learn that he has just landed in the national capital. He's heading straight to the Prime Minister's residence, that is at 7 LKM, and he will be briefing the Prime Minister on the security situation, on the situation that he saw in the valley in Jammu and Kashmir at a time when he visited the Pahalgam terror attack site. And remember, this briefing that Amit Shah will be holding with the Prime Minister comes just minutes before the Prime Minister will be chairing the key security meeting. Those are the shots on your screen of Amit Shah that has just landed in the national capital. Aishwarya has more details on the same. Yes, Aishwarya, what are we learning? Amit Shah is going to brief the Prime Minister before the CCS meeting.
Well, absolutely. Now the Home Minister is at 7 LKM. He's come back from ground zero. He's met the families. He has been at that site of attack. He's briefing the Prime Minister as we speak. He's at 7 LKM. This briefing is happening right prior to the CCS. CCS is about to begin within the next 10 to 12 minutes. The visuals which we are beaming for our viewers right now are live visuals of the main entrance of 7 LKM. That is the residence cum office of the Prime Minister of India. You're going to see the cavalcade of Raksha Mantri and then the Finance Ministry and then the Finance Minister being enter in within the next few minutes, and that is when the CCS will begin. But prior to the CCS, as we just mentioned, the Home Minister is briefing the Prime Minister one-on-one on what all input he has from ground zero. We've seen that Raksha Mantri holding another 3-hour-long meeting, after which the NSA has already briefed the Prime Minister earlier in the day, in which we were being told by our sources that 3 options have been mulled up on how to hit back on Pakistan. As tonight, India demands revenge, a nation first and no compromise. That has been our stand as well. But as far as government of India is concerned, they also understand. And that is why I say this brief which is happening from the Home Minister and the visuals which we are beaming on the left-hand side of our screens are of the Home Minister on ground zero. That is that very valley where the attack took place. So the Home Minister has gone there. He's back in Delhi. He's briefing the Prime Minister one-on-one prior to the CCS so that the decision which the Prime Minister takes is based upon all real facts, on ground level facts. In that 3-hour-long meeting which had the Raksha Mantri, the NSA and the 3 chiefs, the NSA has already briefed the Prime Minister prior. Now the HM will be briefing the Prime Minister and then the CCS begins. So very clearly, that is the early morning visuals of the Prime Minister holding an early meeting at the airport itself as soon as he landed back after cutting his Saudi Arabia trip short. And now the CCS is about to begin within the next few minutes. The HM is already there. We are being told that RM, Raksha Mantri, has also reached. RM has reached at the Prime Minister's residence, 7 LKM. Raksha Mantri has also reached. So it's HM and RM in-house. NSA's office is already there at 7 LKM. So 3 members of the Prime Minister also being there. 4 members of the CCS already there. Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman awaited within the next few minutes. We are being told around 15 to 20 minutes post 6 is when CCS is about to begin. We have visuals of Home Minister's cavalcade entering, and now that we are being confirmed that RM has also reached 7 LKM. The visuals of Home Minister in a Chetak chopper of Army Aviation right there earlier in the day when he went to Pahalgam, to that very valley where the attack took place, where that dastardly, cowardly attack took place. And the other visuals are of the Prime Minister briefing, getting a brief rather, from the NSA, from the Foreign Secretary and Foreign Minister at the airport terminal itself as soon as he landed. Without wasting any time, he has been having series of meetings since morning. But this is that meeting where the decision can be taken in whether India will hit back and how big and how vigorous is going to be our attack. That is the CCS for which the Prime Minister is there, NSA is there. We are getting live visuals from outside the Prime Minister's residence. We are being told that Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has also reached. We have visuals of the Home Minister's cavalcade already there. So CCS is about to begin within the next few minutes. We were given time, according to our sources, around 15 to 20 minutes past 6, so around 10 more minutes before the CCS begins. HM and RM already there. We are awaiting the other 2 members. That is the Finance Minister and the Foreign Affairs Minister.
Yes, Aishwarya.
Back to you.
Yes, Aishwarya, thank you very much for sharing those details. We'll have to quickly shift our focus to other breaking news coming in now. We learned that the contact has been established between terrorists and the security forces, and this is at an area in Kulgam. Now, we learned that gunshots were heard during the cordon and search operation. Security forces have been rushed to spots. Remember, India is taking a strong stand against terror. It was just minutes before when Raksha Mantri had given out a statement saying that India will retaliate. It is a very loud and clear message that India has given to Pakistan and to all the terrorists that were involved in the dastardly attack of the Pahalgam. We now learn that contact has been established with the terrorists. This is in regard with Kulgam. We learned that gunshots have been heard, and this was during the cordon and search operations in Kulgam area. Additional forces have been rushed to the spot to take a note of the situation. We also have Aravat who is reporting live on that. Aravat, please share the latest details that you have.
Yeah, Tanisha, absolutely. We have seen after the yesterday's deadly terror attack, we have seen that the multiple anti-terror operations are underway in the various locations. My Vijay can pan camera to this side, and you can see here in the visuals that the deployment of the forces after the deadly terror attack. You can see here in the visuals we have seen that the contact with the terrorists have been established in the South Kashmir. Seen yesterday this deadly attack. Then after we have seen that the multiple anti-terror operations were launched in the district in the South Kashmir's area, and also we have seen that the similar kind of operations are also taking place in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley. This is the combing operation which is done by the CRPF and other paramilitary security forces here in the Pahalgam area. It's the big win for the forces, as we have seen in the morning that the 2 highly trained terrorists were killed in the morning in the Uri sector. Then after we have continued in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley. As of now, we have seen that the contact has established with the hiding terrorists in the South Kashmir's Kulgam area, where we have seen the huge deployment of the forces, as we have seen the more reinforcement has been sent to a place where the ongoing operation is going on. We have been told that the 2 to 3 terrorists believed to be trapped in the residential area of South Kashmir's Kulgam, where the exchange of fire is going on. Also, we have been told that all the entry and exit points have been completely sealed by the joint security forces, including the Special Operation Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Rashtra Rifles Group. Also, we have seen that the CRPF troopers are also moving towards the
Among his peers and seniors, he was more than just an officer. He was a beacon, dedicated, humble and full of life.
महज 6 दिन पहले जिस घर में खुशियां थी, आज उस घर में मातम है। वजह जो 26 पर्यटक मारे गए कश्मीर के पहलगाम में, उनमें से एक थे लेफ्टिनेंट, इंडियन नेवी में लेफ्टिनेंट विनय नरवाल, जिनकी हत्या हुई। उन 26 पर्यटकों में वो भी शामिल थे और जिनकी तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया पर वायरल है। जो तस्वीर आपको भी, आपके पास भी पहुंची होगी। एक विनय नरवाल जो हैं, उनकी लाश है और उनके बगल में उनकी पत्नी बैठी हुई है। जिस तस्वीर ने पूरे देश को झकझोर कर रख दिया, ये वही विनय नरवाल का घर है, जहाँ पर 6 दिन पहले यहाँ पर खुशियाँ थी, लेकिन आज मातम है। लोग यहाँ पर सांत्वना देने आए हैं, तमाम जो आसपास के लोग हैं वो सांत्वना देने आए हैं। 16 अप्रैल को ही यहाँ खुशियाँ थी, शादी की शहनाई गूंजी थी। उनके पैतृक गांव भूसल में शादी हुई थी हिमांशी नरवाल और विनय नरवाल की।
A young life stolen, a nation in mourning, and a wife left holding memories where there should have been a lifetime.
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
सर कल जैसे दिन में मतलब 2:30 बजे के आसपास लग गया था। यहाँ मतलब फैमिली को पता, पानीपत रहता हूँ मैं, तो यहाँ पे 2:30 बजे सूचना आ गई थी।
और विनय नरवाल जी तो अभी शादी हुई थी यहाँ, इस घर में शादी की शहनाई गूंजी होगी, खुशियाँ होती।
हाँ, खुशी का ही माहौल था जी, सारा बिल्कुल सारा खुशी का माहौल था जी।
दोनों खुशी खुशी यहाँ से 19 अप्रैल को रिसेप्शन देकर विदा हुए थे घूमने के लिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
On the streets of Jammu and Kashmir, the anger is rising, but the message is loud and raw. Pakistan must pay.
All right, extremely painful and heartbreaking visuals that we are getting in from Karnal in Haryana, where the last rites of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal is being held in his native village. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, he was 26-year-old Indian Navy officer from Karnal in Haryana. He was tragically killed in a cowardly terrorist attack in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir yesterday. Narwal had recently married and was on a leave, enjoying his short vacation in Kashmir. The defense officials had confirmed that a 26-year-old officer who was posted in Kochi had traveled to Kashmir for a short vacation after his marriage. I believe Sumit is joining me live from Karnal. Sumit, बताइए हमें क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे? आप करनाल में हैं, लास्ट राइट्स हो रहे हैं विनय नरवाल के।
कुछ देर पहले विनय नरवाल का पार्थिव शरीर लाया गया है और पार्थिव शरीर को अभी रखा गया है अंतिम दर्शन के लिए, और अभी से कुछ देर बाद यहाँ से पार्थिव शरीर ले जाया जाएगा अंतिम संस्कार के लिए। और यही नारेबाजी आप देख रहे हैं, ये आप तस्वीरें लगातार देख रहे हैं, सीधी तस्वीरें आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं। पार्थिव शरीर जब लाया गया उस वक्त भी जोश, गुस्सा और साथ ही साथ दर्द है। पाकिस्तान मुर्दाबाद के नारे लग रहे हैं, भारत माता की जय के नारे लग रहे हैं, साथ ही साथ विनय नरवाल अमर रहे, विनय नरवाल अमर रहे। आप लोग कहाँ से आए सर?
हम परिवार से हैं।
यकीनन ये कि ये अंतिम यात्रा पर तो नहीं गए थे, खुशी मनाने गए थे, लेकिन आज अंतिम यात्रा पर निकल रहे हैं और जिसका एक ही मात्र जो गुनहगार है वो
आतंकी हमला, आतंकी पाकिस्तान है। इसका
पाकिस्तान से पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों ने इनको मारा है और पाकिस्तान ही इसका जिम्मेवार है। भारत सरकार ने मिल के है ना बड़ी कठोर इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई
क्या चाहते हैं?
इन भारत गवर्नमेंट है ना, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट, भारतीय सेना इनके ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई करे, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करे, इनका मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे इनका।
क्योंकि यही फूल और कुछ दिन पहले, 6 दिन पहले तक यही फूल यहाँ पर ज़रूर थे, लेकिन वो शादी के लिए और आज एक शव यात्रा, अंतिम यात्रा के लिए ये फूल सजाए गए हैं। लेकिन ये कोई नहीं चाहेगा कि 6 दिन में जिस घर में खुशियाँ थी उस घर में, आपको बता दें कि आज वो मातम की तस्वीर है और पाकिस्तान मुर्दाबाद के नारे लगातार लग रहे हैं। यहाँ पर भारत माता की जय के नारे लग रहे हैं, विनय नरवाल अमर रहे के नारे लग रहे हैं। एक बात बताइए, जब शादी हुई और रिसेप्शन अभी हुआ 19 अप्रैल को, बहुत खुशी
चला यहाँ पे शादी का। हाँ, 10 दिन तक चला था। 16 अप्रैल को तो गाँव हमारा भगवानपुर गांव है, भगवान जहाँ के हमारे विनय जी थे, राजेश जी थे, ये मेरे मित्र थे। मेरे क्लास फेलो भी है इनके पिताजी।
पूरा सेलिब्रेशन का दौर था,
सेलिब्रेशन का दौर था इनका।
किस्म के ताल्लुकात होने चाहिए, कोई क्रिकेट मैच नहीं, कोई किसी पे का समय के अनुसार
हर एक चीज की पानी सब कुछ बंद कर देना चाहिए पाकिस्तान से हमारे को।
लेकिन यहाँ पर कुछ मैं इसलिए कहना चाहूँगा कि अभी आंसू भी नहीं सूखे हैं और रॉबर्ट वाड्रा जो हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि साहब हिंदू मुस्लिम नफरत के कारण ये सब कुछ हो रहा है।
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है हिंदू मुस्लिम का। लेकिन क्या है, जो पाकिस्तान है ना, पाकिस्तान ने हमारे देश पर कितनी बार स्ट्राइक करी है आतंकवादियों ने। पुलवामा में करा है, सारी जगह पठानकोट के अंदर करा है। अभी तो समय आ गया है पाकिस्तान से बदला लेने का। हमारी सरकार को चाहिए, भारतीय सरकार, मोदी सरकार को चाहिए कि इनसे बदला ले। ये बार बार ऐसी हरकतें करते रहेंगे, कभी उड़ी का हमला, कभी पुलवामा का हमला।
अपने आप में बड़ी बात है कि धर्म पूछकर, नाम पूछकर
इन्होंने मारा है।
पढ़ने आता है,
इसने पूछा है। अब ये हिंदू है, मुसलमान नहीं है, हिंदू है। इसको नाम चुन ले के है ना, इनको गोलियों से उड़ाया इन्होंने। तो इनके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
आपको लगता है कि ये हिंदू मुस्लिम के बीच दरार की वजह से ये चीजें हुई हैं, जो कि कांग्रेस के नेता कह रहे हैं?
मैनिपुलेट है,
वाड्रा कहते हैं कि
जानबूझ के करा जा रहा है ताकि और दरार बढ़े और हमारा आपस में फ्रैक्शनबाजी हो, इसलिए मैनिपुलेशन।
रॉबर्ट वाड्रा जैसे नेता जो कह रहे हैं,
ये हमारे
वो तो बहुत घटियापन है। रॉबर्ट वाड्रा के जो बयान आए हैं वो घटियापन की उम्मीद है।
ये राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए, ऐसे माहौल में राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए। ऐसे देश में तो सभी पार्टियों को एकजुट हो जाना चाहिए इनके खिलाफ और कड़ी से कड़ी इनको सजा दे, ताकि आने वाले टाइम में ऐसी हरकत ना करे, ऐसी कायराना हरकत ना करे।
देशद्रोही घोषित कर देना चाहिए। जो रॉबर्ट वाड्रा जैसे लोग हैं, इन लोगों को देशद्रोही घोषित कर देना चाहिए। आज तक इस परिवार ने सिर्फ देश को लूटने का काम किया है। अब भारत सरकार को चाहिए कि इसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे पाकिस्तान को, इनका नामो निशान मिटा दिया जाए नक्शे से, ताकि भविष्य में कभी ऐसा दोबारा ना हो, किसी परिवार को अपना नौजवान बच्चा ना खोना पड़े।
ये ऐसा शख्स है,
ऐसी त्रासदी दोबारा
नहीं। करोड़ों रुपए की जमीन जायदाद आज इनके पास है।
यकीनन ये गुस्सा है और गुस्सा उन नेताओं से भी है जो आंसू सभी
कहेंगे। अब भाई नहीं, अभी 2 दिन बाद ये कहने देंगे कि ये तो मोदी ने या तो गवर्नमेंट सरकार, भारतीय
गवर्नमेंट ने कुछ नहीं किया।
Okay, it's a lot of anger there. A lot of anger with the family of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal speaking to Republic TV there. Responding to some of the comments made by politicians included that shameful comment of Robert Vadra. There's anger even in Haryana, Karnal, Haryana, over the comments made by Robert Vadra. He justified the attack, and let me go across to Group Captain D.K. Pandey. Group Captain Pandey, pictures coming in. Those are the mortal remains of hero Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. Let's pick up the audio from there.
विनय नरवाल को लेकर प्यार भी है, गुस्सा भी है और साथ ही साथ रोष भी है और पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ जबरदस्त आक्रोश है। देखिए आप, ये अंतिम यात्रा पर निकल चुके हैं विनय नरवाल। गए थे खुशी मनाने अपनी पत्नी के साथ, लेकिन उनकी पत्नी उनके शव को लेकर आई है और अब अंतिम यात्रा पर लेफ्टिनेंट विनय नरवाल निकल चुके हैं। बहुत भावुक पल है, लेकिन लोगों में गुस्सा भी है और बड़ी संख्या में लोगों का हुजूम है। ये लोगों का हुजूम बता रहा है कि कितना प्यार है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ आक्रोश। हर आंखें नम है, हर आंखें नम है। लेकिन 16 अप्रैल को जब यही विनय नरवाल थे और उनके वैवाहिक जोड़े को, उनकी वैवाहिक जिंदगी को आशीर्वाद इन लोगों ने दिया था, उन लोगों ने सोचा नहीं था कि आज विनय नरवाल को हम अंतिम विदाई देंगे, नम आंखों से अंतिम विदाई देनी होगी। लेकिन साथ आक्रोश है, जैसा कि अभी हमने बात भी की कि लोग क्या बहुत हो गया, बर्दाश्त नहीं, अब सीधे पक्का इलाज कीजिए।
इलाज होना चाहिए उन पाकिस्तान का।
Story of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. Wanted to serve in the forces since he was a child. Was inspired by his father, who served in the BSF, was a local police officer himself in Haryana before joining the border security force. 26 years of age, joined the Indian Navy when he was 24, wore the tricolour, now draped in the tricolour in honour. As the nation salutes Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, a son of India, a warrior of the seas, answer the call of duty every single day with courage and honour. That emotional goodbye given to Lieutenant Vinay Narwal by his wife, that he lived a good life, and she wishes that he is happy wherever he is, saying that we all are proud of the honour, proud of the sacrifice of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. Pakistan-backed terrorist, cowards with guns, stole from us a hero who had his whole life ahead, someone who was married just 7 days ago, hosted a reception just 4 days ago, was on his honeymoon in Pahalgam when he was shot dead. He was due to go to Europe, visa didn't come through. He chose to go to Jammu and Kashmir, beautiful region of Pahalgam, wanted to go to Pahalgam, stay there, stayed there in Pahalgam, booked a hotel room in Pahalgam, and was at that site when he was surrounded by Pakistani cowards, shot dead. Asked for his identity. They asked him for his identity, and the moment he revealed his name, they asked him to read the kalma, didn't. After his identity was known, they shot him dead. Days after his wedding, dreams buried under the weight of the enemy hate, enemy called Pakistan. And even in death, Vinay stands taller than every hand that dared to harm him. A sea of people there, thousands of people turning out at his village in Karnal, Haryana, draped in the sacred colors of our nation, the tricolour. Those pictures of his wife Himanshi seated beside him at the attack site will haunt Pakistan for many, many years and decades to come. The most defining image of a widow seated beside a hero married to him just 7 days ago, and his life snatched away by the bullet of a Pakistani coward, sent by Pakistan, shielded by Pakistan. And India salutes Lieutenant Vinay Narwal with a promise that his sacrifice will not be forgotten, and that justice will come to Pakistan, and that we will march forward as a country carrying his name and ensure that Pakistan is taught a lesson this time. Every single person you see there, the naval officers, his brothers who served with him,